Chapter 1063. Yin Chuan and Meng Wenruo were quietly waiting outside the house. Yin Chuan's heart was touched by this sorrowful melody. Ding! The last note of the zither ended, and the surroundings became silent. The birds circling in the sky were still reluctant to leave and flew away after circling for a while. In the courtyard, a beautiful woman wearing a white veil with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye added a mature charm. Her hands were on the zither strings as she looked up at the sky and sighed. Sigh! A soft sigh fell into Yin Chuan's ears, causing his heart to feel heavy. Young miss, teacher Meng Wenruo, Sage de Zhen is here. A Confucian cultivator shouted into the house. The report made Meng Rongrong's expression change. She looked slightly flustered. Young miss, the Confucian cultivator outside the house called out. Only then did Meng Rongrong come to her senses. Let them in. Meng Rongrong bit her lips and said, Yes, this way please. The Confucian cultivator led the way. Yin Chuan and Meng Wenruo slowly walked into the hall. Meng Rongrong was already in the hall. Meng Rongrong clenched her fists tightly and avoided looking at Yin Chuan. Instead, she looked at Meng Wenruo. Big brother, why are you here? Meng Rongrong asked. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong and saw that Meng Rongrong's body was tense. He frowned and sighed in his heart. This is the place where father died. I naturally have to pay my respects. Little sister, I heard that someone came to find trouble with you? Meng Wenruo asked. I already sent them away, but I left them alive to lure out the mastermind. Meng Rongrong said. Mastermind? Meng Wenruo's eyes turned cold. From Meng Rongrong's tone, it wasn't difficult for Meng Wenruo to hear that someone was targeting Meng Rongrong. Her father was dead, and she only had this little sister left. Who would dare to target her? Little sister, leave this matter to me. I want to see who is so bold to target my little sister. Meng Wenruo's eyes were cold. Meng Rongrong nodded. Although Meng Rongrong felt that she could handle this matter on her own, since her brother had spoken up for her, Meng Rongrong also accepted this sibling relationship. Rongrong, this is the emperor. Meng Wenruo said to Meng Rongrong. Obviously, Meng Rongrong didn't look Yin Chuan in the eye from the beginning, which put Meng Wenruo in a difficult position. She wanted to ease the tension. Meng Rongrong frowned and looked at Yin Chuan. Little sister, Meng Wenruo said anxiously. Big brother, you go and pay respects to father. I have something to talk to Yin Chuan. Meng Rongrong bit her lips. Meng Wenruo was stunned. Obviously, other than Yin Chuan and Meng Rongrong, no one else knew about what happened in the light world. Go, Yin Chuan said to Meng Wenruo. Meng Wenruo looked at Yin Chuan and Meng Rongrong blankly. She suddenly felt that there was something wrong with the tone of their conversation. It seemed that there was something. Your Majesty, little sister is young and ignorant. I hope your Majesty won't take offense if there's anything she doesn't do. Meng Wenruo said respectfully. Go. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Yin Chuan nodded and smiled bitterly. Meng Wenruo nodded blankly. Meng Wenruo stepped out of the hall. Bang! The door of the hall closed with a loud bang. Meng Wenruo looked at the door of the hall in a daze. Even with Meng Wenruo's superior intelligence, she couldn't see through the strange scene in front of her. Shaking her head, Meng Wenruo ignored it and flew to Feng Yinyang. Lord Feng, please point to the place where my father was killed by Li Songhai. Meng Wenruo said solemnly. Okay. Feng Yinyang nodded. Soon, the two came to the place where Meng Ziqiu was besieged. It's here, Feng Yinyang said. Not far away, there was a snow valley. In the snow valley, there was an incense table. Meng Ziqiu's memorial tablet was placed on the incense table. In front of the memorial tablet, there was a woman in red. She was in the middle of worshipping. Sanyang, why are you here? Meng Wenruo flew over in surprise. Feng Yinyang also recognized the woman in red at a glance. Su Sanyang, Meng Wenruo's wife. Seeing the couple together, Feng Yinyang stepped back and didn't go forward. Su Sanyang, Meng Ziqiu's disciple, and Meng Wenruo's childhood sweetheart. On the day of their wedding, she was kidnapped by Taoist Lord Yu from the Dazhao Holy Ground and became his wife in his previous life. Later, under Yin Chuan's arrangement, Meng Wenruo and Su Sanyang reconciled. Su Sanyang's incense was on the table. Meng Wenruo landed beside her. "Sanyang, why are you here?" Meng Wenruo asked gently. "Oomph." Su Sanyang turned her head, her eyes red. "Sanyang, don't cry. What's wrong?" Meng Wenruo shouted. "Meng Ziqiu is your father, and also my master. I was raised by my master since I was young. I can't live under the same sky as him, but you didn't bring me." Su Sanyang said, feeling wronged. This trip to the southern divine continent is very dangerous, so I—" Meng Wenruo said awkwardly. "You didn't bring me, so I asked my sister to bring me. I must see Li Canghai die, I must." Su Sanyang said stubbornly with red eyes. Meng Wenruo smiled bitterly and sighed. "Okay, it's my fault. When I kill Li Canghai, I will let you be by my side." "Okay." Su Sanyang's anger dissipated. Su Sanyang lit another incense stick and handed it to Meng Wenruo. Meng Wenruo nodded and lit an incense stick for her father. The husband and wife hugged each other and looked at the memorial tablet, their faces full of sadness. In the main hall of the Plum Ridge residence, Yin Chuan and Meng Rongrong sat facing each other. A pot of tea was placed on the table. Meng Rongrong looked down at her teacup, her fingers sliding slowly along the rim of the teacup. She frowned, not knowing what to say. What happened in the past was still vivid in her mind. As for Yin Chuan, he looked at Meng Rongrong with guilt and pity in his eyes. The two of them were silent for a while, neither of them speaking. Yin Chuan drank the tea in his cup. "Rongrong, have you opened the box that I asked Dong Fangzhenpai to give you?" Yin Chuan asked. Meng Rongrong bit her lip and did not speak. Yin Chuan smiled bitterly. "I didn't mean to do what happened in the past. It's been hard on you all these years." Yin Chuan sighed. Meng Rongrong felt a lump in her throat. She looked up at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's heart ached when he saw Meng Rongrong's slightly moist eyes. Things should not have happened like this. "Yin Chuan, let me ask you, have you ever liked me?" Meng Rongrong's eyes flashed with determination. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong's serious eyes and suddenly felt something. "Yes." Yin Chuan nodded. Back in the Julu Academy, Meng Rongrong secretly ran around for Yin Chuan. Although most people did not know, Yin Chuan was very clear. Although he did not say it, Yin Chuan was still very touched. Originally, everything could have developed slowly, but the matter of the light world going out of control happened. Meng Rongrong heard Yin Chuan's words, but her heart seemed to have calmed down. Meng Rongrong bit her lip, was silent for a while, and said, "I'll be your empress." "Empress?" Yin Chuan showed a look of surprise. It was not that Yin Chuan did not want to, but Yin Chuan understood Meng Rongrong's character. A woman who was soft on the outside but strong on the inside. Such words should not come out of Meng Rongrong's mouth. However, since she said it today, Yin Chuan instantly understood. Only when she loved someone deeply would she put down all her dignity. Good. Yin Chuan was extremely touched. "I only have one husband, and my husband must only have one wife. I'll be your empress and give birth to your children. I can do any of your requests, but I only ask that you only have one wife, me." Meng Rongrong said with red eyes. Yin Chuan immediately looked at Meng Rongrong and frowned deeply. "I secretly went to Yin Jing and saw ZZ. She's still a virgin. You two are only together in name." Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan expectantly. At this moment, Yin Chuan only had bitterness in his eyes. A woman who was deeply in love with him was confessing to him. He wanted to say yes, but his heart was tormented. At this moment, Yin Chuan suddenly felt extremely guilty. He felt that he was too much of a jerk when it came to relationships. However, to ask Yin Chuan to give up on ZZ, give up on Moyushi, give up on his 80th wife, Zhao Hafeng? Yin Chuan looked up and smiled bitterly. His heart was burning. Meng Rongrong saw Yin Chuan's expression and immediately understood Yin Chuan's thoughts. Pain and despair flashed across her eyes. "I understand. You don't like me. You only like yourself. Get out. Get out. I don't want to see you anymore." Meng Rongrong suddenly cried. "Rongrong," Yin Chuan said gently. "Get out. Meng Rongrong said sadly with tears in her eyes. Yin Chuan also felt suffocated. He looked at Meng Rongrong with pity and didn't know what to say. Get out, Meng Rongrong cried. Yin Chuan closed his eyes and walked to the door sadly. At this moment, Yin Chuan really wanted to divide himself into several parts. He opened the door of the hall. Yin Chuan stepped out of the hall with a heavy heart. Bang! The door of the hall slammed shut. Meng Rongrong took out a jade box and hugged it, crying for a long time. The jade box was the one that Yin Chuan asked Dongfang Zhengpai to give to Meng Rongrong. The jade box was intact. The seal on it was undamaged. Obviously, it had never been opened. After crying for a long time, Meng Rongrong looked at the jade box. She grabbed the jade box and wanted to smash it. However, after smashing half of it, she couldn't resist. She gently undid the seal and opened the jade box for the first time. The jade box was opened. There was nothing too luxurious inside. There was only a small piece of paper with some words written on it. As she cried, Meng Rongrong read it. She saw the words written on it. The reeds are green, the white dew is frost. The so-called lover is on the other side of the water. Tracing the reeds, the road is long and obstructive. Tracing the reeds, I'm in the middle of the water. The reeds are luxuriant. The white dew is not yet clear. The so-called lover is on the other side of the water. Tracing the reeds, the road is long and obstructive. Tracing the reeds, I'm in the middle of the water. The reeds are green. The white dew is not yet clear. The so-called lover is on the other side of the water. Tracing the reeds, the road is long and obstructive. Tracing the reeds, I'm in the middle of the water. This was a love poem. It was written by Yin Chuan to Meng Rongrong as an apology and longing. After reading and understanding the content of the poem, Meng Rongrong's crying became softer. Wiping her tears, Meng Rongrong's face revealed an unknown smile. However, this smile was quickly drowned in sadness. Chapter 1064. Yin Chuan's Punch. While Yin Chuan was talking to Meng Rongrong, Meng Wenruo and her husband were paying respects to Meng Ziqiu. At the same time, Wang Jian was also on a killing spree on another mountain. His sword light shot into the sky, and murderous intent filled the air. In the valley, Su Sanyang frowned. Don't worry, it's Wang Jian. Meng Wenruo shook her head. Su Sanyang nodded and ignored her. She started to pay respects to Meng Ziqiu again. The sound of killing suddenly stopped in the distance. The murderous intent disappeared. Meng Wenruo turned her head and looked over. Let's go. Wang Jian must have left someone alive. I want to see who wants to kill my sister. Meng Wenruo said. Su Sanyang nodded. The two of them walked toward the mountain in the distance. On a mountain in the distance, Wang Jian, Jin Diyu, and Feng Yinyang looked around coldly. There were about 3,000 corpses on the ground. They were badly mutilated and stained the snow-white ground red. Wang Jian held his sword and looked coldly at a black shadow in the distance. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, another group of people flew toward them. The leader was Zhao Xianji of the Great Buddha Empire. Amateus, is that Wang Jian of the Great Jin Empire? Why did he kill one of our officials? Zhao Xianji asked with a dark expression. So the Great Buddha Empire is behind this? Zhao Xianji, don't you remember what happened 200 years ago? Jin Diyu suddenly interrupted. Zhao Xianji looked at Jin Diyu. His face darkened. 200 years ago, the archaic Arcanum sect's plan to create a god had led all the heroes to the North Divine Continent. In the end, Kong Mok returned empty-handed. He wanted to vent his anger on the Great Jin Empire, so he led a large number of officials to Yanjin. In the end, he was defeated by the officials of the Great Jin Empire. Zhao Xianji was also severely injured by Jin Diyu during that battle. When enemies met, their eyes burned with hatred. The Great Buddha Emperor sent an official to invite Meng Rongrong. However, all of you try to kill him without distinguishing between right and wrong. Today, no matter who it is, all of you must give the Great Buddha Empire an explanation. Zhao Xianji said coldly. Explain? A loser. You want to give an explanation? Jin Diyu said with a cold look in his eyes. Wang Jian retreated at the right time, allowing Jin Diyu to confront Zhao Xianji. After all, the two of them were old enemies. Jin Dayu, do you think it's still 200 years ago? Zhao Xianji said coldly. As he spoke, the aura around Zhao Xianji's body shot up, exploding with several times the strength of 200 years ago. The huge aura even forced the snowflake below to roll up in all directions. Rumble. A huge aura pressed down on Jin Dayu. Zhao Xianji clearly wanted to take revenge for what happened 200 years ago. The 12th level of the upper void stage. Jin Dayu's pupils constricted. Zhao Xianji's body radiated white light in all directions. Looking from afar, it was incomparably holy. Zhao Xianji extended his hand, and a small white bell appeared in his palm. Clock. Jin Dayu smiled when he saw Zhao. Was there anyone in the world who dared to compete with him? OM. The golden divine emperor clock appeared with a bang, and a majestic aura instantly pressed down on Zhao Xianji. Jin Dayu, we didn't expect it, right? In these 200 years, I've already reached the 12th level of the upper void stage. Today, I'll return the humiliation of that day. Zhao Xianji said with a cold look in his eyes. In a short 200 years, Zhao Xianji went from the 6th level of the upper void stage to the 12th level. He had a fortuitous encounter too. He actually reached the perfection of the upper void stage in a short time. Feng Yinyang said with a frown. Jin Dayu was indifferent. A fortuitous encounter in 200 years? How can you compare to me? Just as Jin Dayu was about to step out, Meng Wenruo suddenly grabbed Jin Dayu's shoulder. Lord Jin, show weakness to the enemy and entangle Zhao Xianji to draw the big fish out. Meng Wenruo said. Jin Dayu frowned and finally nodded. Dang! Jin Dayu's divine emperor clock emitted a loud ring and was thrown toward the sky. The white bell in Zhao Xianji's hand also emitted a loud ring and was thrown towards the sky. Bang! The two enormous clocks collided with a bang. Buzz! The rolling sound waves collided with each other. The divine emperor clock's sound waves were golden in color, while the white bell's sound waves were pure white. Not far away, Meng Wenruo's eyes narrowed. What power is this? Overwhelming righteousness? No, it's even purer and holier than overwhelming righteousness. Why have I never heard of it before? Meng Wenruo said with a frown. Rumble. The divine emperor clock was slightly better and fiercely suppressed the white bell. Zhao Xianji's face changed, and he took a step towards the sky. In his hands, he suddenly waved a large amount of white energy, charging straight into the white bell. As soon as the white energy entered, the white bell's power immediately skyrocketed. Jin Dayu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he also poured in some golden energy again. The two clocks clanged, as if no one was giving way. And at this time, Wang Jian's eyes also turned cold, looking at the group of powerhouses that Zhao Xianji brought. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. Xing! The bronze longsword immediately shot out, and under a ray of bloodlight, a cultivator was immediately chopped into pieces. The group of cultivators cried out in shock. Whoosh! Wang Jian charged out, and the bronze longsword fiercely slashed out. Bastard! Kill him! While the group of cultivators was shouting, Wang Jian's sword did not stop, and he continuously killed one cultivator after another. The group of cultivators emitted the same white light as Zhao Xianji. As soon as the white light appeared, their strength immediately skyrocketed. However, no matter how much their strength skyrocketed, how could they be stronger than Wang Jian? Although there were thousands of people before Wang Jian, it was like harvesting grass. Kill, 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 kill. Bastard, Wang Jian, stop. Zhao Xianji immediately cried out in shock. How could Wang Jian listen to him? Amidst the continuous killing, of course, Wang Jian did not use his full strength. Everyone was fishing, slowly killing, and slowly waiting. Zhao Xianji was extremely anxious. As he activated the white bell in his hand, he also had a shocked expression on his face. 12th level upper void stage. Zhao Xinji's 12th level upper void stage was a little weak because it was forcefully raised by Kong Mo Ko. Naturally, it was not the real 12th level upper void stage. But even so, it was still stronger than the 11th level upper void stage. Why? Why did Jin Deyu's strength skyrocket as well? Zhao Xinji, how is it? Jin Deyu asked coldly. Jin Deyu kept pestering Zhao Xinji, causing Zhao Xinji to be unable to escape. Looking at his subordinates dying one after another, Zhao Xinji's expression was extremely unsightly as he said, "Stop! His Majesty only loves your talents and wants to use you all for himself. If you kill more, His Majesty will not forgive you." Loves talents? In the distance, Meng Wenruo and Feng Yinyang looked at each other and immediately understood. Meng Rongrong was only a bait. Kong Mo Ku wanted to use Meng Rongrong to threaten Meng Wenruo and take in Dezhen's officials, instigate a rebellion within Dezhen. A trace of disdain appeared on Meng Wenruo's face. It was obvious that she disdained Kong Mo Ku's clumsy scheme. Zhao Xinji anxiously explained everything. At this moment, Yinchuan just happened to walk out of Plum Ridge's hall. When the door closed, Yinchuan's heart was filled with panic. The guilt he felt towards Meng Rongrong made it difficult for Yinchuan to get rid of the pent-up frustration in his heart. Suddenly, he heard a shout in the distance. "Stop! His Majesty only loves your talents and wants to use you all for himself." In the distance, Zhao Xinji's words were like a barrel of oil that had been thrown into Yin Chuan's chest. Yin Chuan's face immediately turned ferocious, as if he had found a place to vent his anger. Roar! With a furious roar, Yin Chuan charged forward. "Jin Deyu, get out of the way!" Yin Chuan roared as he flew. In the distance, Jin Deyu was slightly startled and immediately moved out of the way. Clang! With a loud sound, the two of them separated. Zhao Xinji was slightly startled. At the same time, he suddenly saw Yin Chuan charging over with a fierce expression. Instead of being angry, Zhao Xinji was delighted. Yin Chuan? After leaving Yinjing, he was not as terrifying as before. His strength had increased tremendously. If he could take down Yin Chuan, everything would be easily solved. White Lotus bell ring. Zhao Xinji's hand suddenly moved. Clang! Around the white bell, lotuses suddenly appeared and enveloped Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan was furious at the moment, but he did not dodge at all. He stretched out his hand and punched with a fierce expression. Before he reached Zhao Xinji, his murderous aura had already rushed towards Zhao Xinji. The vast fist aura crashed onto the white bell. Zhao Xinji's expression changed. The fist aura's power even caused the surrounding space to overlap. Boom! The white bell exploded. The fist aura's remaining power had not dissipated and crashed onto Zhao Xinji's body. Impossible! Zhao Xinji exclaimed. Boom! Zhao Xinji was like a shooting star as he was sent flying by the fist aura. As he flew out, Zhao Xinji seemed to hear the sound of his bones shattering. Puff! Leaving a trail of blood, Zhao Xinji flew 10 miles away. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white figure appeared and blocked Zhao Xinji's path. He stretched out his hand and grabbed, stabilizing Zhao Xinji whose bones had shattered. Impossible! I'm at the 12th level of the upper void stage. No, impossible. Zhao Xinji spat out blood as he struggled to accept the truth. In the distance, Yin Chuan's fist seemed to have vented most of the anger in his heart. His initial irritation was much better now. Meanwhile, Zhao Xinji's subordinates who were fighting with Wang Jian in the surroundings were stunned. One punch? He was sent flying with one punch. Lord Zhao was at the 12th level of the upper void stage. In the distance, the person who caught Zhao Xinji was Kong Mo Ku, who had a cold expression on his face. After Kong Mo Ku saved Zhao Xinji, a group of officials appeared behind him. Kong Mo Ku handed Zhao Xinji to his subordinates and looked coldly at Yin Chuan in the distance. Zhao Xinji's subordinates immediately cried out, "Your Majesty!" Subsequently, the group of experts around Wang Jian immediately flew toward Kong Mo Ku. "Wang Jian, kill!" Yin Chuan shouted coldly. "Yes, sir," Wang Jian replied. Fist. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever Wang Jian's sword light passed, it instantly formed a huge meat grinder. The group of experts was instantly minced. The sword chi even trapped the experts in the surroundings, preventing them from escaping. No! Help! The group of experts was Jiaohu. In the distance, Kong Mo suddenly shouted furiously, "How dare you!" He took a step forward and charged toward Wang Jian. Whem! Yin Chuan's figure suddenly moved as well. He instantly stood in front of Wang Jian and stood in front of Kong Mo. Whoosh! The two hurricanes collided. Kong Mo's figure came to a halt. The two great emperors faced each other in the air. Both of their eyes were filled with rage. Chapter 1065. On the snowy plains, Wang Jian was slaughtering Kong Mo's subordinates. Yin Chuan and Kong Mo faced off against each other. Two extremely ferocious auras collided violently. The two great emperors seemed to have divided the battlefield into two. As long as the two great emperors gave the order, the officials behind them would immediately attack. But on the other hand, if the two great emperors did not give the order, no one would dare to take a step forward. Yin Chuan's eyes were fierce, and so was Kong Mo's. Neither was backing down in terms of aura. The officials of both sides were in a battle stance. While Yin Chuan and Kong Mo were fighting in a forest far away, there was another group of people looking at them. They were led by 8 men in white, followed by 100 subordinates. At the same time, there was a man with a cold expression. Li Songhai of the Great Calamity Dynasty. Li Songhai held a folding fan in his hand, his eyes cold and sinister. Li Songhai, good move. One of the 8 men in white said. Li Songhai smiled. Lord, you flatter me. His Majesty asked me to cooperate with you. That's all I could think of. Oh, how did you calculate this? A white-robed man in the lead asked curiously. This one has a grudge with the East Divine Continent's Meng family. I naturally couldn't forget it. When I killed Meng Ziqiu, I didn't think much of it, but I didn't expect his children to have such great potential. This is where Meng Ziqiu died, and I knew that his children would come here to pay their respects. Li Songhai said in a low voice. Oh, that's why I lured Kong Mo here, hoping to clash with Meng Rongrong. Who would have thought that Yin Chuan would come at this time? This is for the best. Yin Chuan and Kong Mo are old enemies. Once they fight to the death, all of you can take them down. Li Songhai's eyes flashed with venom. How did you lure Kong Mo here? Li Songhai patted his fan and said, this one naturally planted chess pieces among Kong Mo's officials. Kong Mo is obstinate and self-opinionated, so he naturally fell for it. Yes. Li Songhai smiled and said, I've already set up a formation around this area. Once the time is right, you can take down this group of people in one fell swoop. Take them down in one go. Haha, Li Songhai, are you using us? You're actually afraid of Meng Rongrong and Meng Wenruo, so you want to use us to capture them? One of the immortals sneered. Li Songhai didn't deny it. Instead, he smiled and said, Sirs, you are wise. This one is afraid, so I thought of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Sirs, isn't this the best time to take down Yin Chuan and Kong Mo? The Heaven Alliance meeting hasn't started yet. It's not the time yet. An immortal said coldly. No, my lords. I'm sure you all know what the Heaven Alliance meeting is about, Li Songhai said, trying to persuade them. Everyone narrowed their eyes. The purpose of the Heaven Alliance meeting is to take down these rascals who refuse to submit to Daki. Now is the time to take them down. What's the difference between sooner or later? Besides, with these people's strength, do we really need to trouble the 6 of you, sirs? Li Songhai asked again. Of course not. Sirs are sky immortals. The strongest mortal in this world is only as strong as a mystic immortal. Besides, the 8 of us are earth immortals. An immortal said in a deep voice. That's right. Sirs, you're all earth immortals. Earth immortals have already surpassed the strongest power in this world. Isn't it easy to capture them? This is actually a great opportunity. As long as you take down these people, you'll be rewarded greatly in front of sirs, Li Songhai said. Rewarded greatly? The immortals' eyes lit up. What's the greater reward? taking down these people under Sir's command, or taking them down by ourselves? Li Sanhai asked with a smile. The immortals narrowed their eyes. The 6 Sirs don't care about the reward, but why would you give it up so easily? I know that some other lords have gone to the lairs of the heroes in this world. When they return, they'll be rewarded more than you. Li Sanhai tried to persuade them again. The immortals' faces darkened. That's right. The Heaven Alliance meeting was to capture Yin Chuan and Kong Mok. Now we can do the same. Li Sanhai, you've done well. An Earth Immortal laughed. That's what I should do. Li Sanhai immediately smiled. There was a hint of a cunning smile on his face. In that case, big brother, let's go. We'll take one each. An Earth Immortal said. There's no hurry. Since Li Sanhai has made preparations, let's wait. We'll capture them when they're both injured. Another Earth Immortal said in a deep voice. Yes. The others nodded. Li Sanhai opened his folding fan and looked into the distance with cold eyes. In the distance, Yin Chuan and Kong Mok's auras were clashing. Yin Chuan immediately noticed the abnormality. Kong Mok's aura had skyrocketed. His strength had skyrocketed. Yin Chuan could even see that Kong Mok's cultivation base was the same as his. The 11th level of the upper void stage. This 11th level was different from Zhao Xianji's 12th level. Kong Mok's 11th level cultivation was real, whereas Zhao Xianji's 12th level cultivation was fake. Zhao Xianji's strength was at most at the 10th level of the void stage, and only his imposing aura was slightly stronger. Kong Mok's strength had skyrocketed in such a short time. Yin Chuan was puzzled. At this moment, Kong Mok made his move. He extended his hand, and a golden imperial seal appeared in his palm. As soon as the imperial seal appeared, a surge of luck surged out. Yin Chuan flipped his hand and took out the great heavenly seal, which was black and gold. Whoosh! Kong Mok tossed his imperial seal into the sky. Yin Chuan also tossed his great heavenly seal into the sky. The 2 imperial seals enlarged by more than 1,000 times and suddenly collided with each other. Boom! With a loud bang, a large amount of golden luck surged out from the 2 imperial seals. As soon as the luck appeared, it seemed to form a fog. Roar! Roar! The roars of 2 huge dragons could be heard in the golden fog. One could vaguely see the 2 golden dragons of luck colliding with each other. As the 2 dragons fought, a storm rose in the void, as though it was showing the power of the 2 dragons. Rumble! The 2 imperial seals were also rapidly clashing against each other. The 2 emperors stared at each other coldly as the 2 imperial seals collided. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 imperial seals separated. The 2 golden dragons of luck quickly retreated back into each other's imperial seals. However, Yin Chuan's golden dragon bit off a piece of Kong Mok's luck. Crack! A small crack suddenly appeared on the golden imperial seal. Kong Mok's imperial seal was defeated when the 2 imperial seals collided. Kong Mok's expression darkened. At the same time, in the West Divine Continent, the great Buddha Celestial Empire's sea of luck suddenly shook. 1% of the luck suddenly flowed toward the east. In the East Divine Continent, the great Jun Celestial Empire's sea of luck surged. There was a saying in the world that 2 kings do not meet. It meant that the 2 emperors did not want to fight. This was because when emperors fought against each other, it was a game of luck. Any slight advantage could steal a portion of the other's luck. Just like now, Kong Mok grabbed his imperial seal and looked at the crack. His expression darkened. He was about to attack again when a voice sounded in his mind. You shouldn't attack now. The Lotus Goddess's voice sounded. Why? His imperial seal is just made of better material than mine. I won't lose to him. Kong Mok roared in his heart. No, it's not the imperial seal's problem. Your strength has been raised by me. As for Yin Chuan's strength, I feel that he has also had a fortuitous encounter. His strength has also increased. Don't look at his appearance. Hidden under this ordinary appearance is strength that surpasses yours. The Lotus Goddess said, Am I not his match? Didn't you say that with your help, I can fight even a heavenly immortal? Kong Mok said indignantly, Yes, you can fight even a heavenly immortal. But Yang Zigu evolved to his third form with my help. He already had the strength of a heavenly immortal, but he still died at the hands of Yin Chuan and that curse, the Lotus Goddess said calmly. Kong Mok's expression turned ugly. Am I that inferior to Yin Chuan? Kong Mok said indignantly. You are inferior. This Yin Chuan is indeed extraordinary. However, you don't have to worry too much. With my help, you will surpass Yin Chuan sooner or later. The Lotus Goddess said again. Yes, Kong Mok said angrily. He looked coldly at Yin Chuan. Kong Mok's eyes were filled with intense indignation. Yin Chuan, just you wait. One day, I will destroy your body and soul. Kong Mok said hatefully. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Kong Mok. There's a power in your body that doesn't belong to you? Yin Chuan's words gave Kong Mok a fright. He could sense the Lotus Goddess. Let's go. Kong Mok turned his head and shouted. The group of officials were confused, but they still answered, yes. And at this moment, Yin Chuan could indeed feel the Lotus divinity. It was an extremely vast power, and Yin Chuan even felt a sense of familiarity. However, Kong Mok's holy aura made it difficult for Yin Chuan to think of the evil myriad wonders demonic lotus. In the distance, Li Sanghai's expression was ugly. He had wanted to see Yin Chuan and Kong Mok fight to the death. But now, it was over after the two of them hit the brick. Depressing. Li Sanghai was extremely dejected. Although things weren't going according to his plan, he had no choice but to continue. Li Sanghai waved his hands, and a vast power rushed into the ground. Boom! The entire snowfield was suddenly filled with silver light. Countless snowflakes fell to the ground and formed a huge snowstorm that shot into the sky. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, a huge snowfield was enveloped. My lords, we can attack now. They're already trapped. Li Sanghai shouted to the immortals behind him. Yes, the immortals answered immediately. Inside the formation, Yin Chuan, Kong Mok, and the others had also discovered the formation. Wang Jian, Jin Diyu, and Meng Wenruo looked indifferently at Feng Yinyang, as if they already knew. Feng Yinyang's eyes turned cold. This is the South Sect's headquarters. You want to hide this from me? Oomph. Chapter 1066. On the Snowy Plains. The silver light shone brightly, and the storm raged. The frost and snow on the ground suddenly rolled up violently and soared into the sky, blotting out the sun. Amidst the fierce winds, frost and snow wreaked havoc everywhere. For a moment, the world was a vast expanse, making it difficult to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Yin Chuan and Kong Mok narrowed their eyes. Someone actually wants to be the aureole behind us. Kong Mok's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Let's go, Kong Mok ordered. Yes. His subordinates immediately responded. Following Kong Mok, he quickly flew in a certain direction. Yin Chuan did not pursue him. Instead, he looked coldly at Kong Mok. The aura in Kong Mok's body made Yin Chuan's heart palpitate. At the same time, Yin Chuan also understood that if Kong Mo could use that aura to escape, he would not be able to stop him. In the blink of an eye, Kong Mok's group was nowhere to be seen. Yin Chuan landed on the ground, and the surrounding wind and snow were unable to get close to him. Meng Wenruo brought Meng Rongrong to the Miling Valley. Meng Wenruo guarded the house there and protected Meng Rongrong. Feng Yinyang. Yin Chuan frowned and shouted. Feng Yinyang immediately flew over. Your Majesty, please be at ease. When I first arrived, I had already sensed the formation here. In fact, I have already activated 100 dragon veins to seize the formation. Feng Yinyang said solemnly. Since we're going to seize the formation, then let's seize it thoroughly. No one can even think about leaving. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Feng Yinyang replied. Taking a step, 10 halos appeared under Feng Yinyang's feet. It looked like a huge compass. Feng Yinyang stepped into the celestial lake of the compass. The 10 halos slowly rotated. Huff, huff, huff. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind appeared around Yin Chuan. Then, one figure after another appeared in midair. There were 4 people in the lead, followed by 50 subordinates. 54 people, each of them cloaked in multicolored light. All of their auras soared to the heavens. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Immortal. Yin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, "Ha ha, it's good that you know. Yin Chuan, surrender yourself and wait for my lord to deal with you." The leader of the Immortals said coldly, "Surrender without a fight? Was the Heaven Alliance meeting only at this level? Looks like Gongyang Dalong isn't much." Yin Chuan sneered. "How dare you?" The leading Immortal glared. "What, isn't that the case?" Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. "My lord isn't someone you can slander." The leading Immortal suddenly stabbed his sword at Yin Chuan. Wherever the sword light passed, a long rainbow-like sword light was brought out. A vast snowstorm swept up in all directions, crushing towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan stood quietly in the snow. His eyes were extremely sharp. He didn't even blink as he watched coldly. It was as if it wasn't a powerful sword light that was coming at him at all. "How dare you?" Wang Jian's angry roar came from behind Yin Chuan. Wang Jian's bronze sword collided with the Immortal, and a sword energy shot up. Boom! Wang Jian and the leading Immortal collided fiercely. A huge snowstorm instantly appeared in the void. The rainbow-like sword light also exploded. Wang Jian took a step forward and stood in front of Yin Chuan. He held his sword and stared coldly at the Immortal. The Immortal was also shocked. "How can a mortal like you have such power?" the Immortal asked in surprise. "Immortal? That's all there is to it," Wang Jian said arrogantly. Wang Jian's innate talent was shocking. Moreover, he had dreamed of the heavens for 200 years, which was equivalent to cultivating for 40,000 years. It was only natural that he had broken through to the 12th level of the upper void stage. Wang Jian was not the only one. Many Immortals in Great Jun had also broken through to the 12th level of the upper void stage. However, none of them were too ostentatious. At this point, one's cultivation base was not only about one's strength, but also one's killing intent, hostility, and ferocity. All of these could be transformed into boundless strength. Wang Jian and the others have been killing for 40,000 years. Naturally, their killing intent had seeped into their bones. A killing intent surged out of them as soon as they drew their swords. "Wang Jian, Jindayu, don't hold back. Kill!" Yin Chuan's eyes flashed coldly. Faced with the Immortals, Yin Chuan was still extremely domineering. With the support of his powerful strength, Yin Chuan showed no mercy. The two murderous Immortals in Great Jun shouted, "Understood." The leading Immortal laughed disdainfully. "Ignorant brats. Ha 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 ha." The Immortals also laughed mockingly. "Kill me? Just these two Immortals? Moreover, they are mortals? Mortals were the strongest. Even at the 12th level of the upper void stage, they were only equivalent to mystic Immortals. There were 15 mystic Immortals and even more powerful Earth Immortals here. Yet, these two Immortals dared to say they would kill them. Of course, sometimes cultivation base did not represent everything. For example, the two murderous Immortals in Great Jun. Clang! The Divine Emperor bell suddenly rang loudly. This time, Jindayu did not hold back. The deafening bell chime instantly sent out a vast golden ripple that surged toward the Immortals. How mysterious was the Divine Emperor bell? It could be seen from the fact that Jindayu did not use a Dharma treasure. Back then, Jindayu only valued the Divine Emperor bell. Without the materials, he would rather fight empty-handed. It was clear that the Divine Emperor bell was so powerful that Jindayu despised all Dharma treasures in the world. As soon as the bell rang, the golden ripple spread out. As expected, the effect was great. The four Earth Immortals were still fine at this moment. They barely managed to block the sound wave. However, the group of low-level Immortals behind them suddenly felt dizzy. Perhaps it was only for a short instant, but that instant was extremely fatal. Wang Jian waved his sword and charged into the crowd. Boom! An Immortal exploded on the spot. Kill! A murderous aura exploded around Wang Jian, forming a bloody mist that surrounded him. Wang Jian's sword Dao might not be as exquisite as Yin Chuan's, but Wang Jian's sword Dao embodied a murderous nature. He walked the Tao of slaughter. On the other hand, Yin Chuan's sword Tao was the Tao of the Emperor. The two different sword principles displayed different styles. Wang Jian's sword was so deadly. Bam, 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 bam. Just as the group of immortals were feeling dizzy, Wang Jian killed his way through. 8 immortals had already died under his sword. Wang Jian did not stop for even a moment as he continued his massacre. By the time the group of immortals came back to their senses, 8 of their comrades had already died. Ah, bastard, you're courting death. Give me your life. The group of immortals went crazy and charged towards Wang Jian. The 4 Earth Immortals' eyes were bloodshot as they brandished their swords and sabers to kill Wang Jian. Jin Dayu did not stay idle either. The divine Emperor bell rang, causing the group of immortals to stagger like the sun Jin Dayu, transformed into a golden crow. With a flap of his golden wings, golden feather-like blades sliced through the Dharma treasures. The golden crow clawed. Bang, bang, bang. The heads of the 3 immortals instantly exploded from the force of his claw. Die. The 4 Earth Immortals went crazy. They stabbed their swords towards Jin Dayu. Clang, clang. Jin Dayu's golden feathers were like golden armor. The swords could not pierce through Jin Dayu's fur. Wah! Jin Dayu cawed. A large amount of Grand Sun primordial fire gushed out. Once the Grand Sun primordial fire appeared, it instantly enveloped the group of immortals. Oh no, it's the Grand Sun primordial fire. The group of immortals cried out frantically. The Grand Sun primordial fire trapped the group of immortals. Wang Jian and Jin Dayu slaughtered madly. Fight, fight, fight. So what if they were Earth Immortals? The 2 murderous gods were especially fearless. Their swords and claws were like divine weapons that constantly clashed with the Dharma treasures. Yin Chuan and Feng Yinyang stood on a small mountain and not far away. Yin Chuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching coldly. Not a single ripple of emotion could be seen in his eyes. Feng Yinyang, on the other hand, was making hand seals while the compass under his feet kept moving. Clearly, he was manipulating the underground dragon vein. Outside the ice formation, the group of immortals entered. Li Songhai stared coldly at the array formation. Hundreds of people were helping Li Songhai to stabilize the array formation. Suddenly, the formation's power skyrocketed. Wait, what's wrong? Li Songhai's expression changed. Whoosh! A suction force rushed towards Li Songhai, as if trying to suck him into the formation. Oh no! Li Songhai struck with his palm. Boom! Li Songhai retreated 100 feet. Ah! Ah! Screams could be heard from all directions. The officials who helped Li Songhai set up the formation were all sucked into the formation. The ice formation stirred up an even bigger storm. It was even more violent than before. How is this possible? I set up the formation. How could it be stolen? And it's even fiercer than before? Li Songhai exclaimed. He set up the formation himself. How could he steal it? How ridiculous was that? But it was happening right in front of his eyes. Feng Yinyang? Li Songhai's expression changed. Whoosh! Another snowstorm swept over, as if trying to suck Li Songhai into the formation. Li Songhai's expression changed as he turned around and fled. As he fled, his face was filled with endless bitterness. How could this be? How could this be? Inside the formation, Wang Jian and Jin Dayu were killing crazily. The Earth Immortals couldn't do anything, but the Arcane Immortals and Human Immortals were quickly killed by their swords and claws. Their heads exploded one after another. It was a bloody scene. While the 2 murderous gods were killing, they could still force the 4 Earth Immortals to retreat. Bastard, stop! The 4 Earth Immortals roared. They couldn't stop them, but if they didn't stop them, their subordinates would die even faster. Even if they tried to stop them, their subordinates would still die, just a little slower. Sir, help! Bang! Just as Arcane Immortal was shouting for help, his head was crushed by the Golden Crow. The 4 Earth Immortals were anxious. 2 Earth Immortals had no choice but to shout, "Capture the leader first." You stop them, we'll take down Yin Chuan. The 2 Earth Immortals shouted Jiaohu and rushed toward Yin Chuan. Kill! The two Earth Immortals shot out two huge beams of sword chi, heading straight for Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. Yin Chuan stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, his right palm shone brightly with countless stars revolving around it. A huge suction force appeared, and the two sword chi and the two Earth Immortals were sucked into Yin Chuan's palm. Universe in the palm. On the other side, Kong Mok was surrounded by the four Earth Immortals. After some of his subordinates were killed, Kong Mok was finally angry. Lotus God! Kong Mok shouted. Bang! Beneath Kong Mok's feet, a gigantic white lotus suddenly appeared, enveloping all the immortals within. Above Kong Mok's head, a slowly spinning white lotus also appeared. A vast and holy power pressed down on the immortals. What kind of power is this? The Earth Immortals shouted. The power to kill you all. Kong Mok's face showed a fierce expression. Chapter 1067. Universe in the Palm. The two Earth-level deities stood no chance against the universe in the palm. In a blink of an eye, the two Earth-level deities were sucked into the universe in the palm. In the center of Yin Chuan's palm, countless stars twinkled and circled around in different trajectories. Gradually, 10 huge galaxies were formed. The 10 galaxies attracted each other and formed a supermassive galaxy. The two Earth-level deities were squeezed and pulled by the galaxies. Crack! The two Earth-level deities couldn't move. No, it's impossible. He's just a mortal. How can he be so powerful? What kind of Dharma spell is this? One of the Earth-level deities shouted. I don't believe it. No, I'm an Earth-level deity. I don't believe it. Ah! The two Earth-level deities screamed. However, even Yang Zigu couldn't escape from the universe in the palm, let alone two Earth-level deities. Looking at the palm, Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. Bang! Bang! The two Earth-level deities exploded, and their energy was absorbed by the universe in the palm. On the other side, Wang Jian and Jin Dayu's killing spree was getting crazier. Bang! Bang! One by one, the deities were blown to pieces. In a blink of an eye, there were only 6 deities left. No! The group of immortals began to flee in all directions in terror. Kill! Wang Jian and Jin Dayu each killed another deity. The remaining 4 deities were shot into the snowstorm. Running! Feng Yinyang sneered. He waved his hands. Bang! Bang! The 4 deities were pulled back by the force of the array. Kill! Jin Dayu and Wang Jian killed another 2 deities. The last 2 Earth-level deities were killed by Wang Jian and Jin Dayu. But so what if they were Earth-level deities? If Wang Jian and Jin Dayu wanted to go through the tribulation, they could become Earth-level deities anytime. The 2 Earth-level deities could only fight back. Clang! Jin Dayu's divine emperor bell rang. Bang! While the Earth-level deity was distracted, his head was hit by the golden crow's claw. Jin Dayu was the first to kill Earth-level deity. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Wang Jian's sword arrived, and the Earth Immortal sword was split into 2 halves. There were countless corpses on the battlefield. Dezhun's monarch and minister had a cold expression on their faces. On the other side, with the help of the Lotus God's power, Kong Mok's strength also skyrocketed. Wherever the lotus passed, the holy flames burned. More than half of the immortals were killed or injured. No! The 4 earthen immortals cried out. However, Kong Mok's current strength was comparable to a heavenly immortal. How could a group of lesser immortals compare to him? It was as if an adult man was slaughtering babies. Die! Kong Mo's face was covered in blood, and his face was covered in blood. Kong Mok became even more excited. Run! One of the earthen immortals cried out. But where could he escape to? A white lotus suddenly appeared beneath each of the immortals, trapping them, and allowing Kong Mok to slaughter them as he pleased. Kill, 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 kill. In the blink of an eye, the group of immortals had all died. The officials of the great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty looked at Kong Mok with admiration. After killing the group of immortals, Kong Mok looked around. Suddenly, Kong Mok extended his hand and punched out. Boom! A super loud sound rang out, and the entire ice snow array shook violently. A huge exit appeared in front of Kong Mok. Let's go! Kong Mok led everyone into the exit. Then, he flew away. While Feng Yinyang was controlling the array, he raised his eyebrows. Your Majesty, Kong Mok and the others have escaped. The foundation of this array is too weak. I couldn't stop them. Feng Yinyang sighed softly. You couldn't stop them? Then forget it. Kong Mok is in his current state. Even I can't stop him. Yin Chuan shook his head. Yes. However, the other people who set up the array, as long as they were in the array, were killed by my array. I didn't expect there to be a traitor of the South faction. Feng Yinyang said bitterly. No need to blame yourself. There are always traitors in any large faction. Yin Chuan advised. Yes. With a wave of his sleeve, Feng Yinyang removed the array. Far away from Wei City, above another sea, two groups of people stood on both sides of the sea. On one side were the disciples of the divine sect's sacred land, and on the other side were the demons of the demon imperial dynasty. Above the sea, Meng Sansheng and Zhu were fighting. Treasure, please take it, Meng Sansheng shouted. A strong suction force rushed toward Zhu, and the huge suction force pulled the sea from below. Rumble! The huge suction force caused Zhu's body to sway. The primordial gourd? It's become stronger again? Zhu's eyes flashed with surprise. It's unsealed again. Zhu, you were the strongest person in the world 30,000 years ago, but so what? Absorb. Meng Sansheng's eyes flashed coldly. Zhu was at the 12th level upper void stage. Moreover, he had a strong will and a vicious aura. Even so, he could not resist the suction force. A large number of divine inscriptions appeared on his right hand, and he grabbed at the primordial gourd. Boom! A huge energy palm slammed into the primordial gourd's mouth with a loud bang. The huge collision caused the suction force to stop. Star-plucking hand, Meng Sansheng's expression changed. Boom! The star-plucking hand and the primordial gourd separated upon contact. The battle between the two powerhouses stopped abruptly. The two of them looked at each other coldly. Zhu, you've learned the ancient divine ability, the star-plucking hand? The primordial gourd can't do anything to you, but you can't do anything to me. If you want an upper heaven karmic rank, don't even think about the divine sect's holy land. You won't get it, Meng Sansheng said in a deep voice. Zhu smiled bitterly. The divine sect's holy land? The divine world? I didn't expect you to be a descendant of the primordial god clan. The primordial god clan should have gone extinct, but they still have descendants? Ha ha ha. Zhu shook his head bitterly. The two powerhouses looked at each other and nodded. It was as though they had acknowledged each other's strength after the collision. In the distance, a group of streaks of light flew toward the half-sunken sea. There were about 100 streaks of light, and each of them was covered in a multicolored glow. 100 immortals? Ha ha, Zhu, do you want them? Meng Sansheng said with a smile. Take them all. Zhu shook his head. Ha ha, Meng Sansheng. Zhu, if we catch them, Lord will reward us handsomely. An earth immortal laughed. Meng Sansheng sneered. The primordial gourd suddenly faced the group of immortals. Treasure, please, Meng Sansheng said coldly. Whoosh! A strong suction force suddenly swept toward the group of immortals. How can this be? Such a strong suction force. I can't resist it. Lord, save me. Lord, save me. Human immortals, Xian immortals, and even earth immortals couldn't resist the suction force. Under Meng Sansheng's fierce gaze, the suction force swept across the group of immortals. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the group of immortals was sucked into the primordial gourd. Pa! Meng Sansheng closed the gourd lid. The other two forces were at a loss. Immortals, they were immortals. Meng Sansheng shook the primordial gourd and opened the lid again. A wisp of dense primordial purple qi entered Meng Sansheng's nose and was completely absorbed by him. Zhu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Zhu wasn't afraid of Meng Sansheng, but he couldn't do anything to Meng Sansheng. The two of them were equal in strength. It was almost impossible for Zhu to snatch the upper karmic rank from Meng Sansheng. Let's go. Zhu left with a group of people. Above the sea, Meng Sansheng looked at Zhu in the distance and sighed. Chapter 1068. Wei City, Gongyang Palace. The 6 Gongyang brothers' faces were ashen. There were more than 100 immortals in the palace, all of them gnashing their teeth. King Gaio sat beside the 6 Gongyang brothers, with Snake Emperor behind him. In the center of the palace stood Li Songhai and another immortal. The immortals seemed to be interrogating Li Songhai. Li Songhai's face was filled with regret. You must avenge them. I, Li Songhai, have a weak constitution and have never been able to cultivate properly. But the 8 Earth Immortals did not despise me and even gave me pointers. I have always been grateful to them. However, Yin Chuan and Kong Mok's temperament is too ruthless. At that time, the 8 lords said that they wanted to capture Yin Chuan and Kong Mok for Lord Gongyang. They said that Lord Gongyang's mood was not good during this period of time, and they wanted to repay Lord Gongyang's kindness in recognizing their worth. They wanted to capture these 2 bastards and hand them over to Lord Gongyang to vent the hatred in his heart. I wanted to stop them, but my words carried little weight. I could not stop the 8 Earth Immortals. The 8 Earth Immortals fell for Yin Chuan and Kong Mok's evil scheme because of their filial piety. Li Songhai said with tears streaming down his face. The 6 Gongyang brothers' faces darkened. Then why didn't any of them escape? Gongyang Dalong asked in a low voice. Yin Chuan and Kong Mok were too cruel. They set up the array long ago, and the Earth Immortals fell for their evil scheme. Lord Gongyang, Songhai begs you to avenge them. It was Songhai who harmed them. If Songhai had the ability, he would not have failed to stop the Earth Immortals. Li Songhai blamed himself deeply. Bam! Sanlong Gongyang smashed a tea table with his palm. The faces of the Gongyang brothers were extremely ugly. King Gaio and Snake Emperor did not say anything. They just watched. Li Songhai saw that the 6 Gongyang brothers had turned their attention away from him and knew that he had succeeded. He had successfully extricated himself from this incident. And you, what happened to you? Gongyang Dalong asked an immortal next to Li Songhai. My lord, that day, I was delayed for a while because of some personal matters, and then... Wait, what's the matter? Gongyang Dalong asked coldly. Ugh, say it. Gongyang Dalong roared. Yes, your subordinate has taken a fancy to a mortal girl. That day the immortal stammered. Bastard. Gongyang Dalong immediately understood. That day, when this immortal was flirting with the mortal girl, the other immortals went out. Sir, I quickly chased after him, but it was too late. That person should be Meng Sansheng. He had a gourd, and when he opened it, he sucked all of our comrades into the gourd. This subordinate didn't dare to stay behind. The immortal said submissively. Ha! Gongyang Silong also smashed a tea table. The hall instantly fell into an extremely deathly silent atmosphere. After a moment of silence, Erlong said, Big brother, it seems that we have indeed underestimated the people of this world. Gongyang Dalong narrowed his eyes and turned to look at King of Gai. My lords, I, King of Gai, have not been in this world for long. I have not hidden anything from you. King of Gai said in a low voice. Great Nightmare Emperor, you are overthinking. Why would I blame you? Gongyang Dalong shook his head. My lord is wise. Yin Chuan, Kong Mok, and Meng Sansheng's strength exceeded my expectations. I am preparing to set up a formation in Wei City in case of any accidents. Gongyang Dalong looked at King of Gai. Gongyang Dalong's eyes did not ask for permission. It was as if he was giving an order. Since Great Nightmare Emperor is a vassal of Great Qi, there is no problem. King of Gai nodded. That's good. Gongyang Dalong nodded. My lords, then I shall go back first. King of Gai said. Go ahead. Gongyang Dalong smiled. King of Gai stood up and slowly left the hall with Snake Emperor and Li Songhai. Looking at the backs of King of Gai and the other 2, Gongyang Dalong's eyes suddenly turned cold. Big brother, this King of Gai is also not a good person. Gongyang Samlong said in a low voice. Gongyang Dalong's face darkened. Of course I can see that. How could he not know about these people? Since he has dug a hole for us, We will let him die when the time comes. Yes. The group of brothers nodded. Western Divine Continent, Kong Lu Academy. Kong Daoqiu frowned as he looked at a disciple of the Kong family in front of him. Kong Mok did not ask for help from the Kong family. He just brought a group of officials to the Southern Divine Continent. Kong Daoqiu frowned. Yes. The disciple of the Kong family nodded. During this period of time, Kong Mok's strength has increased tremendously. Those two immortals had their cultivation sealed and were rewarded to two of his officials. The disciple of the Kong family added. Kong Daoqiu frowned. That can't be. In a short 200 years, Kong Mok's strength has increased to such an extent? Kong Daoqiu's eyes flashed with disbelief. Family head, perhaps Kong Mok is a late bloomer. The disciple of the Kong family laughed. Him? Kong Daoqiu's eyes flashed with disbelief. Isn't it a good thing that Kong Mok's strength has increased? Kong Daoqiu shook his head and said, You don't understand. The stronger he is, the more danger he will pose to the Kong family. You may leave. I will think about it. Yes. Kong Daoqiu paced around the hall alone. He had a bitter expression on his face. It should have been an easy matter to solve, but the patriarch was on Kong Mok's side. This made it difficult for Kong Daoqiu to deal with. There must be a reason for Kong Mok's sudden increase in strength. I must find out. Kong Daoqiu's eyes turned cold. In the blink of an eye, the Heaven Alliance meeting was approaching. During this time, Meng Rongrong had ignored Yin Chuan, which made Yin Chuan sigh. However, during this time, Yin Chuan had a new guest, the Snake Emperor. In a large hall, Yin Chuan and the Snake Emperor sat together with tea on the table. Cough, cough, cough. The Snake Emperor covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed. King Gai, how have you been? Yin Chuan smiled. Thank you for your concern, Emperor Yin. I am fine. Cough, cough. The Snake Emperor coughed. The Heaven Alliance meeting is the day after tomorrow. Why did you come here today, Snake Emperor? Yin Chuan took a sip of tea and asked with a smile. His Majesty asked me to inform Emperor Yin that the 6 brothers have set up a formation in Wei City. Emperor, Yin should be careful. The Snake Emperor smiled. Be careful? Haha, is King Gai that kind? Yin Chuan smiled faintly. The Snake Emperor smiled bitterly. Even the Snake Emperor himself did not believe this lousy excuse. However, he had no choice but to come today. This was because King Gai had already sensed King Gai's murderous intent. King Gai had only pledged allegiance to Daki for his own benefit. After all, the Immortals had descended. If he did not submit, his dynasty would be destroyed. Destroyed? This was extremely difficult for King Gai to accept. Hence, he chose to submit. However, King Gai was equally unwilling. Hence, he planned to use all the heroes in the world to kill the Immortals. Once it succeeded, King Gai would be able to reap the benefits. At the very least, he would be able to preserve Daki and not submit to it. However, as the Snake Emperor had said, he was playing with fire. This fire was gradually getting out of control and was about to burn him. King Gai had no choice but to find another plan. He sent out his confidants to the camps of the heroes. The Snake Emperor saw that Yin Chuan had seen through his plan. He smiled bitterly and said, Emperor Yin, you have sharp eyes. Tell me, what is King Gai's plan? Yin Chuan smiled and asked. His Majesty wants to form an alliance with all of you to destroy the Immortals. Daki will withdraw from this world and not talk about hegemony in this world. The Snake Emperor said solemnly. Oh, Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yin Chuan could hear the helplessness in the Snake Emperor's tone. After this battle, His Majesty will announce that half of the Southern Divine Continent will belong to Dajin. The Snake Emperor said. Yin Chuan shook his head gently and said, You can give the territory to anyone. I only want one thing, something that belongs to me. The Snake Emperor frowned. King Gai should know that that thing belongs to me. My purpose for this trip to the south is the sky-burying coffin. Just tell him what I said. Return my sky-burying coffin after this, and I will help you destroy Daki. Yin Chuan said solemnly. The Snake Emperor thought for a while and finally nodded. There is also a private matter. Yin Chuan smiled and said, Snake Emperor, what do you think of Dajin? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. Kiki, Kiki, Emperor Yin, don't tell me you want to recruit me? The Snake Emperor smiled. That's right. Yin Chuan nodded affirmatively. The Snake Emperor smiled and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Yin Di. However, I'm used to being free and do not like to be restrained. I'm only staying in the Great Nightmare Dynasty to repay the kindness of the past. Yin Di does not need to pay too much attention to me. After leaving the Great Nightmare Dynasty, I will not enter any court. Yin Chuan nodded and did not say anything else. However, Yin Chuan's eyes showed that he had not given up. The Snake Emperor formed an alliance with Yin Chuan, and Li Songhai also formed an alliance with Zhu. Daki is in danger, Zhu said with a smile. Li Songhai smiled bitterly. Tell King Gai that this time, I agree, Zhu said with a smile. Thank you, Emperor of the Demon Race. Li Songhai smiled. Li Songhai, Daki is in great danger this time. If you're not careful, you may be destroyed. If that day comes, Li Songhai, the Demon Race Imperial Court welcomes you, Zhu said with a smile. Emperor Yin is too kind, Li Songhai said humbly. Although he did not say it explicitly, his tone did not reject. At Kong Mok's side, a ghost cultivator also came to form an alliance. Kong Mok's eyes were cold. Great Buddha, His Majesty is deeply regretful about what happened back then. Although he cannot make up for what he did to your father, but His Majesty promises that after this, half of Daki will be handed over to you. The ghost cultivator said bitterly. After all, King Gai had killed Kong Mok's father. This negotiation was the most difficult. Haha, good, I agree. Kong Mok strangely agreed. Meng Sansheng was also facing a ghost cultivator. Meng Sansheng said indifferently, the divine sect Holy Land has no grudges with Daki. Since you all want to leave, then forget it. Tell King Gai that I agree. Yes. Chapter 1069. The Heaven Alliance meeting had begun in Wei City. Yin Chuan and Meng Rongrong's group headed toward Wei City. Meng Rongrong and Yin Chuan remained silent along the way. Meng Wenruo smiled bitterly. Although she didn't know what had happened between Yin Chuan and Meng Rongrong, she could sense the strangeness in the atmosphere. There was a formation in Wei City. The Snake Emperor explained the process of setting up the formation to Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan also asked Feng Yinyang to analyze the situation. Your Majesty, this formation is very strange. I have never seen it before, but I can feel the immense killing intent within it. Feng Yinyang explained. Immense killing intent. Yin Chuan nodded. Although there was killing intent, Yin Chuan flew toward Wei City resolutely. Not long after, the group arrived outside Wei City. Providence churned in the sky. Under the golden light, there was a huge city below. At this moment, a large number of soldiers were guarding the city. They seemed to be maintaining the order of the Heaven Alliance meeting. Yin Chuan and his group flew in the sky and stopped outside Wei City. They looked coldly at the huge city before them. Bam! A gust of wind blew past. Not far away, another group of figures appeared. Zhu led a group of great demons and stopped in the sky. They were also looking at Wei City. The two emperors looked at each other for a while before exchanging glances. They didn't say anything. They just nodded at each other. Whoosh! Another gust of wind blew. Kong Mok stopped not far away from the two emperors. Wei City, Kong Mok looked arrogant. He turned to look at Yin Chuan and Zhu. His eyes were cold. Bam! Meng Sansheng carried a huge gourd on his back and appeared with a group of experts from the arcane sect. The experts looked at each other. Then, they looked toward Wei City. The group of experts stopped outside Wei City. Suddenly, a loud shout came from within Wei City. A gathering of the world's heroes? Ha ha! Since you're here, why don't you enter the city? Gong Yang Dalong's voice boomed. Yin Chuan, Zhu, Meng Sansheng, and Kong Mok narrowed their eyes. The group of people walked towards Wei City. Whoosh! Leaving behind a few streaks of light, the group arrived at the square in front of the Great Nightmare Dynasty's Imperial Court. Great Nightmare Palace Square. Bam! As the group landed, the square was covered in a cloud of dust. There were 12 thrones on the square. King and the 6 brothers each stood in front of the thrones. When Yin Chuan and his group landed, Gonyang Dalong's eyes narrowed. Yinchuan? Ju? Meng? Kong Mok? And Meng? I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Gonyang Dalong smiled faintly. The five smiled Ju. Everyone, please. Gonyang Dalong said lightly. Yin Chuan and the others nodded. Yin Chuan, Meng Rongrong, Kong Mok, Ju, and Meng Sansheng all came to one of the thrones. Wen Ruo, go to Meng Rongrong's side. Yin Chuan instructed Meng Wen Ruo. Yes, Meng Wen Ruo replied. She understood that Yin Chuan wanted her to protect Meng Rongrong. Meng Wen Ruo naturally had no objections. With a flick of their robes, the group of ambitious and ruthless people slowly sat down. Their subordinates stood behind them. The 12 thrones formed a circle, forming a huge, empty space in the middle. The Heaven Alliance meeting officially began. At the same time, in the East Divine Continent, Great Nightmare Dynasty, Yin capital, 60 figures suddenly appeared at the peak of a mountain outside Yin capital. They were all dressed in white, and their eyes were cold. The 5 people in the lead exuded a powerful aura. Sir, this is Yin capital. It's about time. Shall we attack? One of the men in white asked. Lord Gonyang said that we'll attack at noon. There's still 30 minutes left. Let's wait a little longer, the leader said coldly. This group of people was the 300 mortals sent by Gonyang Dalong. Only 60 of them were sent to Yin capital. The group of immortals waited patiently. At this moment, Yin capital was also hiding a powerful killing intent. At the entrance of a palace, Huaguang by Di Tian, Yifeng, Li Si, Yin Hentian, Lu Gang, Tan Lang, and the others were standing there. His Majesty was right. There are indeed powerful enemies coming. Huh? Yifeng sneered. Prepare to activate the Yin capital formation. Li Si said. Yifeng nodded. Everyone else, don't move. By Diqian, and I will kill them. Huaguang said. By Diqian nodded. Just like Wang Jian and Jin Diyu. The two of them were not afraid of the immortals. They had been in the deity realm for 40,000 years and had killed countless people. What about me? Tan Lang asked. You? The Terracotta Army is His Majesty's trump card. We can't expose it now. Huaguang shook his head. Tan Lang was speechless. Everyone knows that His Majesty has a secret force guarding around Yin capital. Li Si smiled. At this point, everyone's expression changed. They suddenly remembered that when they entered the dream of Tianji, there was a group of black-robed people who followed them. Yin Chuan didn't say who they were, but everyone knew that it was Yin Chuan's secret force. They were from the Bu Tian Pavilion. There are 60 immortals here. I wonder if the two of you can kill them all? I'm sure they'll die, but I wonder if they'll all die in the hands of us? Li Si smiled. Everyone frowned when they heard Li Si's words. Although His Majesty has a secret force, we can't let them look down on us. We can't leave any of them alive. Lu Gang immediately shouted. Everyone nodded. Lure by and I will kill them. You guys keep an eye on them and don't let them escape. Huaguang said solemnly. Just as the officials nodded, a woman's voice came from behind. Don't worry. I'll curse them during the battle. No one will be able to escape. Zizi walked out slowly with Miao in her arms. Greetings, Empress. Everyone bowed. Zizi nodded. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Don't leave a single one alive. An immortal shouted coldly. The immortals charged towards Yin capital. Kill! Huaguang's roar came from Yin Jin. A blood-red energy spear shot into the sky. Boom! The immortal at the front exploded into a mist of blood. The charging immortals stopped abruptly as they looked at the ferocious spear aura in bewilderment. How could this be? Buzz! A large array enveloped Yin capital. 2 silhouettes rushed up. Huaguang and by Ditian instantly charged into the immortals. Boom! A great battle was about to break out. East Divine Continent, south of Jilu Academy, in a remote valley. 60 glowing immortals were currently trapped in the valley. There were black-robed people standing on top of a mountain in the valley. A gentle breeze blew past, adding to the eeriness of the place. The group of black-robed people stared at the immortals. Who are you? How dare you stop us? The leader of the Immortals said coldly. The leader of the group of black-robed people held a white sword. You're going to destroy Julu Academy, right? The leader of the black-robed people said calmly. How do you know? Who are you? The leader of the Immortals said coldly. Members of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. Listen up, the leader of the black-robed people said in a low voice. Yes, leave no one alive. Kill. The leader of the black-robed people said coldly. What? The group of immortals exclaimed. However, the group of black-robed figures paid no attention to him at all, and their swords instantly transformed into numerous graceful WRMS that pounced towards him. Boom! North Divine Continent. Yao Imperial Dynasty. Yao Tianshang looked at the group of immortals and sneered. Middle Divine Continent. Archaean Sect Sacred Ground. Heavenly Realm. The Heavenly Realm seemed to produce a huge suction force that crazily sucked in the immortals outside the Heavenly Realm. Ah, what a strong suction force. Ah, the immortals exclaimed as they were sucked in. West Divine Continent. Kong Daoqiu and the disciples of the Kong family looked coldly at the immortals in front of them. Chapter 1070. Yin Chuan vs. King Gaiyowei City, Great Nightmare Hall Square. On the 12 thrones, the 6 brothers led King Gaiyou and looked at Yin Chuan and the other heroes with half-smiles. Yin Chuan, Meng Sansheng, Kong Mo Ku, and Zhu looked indifferent. As for Meng Rongrong, her face was still covered by a veil. Yin Chuan, Zhu, Kong Mo Ku, Meng Sansheng, Meng Rongrong. Gongyang Dalong called them one by one. How dare you? Gongyang Dalong glared at them. The 6 brothers of the Gongyang clan all exuded a piercing aura as they charged toward the crowd. Meng Wenruo was worried that her sister would be at a disadvantage, so she stepped forward and blocked the aura of the 6 immortals. However, Yin Chuan, Meng Sansheng, Kong Mo Ku, and Zhu didn't care. They all sneered. How dare you? Why do you say that? Yin Chuan said indifferently. Why do you say that? How many of Daki's officials have you killed? Do you still want to deny it? Gongyang Sanlong shouted. Mr. Gongyang, you must have remembered wrongly. Zhu said indifferently. Kong Mo Ku sneered and said, You didn't ask us to attend the Heaven Alliance meeting just to discuss such trivial matters, did you? Huh? Meng Sansheng sneered. A trivial matter? Anger flashed in the eyes of the 6 brothers. However, they didn't fly into a rage, as if they had planned this beforehand. Instead, they just stared at the crowd. The Heaven Alliance meeting is naturally about world affairs. Gongyang Dalong said again. The crowd looked at Gongyang Dalong. This world is in chaos, and calamities are everywhere. Daki wants to stop the chaos and return peace to the world. Gongyang Dalong said. Oh, return peace to the world? The Qi has such high moral integrity. Kong Mok sneered. Why? Do you think it's inappropriate? Gongyang Dalong said coldly. Haha, I don't think it's inappropriate. It's just that our world isn't in chaos. What does Great Qi want? Kong Mok sneered. That's right. Each of us has a divine continent. How can there be chaos in the world? Zhu also smiled faintly. East Divine Continent, Great Jun, Julu will always be on the same side. Peace and prosperity. Great Qi, you are overthinking things. Yin Chuan also said indifferently. The 6 Gongyang brothers, seeing that their excuse didn't work, the 6 brothers felt depressed. King of Gaiyou, speak. Gongyang Dalong said in a low voice. Yes. King of Gai nodded. Yin Chuan, Zhu, and the others all looked at King Gaiyou. King Gai stood up and said, The holy court of the Qi dominates the universe. Although this world is big, it is not even 1/10 of the Qi. The 6 Lord Gongs are the angels of the Qi. They are in charge of recruiting all the forces in this world and want to unify the world. The Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty has officially signed an alliance agreement to become Daki's vassal. Everyone, the purpose of today's Heaven Alliance meeting is for you to make the right decision. If you become Daki's vassal, the Sacred King of the Qi will definitely reward you handsomely. After King of Gaiyou finished speaking, the 6 brothers smiled faintly. However, Yin Chuan, Meng Sansheng, and the others all sneered. Vassal to Daki? You are overthinking things. Meng San Sheng said coldly. Gong Yang Dalong narrowed his eyes. Meng San Sheng? Even the great nightmare Heaven Dynasty can't resist my dynasty. You are much more powerful than the great nightmare Heaven Dynasty. I will not pursue the crime of slaughtering my subjects. This is already a great favor to you. Gong Yang Dalong said coldly. Favor? Ha! How can the great nightmare Heaven Dynasty represent our strength? Kong Mok also sneered. That's right. We are all native spirits of this world. But you, King of Gaiyu, are from the so-called immortal world? Haha, it's completely different. Zhu said coldly. Oh, in your eyes, the great nightmare Heaven Dynasty is inferior to you? King of Gaiyu said angrily. Everyone sneered. Gong Yang Dalong sneered. A wise man submits to circumstances. However, I have considered your ignorance. I will let King of Gaiyu fight with any one of you. If you win, we, the Gong Yang six brothers, will no longer speak of conquering the world. How about it? Oh, everyone looked at Gong Yang Dalong strangely. My lord, King of Gaiyu turned his head and said unwillingly, King of Gaiyu, this is a good opportunity to contribute to Daki. You can only win, not lose. Gong Yang Dalong said coldly. King of Gaiyu's skeletal eyes flashed violently. In the end, he could only nod his head helplessly. Turning his head, King of Gaiyu looked at everyone. The group of ambitious people also frowned. King of Gaiyu, please advise me. King of Gaiyu's voice was solemn. King of Gaiyu could see that the immortals were against him. However, he did not expect them to be so vicious. They directly pushed him into the battlefield and forced him to become the enemy of the world. Who do you want to advise? Kong Mok sneered. Ally with King of Gaiyu? Others might be worried that the Gong Yang six brothers would become powerful. However, Kong Mok was not worried. Powerful? More powerful than the Lotus God? Moreover, the Kong family had an elder ancestor. What was this group of immortals? Kong Mok hoped that everyone here would perish together. As long as everyone perished together, the great Buddha Empire could quickly rule the world. Meng Sansheng, Zhu, and Yin Chuan also frowned slightly. They could also see King of Gaiyu's helplessness. Although everyone wanted to protect the alliance 2 days ago, they did not know where it would lead. After all, no one would sacrifice their own interests to help others. King of Gaiyu looked at Yin Chuan, Zhu, Meng Sansheng, Kong Mok, and Meng Rongrong. He was silent for a while. Behind him, the Snake Emperor and Li Songhai's expressions were extremely ugly. Gong Yang Dalong smiled coldly. As a heavenly immortal, Gong Yang Dalong was no fool. The loss of the immortals was because he had underestimated this world. Now, he no longer underestimated this world. He instantly saw through many things. King of Gaiyu wanted to use him to deal with the heroes of the world. Gong Yang Dalong quickly analyzed this kind of play with fire. Playing with fire will get you killed. Gong Yang Dalong felt a chill in his heart. In his helplessness, King of Gaiyu looked at everyone. Finally, he sighed slightly. His gaze suddenly locked onto Yin Chuan. Yin. King of Gaiyu took a deep breath. King of Gaiyu chose Yin Chuan. When Yin Chuan was chosen, a trace of worry flashed across Meng Rongrong's eyes. Kong Mo, on the other hand, was gloating. Zhu and Meng Sansheng, on the other hand, narrowed their eyes. The two of them looked further and could not understand why King Gaiyu would choose Yin Chuan. You chose me? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Whoosh! King of Gaiyu flipped his hand. A huge bronze coffin suddenly appeared. The sky-burying coffin. I know you are strong, but I have to choose you. Because if I wait any longer, this coffin will no longer belong to me. You said it is yours. If you want it, I can fulfill your wish. But you must defeat me. Defeat me fair and square. My things will not be given to others easily. King of Gaiyu said in a low voice. Yin Chuan looked at the sky-burying coffin and then at King of Gaiyu's bright skeletal eyes. He instantly saw the helplessness and unwillingness of an emperor. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan nodded. Slowly, Yin Chuan stepped down from his throne. Ha 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 ha. King of Gaiyu can use all your strength. I will open up a battlefield for you. Gong Yang Dalong shouted. King of Gaiyu looked at Gong Yang Dalong and did not say anything. Instead, he turned to look at Yin Chuan. Then, he looked up at the sea of destiny clouds in the sky. Citizens of the great Calamity Sky Empire, listen up. I need your strength. Stretch out your right hand and lend me your strength. King of Gaiyu roared. Roar! The sea of destiny clouds and the great Calamity Sky Empire suddenly let out a deafening dragon roar. King of Gaiyu's voice followed this dragon roar and quickly spread to all the major cities in the Great Calamity Sky Empire. At this moment, the Great Calamity Sky Empire occupied more than half of the southern Divine Continent. Countless citizens suddenly looked up at the sky in confusion. Very quickly, the citizens of the Great Calamity Sky Empire reacted. Although many did not raise their hands, even more people kept raising their right hands. Wave after wave of energy was extracted and rushed towards Wei City. Rumble! The sea of destiny clouds churned violently. Rays of golden light rushed over from all directions. The statue of King of Gaiyu transformed into an 18-clawed golden dragon. The golden dragon absorbed an endless amount of energy and swooped down towards King of Gaiyu. Boom! The golden dragon and King of Gaiyu merged into one. Instantly, King of Gaiyu's body expanded and became taller and taller. Small, 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 King of Gaiyu roared. Rumble! King of Gaiyu's body expanded. King of Gaiyu forcefully shrunk his body and became smaller and smaller. Slowly, he returned to normal. However, his strength suddenly skyrocketed. Boom! The entire square of the Great Calamity Sky Empire was swept up by King of Gaiyu's aura. The powers from all over the world were still gathering, and King Guai's powers were getting stronger and stronger. Everyone turned solemn, including the 6 Gong Yang brothers. At this moment, all of them narrowed their eyes as they stared at King Guai, who was getting stronger and stronger. Rumble! After a while, King of Gai's power finally stopped growing. However, at that moment, King of Gai was much stronger than before. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Gong Yang Dalong suddenly stood up. I have already set up a large array in Wei City. I will open up a space for you all. Gong Yang Dalong said in a deep voice. Suddenly, Gong Yang Dalong waved his hand. Fog suddenly rose from all directions. The rolling fog engulfed the entire Wei City. The Great Nightmare Hall Square was surrounded by thick fog, making it difficult for people to see outside the square. Ooh! In the sky above the square, the fog slowly formed a Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish diagram. It rotated slowly, as if it was the main hub of the entire formation. One realm open, Gong Yang Dalong shouted. Ooh! The square of the Great Nightmare Hall seemed to have expanded by 100,000 times in an instant. It was boundless as far as the eye could see. The square had inexplicably expanded. This is a small world similar to the realm of the gods. However, it does not have a long lifespan. At most, it can last for 10 days. Meng Sansheng looked around. The square of the Great Nightmare Hall expanded by 100,000 times in an instant. It formed a huge open space. The distance between the 12 thrones also increased in an instant. Feng Yinyang frowned slightly as he calculated the formation that would open up a realm. All right, here, you all can fight it out. Gong Yang Dalong laughed as he sat down again. In the center of the huge space, Yin Chuan and King of Gai looked at each other. A battle was about to break out. Yin Chuan, take my fist first. King of Gai took a step forward and punched towards Yin Chuan. With a punch, the surrounding void shook. It carried a huge force and rushed towards Yin Chuan, outside the square of the Great Nightmare Hall. 4 Earth Immortals led close to 100 Immortals and looked up at the formation in the sky. One of the Earth Immortals took a deep breath and said coldly, "The formation has been opened. Master's plan has also begun. Now, everyone, follow me to kill all the living beings in Wei City. Blood sacrifice formation. Leave no one alive. Kill them all." Yes, 100 Immortals immediately surrounded Wei City. One by one, they took out their magic treasures to kill all the living beings in Wei City. Chapter 1071. Tragic Heavenly Dynasty, Wei City, on a square. At this moment, there were hundreds of cultivators lying on the ground. They just raised their right hands and transferred all their strength to King Gwai. Now, they were exhausted and sat down on the ground. Looking at the dense fog around them, many Xiozhia revealed curious expressions. Who is His Majesty going to deal with this time? Everyone guessed. Who? Suddenly, a white figure landed on the square. The white figure held a long sword in his hand and looked around at the crowd. An immortal? Immediately, a cultivator recognized him. Senior Immortal, please accept me as your disciple. Greetings, Immortal. The Xiozhia on the square instantly became excited. But the Immortal's eyes were extremely cold. A cold smile appeared on his face as he swung his sword. Shing! Tens of thousands of sword lights rushed towards this group of Xiozhia who no longer had any resistance. Many Xiozhia were killed on the spot. However, there were some quick-witted Xiozhia who dodged. Save me, save me. Those Xiozhia were fleeing. You think you can escape from me? Die. Bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, a large number of practitioners fell to the ground. The moment they fell to the ground, the blood of this group of practitioners was suddenly sucked into the sky by a suction force. Not only was his blood sucked out, but his soul was also sucked out, rushing into the Taiji Yin-Yang fish at the center of the formation. A wisp of blood mist rushed up, and the Taiji Yin-Yang fish seemed to be dyed red. The square of the Great Nightmare Hall had already been expanded by a realm. It was isolated from the outside world, but one could still see the huge Taiji Yin-Yang fish in the sky. It was like a huge jade wall suspended in the sky. Below, Yin Chuan and King of Gai were in the midst of their battle. Yin Chuan's Jade Emperor's sword and Emperor's sword circled around them, forming a huge sword chi storm. Boom! King of Gaia punched out, causing the sword chi tempest to scatter. Yin Chuan was surrounded by a large number of stars. Without using the universe in the palm, Yin Chuan fought King of Gai with punch after punch. Boom! Boom! The two fists collided, creating a huge impact. The powerful vibrations caused the surrounding people to be shocked. He was shocked by Yin Chuan's strength. King of Gai, you had mobilized the power of a dynasty, and yet Yin Chuan was still able to fight evenly with him? World suppression. The sky-burying coffin came crashing down. The Emperor's sword and the Jade Emperor's sword were instantly defeated. Yin Chuan struck out with his palm. Boom! Yin Chuan's palm struck the other side of the sky-burying coffin, causing it to stop abruptly. After all, Yin Chuan was immune to the sky-burying coffin. Yin Chuan and King Gaiyu each grabbed one end of the sky-burying coffin. They poured in a huge amount of energy and collided with each other. The two of them stood still, and a large number of cracks appeared on the square under their feet. Rumble. For a moment, Yin Chuan's face was filled with rage, while King Guai's ferocious nature was also unleashed. Around the two of them, the storm formed by their auras seemed to form a tornado, wrapping the two of them within. This coffin can't do anything to you, but you haven't formed a blood bond with it. I don't believe that in a short 200 years, your strength has increased to a level comparable to mine. I don't believe it. Hell, of all evils. King Guai roared. From King Guai's sleeves, billowing black gas followed the sky-burying coffin and rushed towards Yin Chuan. Stellar cycle. Yin Chuan exerted force in his palm. Countless stars surrounded the sky-burying coffin and rushed towards the black gas. Boom! In the middle of the sky-burying coffin, the black gas and the stars did not give way to each other, clashing with each other. Sanlong and Erlong, on the other hand, struck at the imprisoned Yin Chuan and King Guai. The two emperors were currently imprisoned by the array and could not move at all. The two heavenly immortals each struck with their full strength, trying to kill the two in one fell swoop. The situation suddenly changed. Zhu and Meng Sansheng could not react in time. Or perhaps the two of them had already reacted, but they did not make a move. If it did not concern them, there was no need to fight to the death. As for Kong Mok, he immediately seized this opportunity. Viciousness flashed in his eyes, and he also struck at the two in the light pillar. Kong Mok's target was Yin Chuan. As long as Yin Chuan did not die, Kong Mok's heart would never be at peace. Now that he was restrained, how could he not hit him when he was down? Killing intent instantly swept through the square of Great Nightmare Hall. Dalong controlled the array with a face full of excitement. Dalong did not underestimate the people of the world anymore. Therefore, he set up this killing array. He wanted to kill everyone in one fell swoop. As long as Yin Chuan and King Guai died, the remaining people would have no chance of turning the tables. "Bastard, stop!" Snake Emperor shouted with a group of Great Nightmare Hall officials. But Dalong was a heavenly immortal after all. Not to mention killing everyone, it was too easy for him to stop them. Boom! Dalong beat back the Great Nightmare Hall officials. Wang Jian and Jin Diyu both attacked Dalong. Although the two of them were strong, they could not defeat Dalong with their mortal bodies. After all, it took some time to deal with an earth immortal back then, let alone a heavenly immortal now. Meng Wenruo against Dalong was even more so. One punch was aimed at King Guai, while two punches were aimed at Yin Chuan. The power of the three punches caused the void to ripple. Yin Chuan and King Guai were about to be severely injured. The heavenly immortals and Kong Mok all looked ferocious. Ghost Valley's dragon vein break. Feng Yinyang suddenly roared from afar. Boom! In the sky, a crack appeared on the blood-colored Tai Chi. In the moment it cracked, the two emperors could move again. But it was already too late, especially for King Guai. He had just used up his power and had not recovered yet. In a hurry, he rushed towards Dalong. In a hurry, Yin Chuan could only block Dalong. Facing Kong Mok's sneak attack, he could not do anything. "Ha, Yin Chuan die!" Kong Mok laughed excitedly. Boom! The two emperors and the two heavenly immortals clashed. Yin Chuan's palm formed a universe in the palm and crashed towards them. Boom! The hasty universe in the palm was too weak, and many stars were shattered. But these were not the most dangerous. The most dangerous one was Kong Mok, who was aiming at Yin Chuan's back. He was about to reach Yin Chuan's back. Suddenly, a white figure appeared behind Yin Chuan's back. Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong suddenly appeared behind Yin Chuan's back. She loosened the strings of her zither. Dong, 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 dong. The sound of the zither was ferocious. Along with the sound waves, 7 or 8 black demons appeared and rushed towards Kong Mok. "You're courting death." Kong Mok looked anxious and increased the strength of his fists. Boom, boom, boom. The gigantic demons, formed by the sound waves, exploded one after another. Kong Mok's fist continued to charge toward Meng Rongrong with an indomitable will. He broke through all the sound barriers. The fists were reduced by 80%, and the remaining 20% hit Meng Rongrong's stomach. The huge impact sent Meng Rongrong flying. She crashed into Yin Chuan's back. At this moment, the heavenly immortal crisis Yin Chuan was facing was resolved by the universe in the palm. Bam! Meng Rongrong crashed into Yin Chuan's back. Yin Chuan's expression changed. He flipped his hand and hugged Meng Rongrong. "Little sister," Meng Wenruo shouted from afar. On the other side, King of Gai wasn't as lucky as Yin Chuan. He was ambushed by Gongyang Sanlong, and one of his arms exploded. King of Gai screamed. "Ha ha! King Gaio, you played with fire. This punch of mine has already shattered your soul fire. Today is the day you die." Gongyang Sanlong laughed loudly. Cough, cough, cough. Playing with fire? Ha! King of Gai was extremely bitter. In the skeleton's eyes, a dim light flickered. Clearly, his foundation had been damaged. Yin Chuan carried Meng Rongrong and looked at the severely injured King of Gai. His expression was ugly as he tossed the sky-burying coffin in his hand. "King of Gai, catch!" Yin Chuan shouted. Bam! King of Gai's single arm caught the sky-burying coffin. The dim light in King of Gai's skeleton's eyes suddenly exploded. "Shameless immortal. I, King of Gai, will only die standing. How can I submit to a bunch of rascals like you?" King of Gai roared. He waved the sky-burying coffin in his hand and smashed it towards Gongyang Sanlong. "World suppression." King of Gai roared. On the other side, Yin Chuan carried Meng Rongrong, who was vomiting blood, and retreated to the side. Humph. Kong Mok's face was filled with hatred. Cough, cough. Let me go. I'm fine. I don't need you to care. Meng Rongrong pushed Yin Chuan. Seeing that Meng Rongrong's injuries weren't serious, Yin Chuan heaved a sigh of relief. Meng Wenruo, protect Rongrong. Yin Chuan shouted. Yes. Meng Wenruo quickly went forward. Only then did Yin Chuan let go of Meng Rongrong. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at the Immortals and Kong Mok. Chapter 1072. Meng Wenruo, protect Rongrong. Yin Chuan called out. Yes. Meng Wenruo quickly stepped forward. Yin Chuan finally let go of Meng Rongrong, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at the Immortals and Kong Mok. Although Yin Chuan had left the battlefield, he was still the center of attention in the Great Nightmare Hall. Because just now, Yin Chuan had blocked the full power attack of a heavenly immortal. A full power attack, and King of Gai had been injured, but Yin Chuan was unscathed? Zhu and Meng Sansheng looked at him with surprise. The Immortals were even more confused. They had already overestimated Yin Chuan's strength, but he was unscathed? This Yin Chuan was too good at hiding. Kong Mok also understood now why Lotus Goddess had told him that he was still no match for Yin Chuan. At the very least, he would not have been as casual as Yin Chuan just now. Gonyang Erlong's face darkened. He immediately understood how terrifying Yin Chuan was. When Gonyang Dalong had devised this plan, the Gonyang brothers had thought it was unnecessary. Now, it seemed that they had underestimated the people of this world. Gonyang. Yin Chuan's face darkened. A faint blood mist slowly floated around him. Yin Chuan's eyes gradually turned red. His hair suddenly grew to his waist. A thin line of blood appeared between his eyebrows. Boom! The Great Nightmare Hall square suddenly shook. As it shook, nearly half of the ground suddenly turned into a sea of blood. Waves of blood surged, rolling. In the sky, rolling blood clouds covered Yin Chuan. Waves of blood surged around Yin Chuan, making him look like a peerless demon god. The 6 Gonyang brothers' faces twitched. Sea of blood? Sword demon? Yin Zizai. Gonyang Dalong's face changed. How is this possible? Who are you? Who is Yin Zizai to you? Gonyang Erlong exclaimed. The 6 brothers of Gonyang suddenly looked terrified. Humph! Yin Chuan coldly snorted, and the blood sea rolled up a monstrous wave of blood and swept towards Gonyang Erlong. The waves of blood soared into the sky and transformed into a peerless demon god. It held a blood-red jade emperor sword and stabbed towards Gonyang Erlong. Bastard, you're not Yin Zizai, so why should I be afraid of you? Rongyang Erlong's ferocious nature was aroused, and he immediately rushed in with his sword. Second brother, don't. Gonyang Dalong exclaimed. However, Gonyang Erlong had already charged in. Boom! Gonyang Erlong slashed the blood wave with his sword. But in the blink of an eye, hundreds of waves of blood suddenly appeared from all directions and swept towards Gonyang Erlong. Boom! 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 The waves of blood were as dense as a rainstorm as they violently battered Gonyang Erlong. Above the sea of blood, Yin Chuan walked step by step towards Gonyang Erlong. Every step he took was accompanied by a strong aura of death. On the other side, King Gai only had one arm left, and his foundation was injured. When Yin Chuan threw the sky-burying coffin over, King Gai turned his head and his eyes flashed. He said something that no one could hear. Thank you. The sky-burying coffin was not given to King Gai, but was loaned to him. Although King Gai had lost, Yin Chuan still felt sorry for this ambitious and ruthless person. Borrowing the sky-burying coffin gave him a final demonstration of his determination. World suppression. The sky-burying coffin in King Gai's hands slammed down. Gonyang Sanlong punched towards the sky-burying coffin. Boom! Gonyang Sanlong's body was suddenly smashed into the ground. Great immortal weapon, Gonyang Sanlong exclaimed. Great immortal weapon was a magic treasure that was a level higher than heaven immortal weapon. This was a great immortal weapon? How could there be a great immortal weapon in the mortal world? World suppression. King Guy roared with a hoarse voice. Boom! In the distance, the Snake Emperor and the other officials had an ugly expression on their faces. This was because they had seen King Guy's final despair. As his officials, they could not intervene in this battle. Roar! The Snake Emperor roared furiously, venting the anger in his heart. Meng Sansheng looked around and turned to look at Zhu. It seems like everything has returned to its original path. Meng Sansheng smiled faintly. Their original path. Originally, they had formed an alliance to fight against the group of immortals. Unfortunately, Yin Chuan and King Gai's battle had disrupted the alliance. Now, it had returned to normal. Zhu nodded and said, "Yes, since I have returned, I will naturally not break my promise." As he spoke, Zhu's body flashed and suddenly blocked in front of Gonyang Sanlong. "Zhu, you want to stop me?" Gonyang Sanlong stared at him. "No, I want to kill you." Zhu's eyes flashed with ferocity. "You are courting death." Gonyang Sanlong roared. "Move." Boom! The two of them clashed palm to palm with a loud bang. Meng Sansheng tossed out the Hongmeng gourd. "Treasure, please accept." A huge suction force was directed towards Gonyang Sanlong. "Rumble! Bastard Meng Sansheng!" Gonyang Wulong roared. The Hongmeng gourd suction force was too strong. It was so strong that Gonyang Wulong could not fight back. He could only resist the terrifying suction force. Meng Sansheng's eyes were cold as he continued to activate the Hongmeng gourd. At that moment, for some unknown reason, Gonyang Wulong suddenly rushed toward Kong Mok. "Kong Mok? Die!" Gonyang Wulong struck out with his palm. "Bastard, are you out of your mind? I'm out with them." Kong Mok roared gloomily. "I don't care if you're in cahoots or not. Today all of you will die." Gonyang Wulong shouted angrily. "Bastard!" Kong Mo's expression changed, and he gloomily countered with a palm. Kong Mok's body glowed with white light. With the power of the Lotus God in his body, his strength skyrocketed. Boom! Two powerful forces suddenly collided. In the square of the Great Nightmare Hall, a storm was brewing. The aftermath of the battle was intense. The entire square was in chaos. Boom! 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 The battle continued. Wang Jian and Jin Daiyu looked at Feng Yinyang. Feng Yinyang stood on the heavenly lake. Rings of light slowly revolved around him. Feng Yinyang stared fixedly at the distant Gonyang. DeLong Feng Yinyang was in the middle of seizing control of the array formation. Ong! Ong! Dragon roars could be heard from all directions. The dragon vein that had been summoned by Feng Yin and Yang was crazily attacking the formation. In the distance, Gonyang Dalong also looked at Feng Yinyang in surprise. Just now, it was Feng Yinyang who broke his grand array. Now he still wanted to seize the array. Once the great array was seized, it would be no small matter. How could a mortal have such strong attainments in array formations? Heaven, earth, man, God, ghost, God, man, earth, heaven, 1,000 dragon pillars, seize the formation. Feng Yinyang shouted. Buzz! Suddenly, a beam of light shot down from the scarlet taiji high in the sky. Bang! Gonyang Dalong was enveloped by it. Gonyang Dalong's body suddenly stopped. It was as if he had been imprisoned. Gonyang Dalong's eyes widened in disbelief. "I have already imprisoned Gonyang Dalong. Kill him quickly." Feng Yinyang's tone was anxious. Obviously, he could not maintain this state for long. Sure enough, Gonyang Dalong's body trembled slightly, as if he was about to break free. All right, Wang Jian and Jin Dayu were about to charge over. Dong! 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 The sound of a zither suddenly rang out. Ha! In the sound waves, a peerless giant demon appeared. It held a long saber in its hand and charged over. Bang! The saber slashed across Gonyang Dalong's neck. His head was separated from his body. Gonyang Dalong is dead? Countless cultivators in the surroundings immediately looked over in surprise. It was Meng Rongrong playing the zither with difficulty. In the distance, Kong Mok's expression changed. This zither music was too terrifying. Gonyang Dalong's head flew in the air. At the same time, he saw the fate of his brothers. The first to see it was Gonyang Erlong. In the sea of blood, Yin Chuan grabbed Gonyang Erlong and lifted him up. Gonyang Erlong showed a ferocious expression. Rip! Gonyang Erlong's death was even more miserable. He was torn in half on the spot. Yin Chuan's ferocious aura raged. At Gonyang Sanlong's place. Great world suppression. No! When the sky-burying coffin fell, Gonyang Sanlong was smashed into meat paste. At Gonyang Silong's place, a large hand pressed down on Gonyang Silong's head. Star-picking hand? How is this possible? Gonyang Silong exclaimed. Bang! Gonyang Silong's head exploded. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Gonyang Wulong screamed again and again. No! Big brother, save me! Gonyang Wulong screamed as he was sucked into the primordial gourd. As for Kong Mok, a pure white lotus appeared above his head. As soon as the lotus appeared, Kong Mok's strength skyrocketed. He thrust his palm into Gonyang Liolong's chest and grabbed Gonyang Liolong's heart. While Gonyang Lulong was still in disbelief, Kong Mok sneered and made a grabbing motion. Bang! Gonyang Liolong's heart exploded. Plop! Gonyang Dalong's head fell to the ground. After seeing his brothers being killed in an extremely tragic manner, he died with his eyes wide open. After tearing Gonyang Erlong apart, Yin Chuan turned his head and looked at Kong Mok. Kong Mok's face changed. The old enmity was endless, and now there was a new one. Let's go. Kong Mok stretched out his hand and waved the great Buddhist official. Bang! All of a sudden, a hole appeared in the formation, and Kong Mok fled with the great Buddhist official. Lotus God? Yin Chuan suddenly showed a look of surprise. Kong Mok had a white lotus above his head. Back then, Yang Zigu had a black lotus above his head. It was too similar. Yin Chuan said. Zhu and Meng Sansheng also showed a look of surprise. Lotus God? Back again? Meng Sansheng's face was extremely ugly. Wang Jian, Jin Diyu, come out of the array and kill all the immortals outside. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. The two answered. They immediately stepped out of the square. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong with concern in his eyes. Meng Rongrong turned her head away, not daring to look at Yin Chuan's concerned eyes. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Snake Emperor, Li Songhai, and the other great nightmare officials immediately surrounded King of Gai. The last attack seemed to have used up all of King of Gai's strength. After the attack, King of Gai's entire body bent over. The officials rushed forward in Jiaohu. King of Gai's eyes flashed, and he forced himself to stand up straight. It was as if he had to stand, even if he died. Many of the officials showed a look of sadness. Ha ha ha! King of Gai laughed tragically. In the end, it's still the end. Ha ha! King of Gai's voice was filled with helplessness and desolation. Chapter 1073. In the end, this is the outcome. Ha 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 ha. King of Gai's voice was filled with helplessness and desolation. Roar. A sorrowful dragon roar came from within King of Gai's body. The golden dragon of fortune emerged from his body and soared into the sea of fortune clouds. With the departure of the golden dragon of fortune, King of Gai's body trembled. He was so weak that he could be blown away by a gust of wind. Your Majesty, the ministers cried out in grief. Some of the ministers were even crying. King of Gai looked at the ministers and said bitterly, My dear ministers, I have disappointed you. Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. The ministers knelt down and cried out, Ha 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 ha. I'm content to have all of you supporting me in my life. King of Gai laughed heartily. Not far away, Yin Chuan, Meng Sansheng, and Zhu did not interrupt. Before them, King of Gai was at the end of his life. The three of them respected him and did not make things difficult for him. This was respect for the strong. This was a common trait among the strong. Perhaps one day, they too would be at the end of their life. Not for King of Gai, but for themselves, the ministers did not disturb him. Your Majesty, you'll be fine. If something happens to you, what should we do? Hai said sadly. The great nightmare dynasty is about to collapse. All of you will be free. King of Gai said bitterly. No, it is because of your majesty that we are protected. Your majesty, you will be fine. The ministers cried. Then, I will point you in the right direction, King of Gai suddenly said. As he spoke, King of Gai looked at the sky, burying coffin in his palm, and took a deep breath. Yin Chuan, King of Gai shouted. King of Gai. Yin Chuan nodded from afar. Thank you for lending me the sky, burying coffin, King of Gai said. Yin Chuan nodded and sighed. At this moment, Yin Chuan felt like he was looking at himself in his past life. In his past life, he had also experienced the end of his life. A subject of the heavenly dynasty. I wonder if you've taken a liking to him? King of Gai asked bitterly. The moment King Gaiyu said that, everyone's expressions changed. Yin Chuan naturally understood as well. I couldn't ask for more. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said solemnly. I have a favor to ask of you, King of Gaia said. Please speak. I have no more strength left. I beg of you, if you are unwilling to enter the great perfection ghostly cultivator realm, use the sky-burying coffin to send him back to the immortal world. King of Gaia pleaded. Your Majesty. A group of officials prostrated themselves on the ground and cried. All right. Yin Chuan nodded. Many thanks. King of Gai said bitterly. Citizens of the heavenly court, listen up. I am King Yu of Gaia. King Yu of Gaia suddenly raised his head and bellowed. Roar. The golden dragon of destiny let out a long roar. King Guayo's voice instantly spread throughout the great tragedy, Heaven Empire. Today's great tragedy, Heaven Empire, has met with a great calamity. I cannot absolve myself from blame. My destruction is imminent. With the help of the great perfection, Heaven Empire, everything in the great perfection, Heaven Empire, will belong to the great perfection, Heaven Empire. All citizens, return to the great perfection, Heaven Empire, and follow me into this world. Those who are unwilling to enter the great perfection, Heaven Empire, head to the Yin capital. Yin Chuan will send you all back to the immortal world. King of Gaia shouted. Roar. In the sky, the golden dragon of destiny let out a deafening roar. Rumble. Destiny rolled towards the northeast direction and flowed rapidly. The nation's destiny returned to the great perfection, Heaven Empire. Yin Chuan, Zhu, and Meng Sanxing all looked at King Yu of Gaia in shock. No one expected King Yu of Gaia to make such a decision. Especially Zhu, whose face was filled with anxiety. Another karmic ranking of heaven and earth had disappeared. Another one. Zhu clenched his fists and smiled bitterly. He finally understood why King Yu of Gaia was willing to give everything to the great perfection Heaven Empire. Other than the fact that Yin Chuan was a hero, there was another reason. It was because Yin Chuan had lent him the sky-burying coffin previously, allowing him to fulfill his wish and resolve his worries. Zhu originally had a chance. When the 6 Gong Yang brothers attacked, he could have helped King Yu of Gaia. If he had helped, King Yu of Gaia would definitely be grateful to him regardless of the outcome. The karmic ranking of heaven and earth would also be given to him. This was because Yin Chuan was not in a hurry to obtain the karmic ranking of heaven and earth. Zhu's face was filled with bitterness. It should have been his. It should have been his. The providence surged toward Yin Jin. King Yu of Gaia's body became thinner and thinner. Did you all hear what I said just now? I have high hopes for the great perfection Heaven Empire. You all can follow the great perfection Heaven Empire. Of course, if you all have other plans, I won't stop you. King Yu of Gaia said bitterly. Your Majesty. The officials fell to the ground and cried. They were speechless. Even before the emperor died, he was still trying to find a way out for everyone. Although the emperor lost in the end, all the officials were grateful. When the heavens do evil, we can still survive. But when we do evil, we can't live. I shouldn't have come to this world to fight. But if I don't fight, the heavens won't let me live. I ask the heavens, when will I be able to live? I don't want to live forever, but I just want to live. Heavens, what else can we do? King Yu of Gaia looked up at the sky and lamented. Crack, crack, crack. Cracking sounds came from King Yu of Gaia's skull. In the skull, The soul flame flickered intensely. Step by step, he walked past the kneeling officials and stood in front of Yin Chuan. Clang! The sky-burying coffin fell to the ground. Yin Chuan, your item, King Yu of Gaia said bitterly. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and reached out his hand. Yin Chuan took the sky-burying coffin. Zhu and Meng Sanxing frowned, but didn't say anything. I have returned to the heavens and earth. Thank you, King Yu of Gaia said solemnly. King Yu of Gaia, why did you give me the great nightmare dynasty? An emperor must fight and not surrender. Even in death, he must not lose. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. When Yin Chuan said that, Zhu's expression changed. He also noticed something unusual. Entrusting the country? Entrusting? An emperor enjoyed the worship of the masses. Only then would the emperor's thoughts be clear. Even if an emperor fell, this thought wouldn't be lost. From birth to death, one must have the emperor's heart. But now, King Yu of Gaia actually entrusted the country? I was originally a little skeleton wandering in the netherworld sea. In the past, I was ignorant. As long as I didn't meet any strong skeletons, I would be satisfied. However, many things happened and I reached this step. I built the emperor's heart and became an emperor. Today, I lost and my emperor's heart collapsed. If I could start over again, I wouldn't want to be an emperor. Ha ha ha. You are more suitable to be an emperor than me. No, I, King Yu of Gaia, have seen countless emperors. You are the one with the most emperor's chi. King Yu of Gaia said bitterly. Yin Chuan's expression flickered. The skeleton race doesn't enter the cycle of reincarnation. When you die, you return to heaven and earth and become a wisp of pure ghost fire in the netherworld sea. Yin Chuan asked. That's right. My race doesn't enter the cycle of reincarnation. Haha, we don't enter the cycle of reincarnation. King Yu of Gaia said bitterly. Since you entrusted the country to me, I will also give you something. Whether it is useful or not, everything will be decided by the heavens. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said. As he said that, a green ball of light suddenly appeared on the tip of Yin Chuan's right finger. Ding! Yin Chuan's right finger touched King Yu of Gaia's forehead. A piece of life-stealing derivative poison was injected into King Yu of Gaia's forehead. King Yu of Gaia's weak soul flame suddenly flashed, as if it was bursting with a dazzling light. After absorbing the life-stealing derivative poison, King Yu of Gaia immediately analyzed. Thank you. Everything will be decided by the heavens. King Yu of Gaia suddenly bowed respectfully to Yin Chuan. Not far away, Meng Sanxing and Zhu revealed a curious look. King Yu of Gaia bowed to Yin Chuan. How could this be? Great Nightmare Dynasty, farewell. King Yu of Gaia opened his only arm and shouted to the sky. Wong! King Yu of Gaia's body suddenly turned into a dust-like light. Gradually, King Yu of Gaia's body became less and less. Gradually, it disappeared completely. Your Majesty, the officials of Great Nightmare Dynasty cried. But at this moment, King Yu of Gaia had completely disappeared from the world. A hero of a generation had completely disappeared. Meng Sanxing and Zhu sighed softly. As for Yin Chuan, he looked at the place where King Yu of Gaia had disappeared. A faint light flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty, the officials cried out in grief. But King Yu of Gaia was no longer there. The square was filled with wails and cries. Dong 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 dong. Suddenly, the sound of a guqin rang out. A wave of murderous sound dao shot towards Li Songhai, who was kneeling on the ground. Li Songhai immediately dodged. Boom! A crater was blasted into the ground. It was Meng Rongrong who had killed Li Songhai. This ambush immediately caused the cries in the square to stop. Yin Chuan, what are you doing? You promised your Majesty just now. Are you trying to kill us? Li Songhai suddenly shouted. The moment Li Songhai spoke, the officials around him were shocked. The Snake Emperor also looked sorrowful as he looked coldly at the surroundings. Li Songhai, I will naturally fulfill my promise to King Yu of Gaia. But except for you. Yin Chuan said coldly. Me? Why? Yin Chuan, are you going back on your word? Li Songhai shouted angrily. Go back on my word? I will go back on my word if I don't kill you. I did not promise King Yu of Gaia that I would not seek revenge on you. But I promised my officials that I would avenge their father. Li Songhai, when you killed Meng Ziqiu, you should have thought of this day. Yin Chuan said coldly. Whoosh! Meng Wenruo suddenly stepped forward. Meng Rongrong also stepped forward with her zither. Su Sanyang also stepped forward with her sword. The three of them stared at Li Songhai. Yin Chuan, why you're despicable! Li Songhai roared. At this moment, the group of officials of the Great Nightmare Dynasty also revealed a deep suspicion towards Yin Chuan. Move. Yin Chuan snorted coldly. Wenruo, you have the strength to seek revenge. I won't interfere. Thank you, Your Majesty, Meng Wenruo said gratefully. Whoosh! Meng Wenruo's aura suddenly erupted. The 12th level of the upper void stage caused the faces of the people around to sink. No one expected Meng Wenruo, a civil official, to have such strength. Zhu frowned deeply. Although he knew Meng Wenruo was no match for him, he was still shocked by Yin Chuan's methods. How was Meng Wenruo's strength in the past? How did his strength increase when he arrived in the Great Jin Dynasty? Your Majesty, you promised to let me join the Demon Imperial Dynasty. I agreed. Your Majesty, you must protect me. Li Songhai cried out. The expressions of the officials of the Great Nightmare Dynasty changed. The Serpent Emperor, in particular, had a terrifyingly dark expression on his face. Li Songhai, you've already disobeyed His Majesty? The Serpent Emperor said with a sinister look in his eyes. The officials who had sympathized with Li Songhai looked at him with disdain. Sympathy? Sympathize with this treacherous official? The officials looked at Li Songhai with hatred in their eyes. Li Songhai knew he was in trouble as soon as he spoke. However, since things had come to this, he could only go to Zhu. Your Majesty, save me, Li Songhai cried out. Zhu looked at Li Songhai with a dark expression. He took a deep breath and shook his head. I suddenly feel the Demon Imperial Dynasty doesn't need an official like you. Li Songhai froze in the air in shock. Chapter 1074. Meng Rongrong ascends to immortality. Zhu looked at Li Songhai with a gloomy face. He took a deep breath and shook his head. I suddenly feel that the monster Imperial Court doesn't need a subject like you. Li Songhai froze in the air. Li Songhai was deserted by his friends and family. Whoosh! Li Songhai fled in a certain direction. Where do you think you're going? Meng Wenruo roared. Meng Wenruo appeared in front of Li Songhai and slapped him on the head. Boom! Li Songhai froze, a dumbfounded look on his face. Give me back my master's life, you scoundrel! Su Sanyang yelled. TSK. Su Sanyang's sword pierced Li Songhai's heart. After being slapped by Meng Wenruo, Li Songhai lost consciousness and could not resist Su Sanyang's sword. Ding 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 dong dong dong. Meng Rongrong's zither sounded. Thousands of black ghosts appeared in the sound waves and pounced on Li Songhai's corpse. Awoo! Awoo! The ghosts gnawed on Li Songhai's corpse. In the blink of an eye, Li Songhai's skin and bones were devoured. Although the subjects of the Great Nightmare Imperial Court could not bear to see this happen, no one stopped them. A traitor deserved no sympathy. Zhu and Meng Rongrong looked at Meng Rongrong in surprise. Meng Rongrong's zither skills had reached an unbelievable level. Zither illusions? Not only was it an illusion, but it was also created through the sound of the zither. Father, I finally avenged you. Meng Wenruo suddenly knelt down. His eyes were red. Su Sanyang knelt beside Meng Wenruo. Meng Rongrong also returned. The three of them kowtowed to the sky 3 times before slowly standing up. Now that they had gotten their revenge, they felt relieved. At the same time, they seemed to have matured a lot because of Meng Ziqiu's death. Meng Rongrong turned around and looked at her surroundings. Finally, she looked at Yin Chuan, who was protecting her. Looking at Yin Chuan, Meng Rongrong's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of bitterness. When Yin Chuan saw the look in Meng Rongrong's eyes, his heart also ached. But he didn't know what to say. Meng Rongrong looked up at the sky and closed her eyes as if she was making a final decision. Around them, Feng Yinyang also slowly withdrew the formation. Gonyang Dalong's formation opened, and the square of the Great Nightmare Hall instantly shrunk to its original size. However, at this moment, it was already a mess. In Wei City, almost all the citizens were dead. On the other side, Wang Jian and Jin Diyu were chasing after two immortals. Die! Boom! Two immortals instantly fell to the two of them. The two of them quickly returned after killing the group of immortals. In the deathly silent Wei City, a bunch of officials cried out once more. The Snake Emperor had a bitter look on his face. At this moment, Meng Rongrong opened her eyes as her aura skyrocketed. Whoosh! The skyrocketing aura soared to the sky. In the sky, dark clouds suddenly rolled. 9 by 9 heavenly tribulation? Not far away, Ju frowned. Tribulation? Rongrong, what are you doing? Yin Chuan suddenly frowned. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan and shook her head slightly. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. The words, I'm leaving, seemed to express all the sadness in Meng Rongrong's heart. After saying that, Meng Rongrong soared to the sky and went straight for the tribulation clouds. Whoosh! Meng Rongrong entered the tribulation clouds. Ding ding dong dong. In the tribulation clouds, Meng Rongrong suddenly played the zither. Meng Rongrong was inside the tribulation clouds, undergoing the tribulation. I'm leaving? I'm leaving? Meng Rongrong's last words kept echoing in Yin Chuan's mind. Although their love was bitter, how could Yin Chuan not feel it? He took a deep breath. Meng Wenruo, yes, your majesty. Meng Wenruo quickly stepped forward. You and Su Sanyang go through the tribulation immediately and protect Meng Rongrong, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Meng Wenruo naturally had no objection. Protect his sister? It was his duty. However, he could not solve the doubts in his heart. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Wenruo, took a deep breath, and told Meng Wenruo the truth. Meng Rongrong is already my woman. Protect her well in the immortal realm. I will come for you. Meng Wenruo's expression changed, and she immediately understood everything. Meng Wenruo smiled bitterly and nodded. Meng Wenruo looked at Su Sanyang, grabbed her hand, and looked up at the sky. Rumble! The tribulation clouds in the sky suddenly rose. Meng Rongrong's tribulation was 99 heavenly tribulations, while Meng Wenruo's tribulation was 19 heavenly tribulations. Let's go. Let's go through the tribulation with my sister. Meng Wenruo held Su Sanyang's hand and said, Okay. Su Sanyang nodded. Whoosh! The two of them also shot into the tribulation clouds. Rumble! The tribulation clouds in the sky above Wei City roared. The three of them went through the tribulation together, and suddenly a storm rose in all directions. Yin Chuan and the others waited patiently. Meng Sansheng looked at the sky and then looked around. He sighed slightly, turned his head, and left with the experts of the arcane holy ground. Ju looked at Yin Chuan, and a flash of unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Yin Chuan, we'll meet again, Ju said. Yin Chuan looked at Ju and nodded. However, his eyes were quickly attracted by the tribulation clouds. He looked at the tribulation clouds. Ju smiled slightly, took a deep breath, and led a group of monsters to the north. Rumble! The heavenly tribulation rumbled for 2 hours. Bam! The three of them went through the tribulation at the same time, and the tribulation clouds suddenly dispersed. The three of them in the sky were suddenly surrounded by thousands of rays of light. Whoosh! The three of them ascended to the immortal realm and suddenly disappeared. Sigh! Yin Chuan sighed slightly, disappointed. However, with Meng Wenruo by his side, Yin Chuan was not too worried. He took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and looked at the officials of the Great Nightmare Dynasty. Yin Chuan said solemnly, Everyone, the Great Nightmare Dynasty has just been destroyed. If you don't want to stay, follow me to the Yin capital. I need to refine the sky-burying coffin. In 20 years, I will open the passage to the immortal realm in Yin capital. If you're willing to stay in Great Zhan, I will welcome you wholeheartedly. If not, I will send you back to the immortal realm. Yes, thank you, your majesty. The officials of the Great Nightmare Dynasty said respectfully. Yinchuan did not force them to surrender immediately. After all, King Gaio had just passed away, and the officials might still be immersed in grief. If he subdued them now, it would cause them to be conflicted. After a while, he would let the ghost cultivators think about it. After staying for a few days, Yinchuan led the officials back to the Yin capital. Along the way, Yinchuan constantly studied the sky-burying coffin. In his previous life, he had obtained the sky-burying coffin and did not have time to study it. In this life, he saw how powerful it was and must study it carefully. An outsider, King Gaio was able to unleash shocking power, let alone him, the original owner. West Divine Continent. Kong Mok led the officials and flew towards the city of Buddha. Lotus God, I need power, and I need endless power. Kong Mok roared in his heart. Don't worry, with me around, your strength will continue to rise. Not only in this world, but even in the immortal realm, you will also have the power to dominate the world. The Lotus God's voice sounded in his mind. I only want to kill Yinchuan now, as long as Yinchuan dies. Kong Mok said ferociously. You will. Zhu led a group of great demons and flew quickly towards the north. A great demon next to him frowned and said, Your Majesty, this Yinchuan is a little tricky. Zhu smiled slightly and said, No, I have already found his flaw. Oh, the great demon was surprised. In any aspect, Yinchuan is extremely outstanding and can be compared to a perfect emperor. Unfortunately, he is too emotional. Zhu said in a deep voice. Emotional? Yes. An emperor is the ruler of the world. How can he be tied down by personal feelings? But Yinchuan is tied down by personal feelings. ZZ, Meng Rongrong, and that emperor? Yes, there's also Zhao Afong and Mo Yushi. Haha, this is Yin Chuan's biggest flaw. Zhu took a deep breath and said, Shouldn't an emperor have personal feelings? If he does not cut off personal feelings, he is not an emperor. Zhu said firmly. Meng Sansheng flew all the way. Lotus God? Lotus God is back. Meng Sansheng said with an ugly expression. Holy Lord, what should we do now? A disciple asked. Meng Sansheng narrowed his eyes and said, What should we do? Lotus God must be driven away. After returning, send people to the Kong family and ask them to come forward. Yes. After giving the order, Meng Sansheng narrowed his eyes and pondered. Inhen Tian? And that snake emperor? Haha, he can still live until now with his fate shattered. It seems that he is a descendant of that ancient person. Also, Dezhen's arrival is too strange. Is this Yin Chuan the reincarnation of someone from the immortal world? Meng Sansheng frowned and pondered. All the major forces in the world had their own thoughts. In a hall in the immortal world, a large number of guards were stationed around the hall to guard it. On a table in the hall, there were 6 jade tablets. Bang! Suddenly, a jade tablet exploded. Ah, not good. A guard exclaimed. This is Lord Gongyang Erlong's life, jade. Lord Gongyang Erlong is dead. A guard exclaimed. Bam! 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 One by one, the life jade tablet shattered. Ah! Lord Gonyang Samlong's divine soul is also destroyed. Lord Gonyang Silong is also dead. Lord Gonyang Wulong, Lord Gonyang Lulong, Lord Gonyang Dalong is also dead. The 6 jade tablets exploded, and the guards guarding the main hall were thrown into confusion. Dead, they're all dead? Furthermore, they left almost at the same time. Not a single one of the 6 lords managed to escape. How could this be? A group of guards exclaimed. Quick, report to the Holy King. A guard leader immediately shouted. Soon, a group of experts in official robes surrounded the hall. Each of them stared at the 6 life jade tablets with a complicated expression. When the Holy King sent them, each of them used a precious life jade. The life jade contained a wisp of their divine soul. How long has it been since they died? They are all dead? Even the celestial immortals are dead. The others must be dead. An official said in a deep voice. Gonyang Dalong? He can't do anything right. The Sage King paid such a huge price to break open the sealed realm, but they were all wiped out? A bunch of trash. In the hall, a group of officials criticized Gonyang Dalong's group with a gloomy expression. 6 celestial immortals are all dead. It seems that the information we collected is not accurate. An official said with a complicated expression, "Do we still need to send a great immortal?" Chapter 1075. Yin Chuan rushed back to Yinjing. He immediately mobilized his troops. With the help of King Gai Yu before his death, the city lords didn't have much resistance against Dezhun. Yin Chuan was also worried that a long delay might lead to trouble. He immediately asked Jin Diyu, Hua Guang, Wang Jian, and Li Si to head south and conquer the cities in southern Divine Continent as fast as they could. With Dezhun's 200 to 300 years of operation, the stubborn forces in southern Divine Continent were almost wiped out. As Dezhun's troops headed south, Bai Ditian also arranged for the Tiger tribe to follow. Today, Bai Ditian would no longer underestimate Yin Chuan. Compared to Dezhun's prosperity, his own Tiger clan seemed to be lacking in comparison. Yinjing, in a hall in the palace, Yin Chuan, Bai Ditian, the Snake Emperor, and Enrich sat together and drank tea. Cough, cough, cough. The Snake Emperor coughed. Yindi, why did you summon me? The Snake Emperor frowned. Yin Chuan looked at Enrich, and Enrich nodded. In the ancient times, there was a formation called the 12 Divine Fiends. It was set up by the 12 ancient demon gods. After the great calamity of heaven and earth, the 12 ancient demon gods fell and the formation disappeared. Enrich said, The Snake Emperor's eyes narrowed. There are 5 most powerful formations in the history of heaven and earth, including this formation. Among the 5 most powerful formations, the 12 heavenly divine fiends were the most ferocious and baleful. Have you heard of it? Enrich smiled. How do you know? The Snake Emperor asked with a complicated expression. Enrich smiled bitterly. I just know a little. Since the Snake Emperor knows about it, that's great. The conditions to set up the 12 capital heaven divine beings killing array are extremely harsh. Back then, almost all of the 12 ancient demon gods had perished. If you want to recreate this array, you have to find the descendants of the 12 ancient demon gods in order to recreate the array. Cough, 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 you think I am? The Snake Emperor coughed. I am sure. Enrich nodded. Haha, are you sure? Snake Emperor asked in disbelief. The 12 primordial demon gods were once acquainted with my Yin clan. My Yin clan naturally recorded the method to identify the descendants of the demon gods. The 12 demon gods are the ancestors of the 12 earthly branches. Not only you, but Bai Ditian is also one. Enrich said solemnly. Oh, the Snake Emperor looked at Bai Ditian in surprise. Yin Chuan was drinking tea at the side. A few days ago, when Enrich told Yin Chuan about this, Yin Chuan was also extremely shocked. However, at this moment, he had already calmed down. He was only filled with curiosity towards Enrich's ancestors. Cough, cough, cough. In clan? Ha! The Snake Emperor smiled bitterly in surprise. I happen to have the diagram of the great 12 capital heaven divine fiends formation. After His Majesty has seen it, he wants to recreate the ancient formation. I hope that Snake Emperor can stay in Dezhun and assist His Majesty. Enrich said solemnly. You have an array diagram? Snake Emperor asked in surprise. What was Enrich's background? Array diagram? Even he, the true descendant, didn't have it. So how could he have it? Does Snake Emperor want to take a look? Enrich laughed. Take a look? How could the Snake Emperor not want to take a look? That was the glory of his ancestors. The Snake Emperor's eyes were filled with uncertainty. Eventually, it turned into helplessness. Thank you for your kindness, Yama Emperor. However, my fate has been shattered. I know that I don't have much longer to live. Enrich frowned to the side. Indeed, this was a problem that Enrich had been brooding over. Heh, Shang Ruo. What if I can heal her? Yin Chuan laughed. Huh? Everyone looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Fate? That could be fixed? Even though everyone was shocked, they knew that Yin Chuan would not lie to them. Looking at Yin Chuan, They knew that he would not lie to them. The Snake Emperor's eyes flashed. He knew that he was going to die. But now, Yin Chuan was saying that he could be saved? If he said that he did not want to live, that would be a lie. But, thank you for your kindness, Yama Emperor. However, I do not want to be restricted. I wanted to travel the immortal world in my old age to fulfill my wish and enter the imperial court as a subject. Huh. The Snake Emperor shook his head bitterly. You don't need to enter the imperial court as a subject. Yin Chuan shook his head. Oh, just be like Bai Ditian and become the supreme beast of Dejun. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Supreme beast of Dejun? Huh. If I'm a supreme beast, what about Bai Ditian? The Snake Emperor asked in shock. Who made the rule that a country can only have one type of beast? Yin Chuan laughed. Huh. The tiger tribe is the Great Jun's national beast, and the snake tribe can also be the Great Jun's national beast. The Great Jun's entry into the immortal realm is imperative. During the great ancient calamity, the high heaven died, but the lotus deity attacked again. The lotus deity attacked again, and the high heaven died. Yin Chuan is not talented, but he is willing to fight the lotus god. If we follow the development of a normal country, it will be far from enough. I need a bigger immortal country for Dejun, for heaven and earth, to fight the lotus god. The 12 divine beings' wraith formation is what I need the most. Snake Emperor, your ancestors used their lives to protect this world. Now that it's your time, do you want to escape? Yin Chuan said solemnly. The moment Yin Chuan said this, Bai Ditian and Enrich were filled with respect. Me? The Snake Emperor frowned. I know that you want to be free. However, heaven and earth are about to be destroyed. Where is your freedom? Where is your freedom when the lotus god comes? If you leave this world, you will only enter a bigger cage. Snake Emperor, help me. Yin Chuan said solemnly as he stared at the Snake Emperor. The Snake Emperor's expression changed. He clenched his fists tightly. It seemed like he was moved by Yin Chuan's words. The Snake Emperor turned his head and looked at Bai Ditian. Bai Ditian smiled faintly and said, 2 primes? Haha, I have no objections. The Snake Emperor fell silent, as if he was making a decision. After a while, he looked at Yin Chuan and said solemnly, The Snake Emperor greets your majesty. Good. I also want to thank the Snake Emperor for your trust. Yin Chuan said happily. Enrich smiled faintly, as if he was recalling something. Yin Chuan reached out and took out 2 jade boxes. He handed one to Bai Ditian and the other to the Snake Emperor. The 2 reached out and grabbed the boxes. A violent force surged over. This is, Bai Ditian said in shock. The Snake Emperor also touched the jade boxes in shock. Of the 12 earthly branches, the 2 primordial life providences, Yin and Si, merge them well. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Ah, the 2 exclaimed in shock. Enrich also looked at the 2 jade boxes in shock. How is this possible? Enrich exclaimed. This aura? It comes from the same source as me. Is it my ancestors' aura? The Snake Emperor asked in shock. Yin Chuan smiled faintly, but did not explain. Seeing that Yin Chuan was unwilling to say anything, everyone stopped asking. They looked at the 2 jade boxes thoughtfully. The Serpent Emperor was even more excited. With this life providence, he might really be able to recover from his injuries. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he sent everyone off. Meow. Meow jumped in. Meow, it's all thanks to you this time. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Meow. Yin Chuan, you just gave my 12 earthly branches to them, so casually? Even I am envious of the power inside. Aren't you afraid that they will run away? Meow asked. They won't run away. I believe in you. Yin Chuan nodded. North Divine Continent. Yao Imperial Dynasty. Zhu looked at Yao Tianshang. Go. With me here, don't worry. Subdue all the great demons in the world as soon as possible. Zhu said after taking a deep breath. Yao Tianshang nodded. Let's go. Yao Tianshang stepped forward and led the group of demons into the sky. He went to look for great demons to subdue. After Yao Tianshang left, Zhu looked towards the south with a worried expression. Behind Zhu was another person, Yin Xin. There's still 3 chances left. Zhu said with a heavy heart. Yes, the Great Jun Heavenly Dynasty, the Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty, and the Arcane Sacred Ground are the three upper earthly karmic positions. The Yao Imperial Dynasty can only take them from them. Unfortunately, these three earthly karmic positions are not easy to obtain. Yin Xin said with a complicated expression. The Great Buddha Heavenly Dynasty has the Kong family. The others in the Kong family are fine, but the Kong family has an old ancestor, Yin Xin said seriously. The Kong family's old ancestor? Zhu frowned. Yes. When Jingming recovered his memories, his aura was so strong that it covered all 5 divine continents. Do you know how long it took for the Kong family's old ancestor to travel from the Kong family to the Arcane sect? Yin Xin said seriously. How long? 1 day. In just 1 day, he traveled from the Kong family to the Arcane sect. Yin Xin took a deep breath and said with a complicated expression. 1 day. He traveled from the West Divine Continent to the North Divine Continent? Zhu said in surprise. Yin Xin nodded with a bitter smile. Zhu's expression was complicated. As for the Arcane Sacred Ground, Yin Xin smiled bitterly. The Arcane Sacred Ground also has experts? Zhu said in surprise. Back then, no one dared to disobey Jingming's orders. The Arcane Sacred Ground was no exception. However, the Arcane Sacred Ground once provoked Jingming. Yin Xin said seriously. Oh, Jingming once killed his way into the God world. You should know Jingming's character. He killed anyone who dared to provoke him. However, although the God world gave in the end, the God world still exists. What do you think of the Arcane Sacred Ground? Yin Xin smiled bitterly. Zhu clenched his fist slightly. The Great Achievement Empire. Look, Yin Chuan is extremely powerful. He's the most powerful person in the world right now. His forces cover 2 divine continents. However, the Great Achievement Empire's foundation is still slightly weaker than those 2. Yin Xin explained. Still slightly weaker? Zhu sighed. Although the Great Achievement Empire's foundation was weak, it was much stronger than the Demon Race Imperial Empire. It's difficult to take their karmic rank. It's extremely difficult. Yin Xin said with certainty. Yes, it's very difficult. Zhu's eyes narrowed. However, I still want to try again. I still have a chance. Zhu took a deep breath and said seriously. Chance? What chance? Yin Xin was surprised. Yin Chuan is still at the 11th level of the upper void stage. If he doesn't break through, I still have a chance. Zhu said seriously. But, Yin Xin said worriedly. Don't worry. I won't fight to the death. I'll do my best. At the very least, I can't let him see clearly. Zhu smiled bitterly. All right, I believe you. However, Yin Xin nodded. Don't worry. I won't make things difficult for you. You don't have to predict the Great Achievement Empire. I'll use my own method. Zhu shook his head. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Yin Xin replied. After all, he had promised not to predict the Great Achievement Empire for 1,000 years. Chapter 1076. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yin Capital. In the upper study room, Yifeng, Lu Gang, Enrich, and Lu Jin were all present. And in the upper study room, there was another outsider, Monstrous Beast Imperial Court's King Spider. King Spider solemnly handed over a letter. Yindi, His Majesty asked me to deliver this to you. It must be delivered to you. King Spider said solemnly. Everyone was curious. Lu Jin passed the letter to Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan frowned slightly and took the letter. From King Spider's attitude, Yin Chuan knew that something big must have happened for Zhu to be so cautious. Yin Chuan opened the letter and read it. As he read, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed and a serious expression appeared on his face. Your Majesty, did something big happen? Yifeng asked curiously. Yin Chuan handed over the letter. Yifeng immediately took the letter and read the contents. Yifeng's face changed, and he frowned deeply. Then, he passed the letter to Enrich. The ministers passed the letter around. Yin Chuan took a sip of tea and pondered. Ju, he's unwilling. Yin Chuan sighed softly. King Spider smiled and nodded. My emperor, you've done something unprecedented. You want to establish the foundation of the world, so you must have the ambition to face the world. Yin Chuan nodded. I do admire Ju's boldness. Go back and tell Ju that I will definitely be there when the time comes. Since he gave me a big gift, I might be able to give him a big gift too. Yin Chuan said solemnly. King Spider's expression changed, and he said politely, Yes, King Spider will pass the message. King Spider will take his leave. Yin Chuan nodded. Lu Jin came forward to send King Spider off. As soon as King Spider left, the ministers in the upper study room felt relieved. Your Majesty, does Ju really have that ability? Yifeng asked with a frown. That's right, Your Majesty. Why does Ju want to fight with Your Majesty alone? This is a war between nations. Your Majesty, there's no need for you to personally take the risk. Lu Gang said worriedly. Your Majesty, Ju is prepared to give up on the northern divine continent. Is he really willing to give it up? Inhentian frowned. That's why I said that Ju has great courage. 30,000 years ago, he actually committed suicide and reincarnated in order to scheme for a person's life. In this life, he is even more willing to bet a country for a belief. This person is extraordinary, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Your Majesty, you have to be careful. The Jade Star plucking hand is one of the strongest divine abilities in the world. Rumor has it that the ancient Almighty even battled with the Lotus God. Inhentian said solemnly. Oh. Yin Chuan's eyes brightened. Ju has obviously obtained the inheritance of that ancient Almighty. Therefore, Your Majesty, you must be careful, Inhentian said solemnly. I understand. Yin Chuan nodded. After thinking for a while, Yin Chuan looked at Yifeng and asked, Where is Jin Du now? The three armies of the Great Jin Army are currently attacking the southern divine continent. Jin Du is the marshal of one of the armies. Yifeng said. Summon him back. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Your Majesty, changing the marshal in the middle of a battle is a taboo. Yifeng said worriedly. It's fine. The southern divine continent doesn't have much resistance. When Jin Du returns, let Li Si take his place. With Li Si's reputation, it should be easy for him to control the army and the opponents. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Li Si. Yifeng was instantly speechless. Indeed, Li Si's fierce reputation was too terrifying in the eyes of outsiders. Li Si annihilated an entire clan. Although he didn't participate in the battle and only did logistics, Li Si still made a name for himself in the logistics department. Yes, Northern Divine Continent, Yao Imperial Empire. Ju looked to the south. Spider King was reporting everything to Ju. Yin Xin stood behind him. Yin Chuan said that. Ju asked seriously. Yes. Spider King nodded. Your Majesty, this is a huge gamble. Yin Xin frowned. Ju shook his head. This is not a gamble. I just want to see the heroes of this world again. Oh, King Guy said that Yin Chuan is more like an emperor than he is. Before he died, he passed the country to Yin Chuan. This shows Yin Chuan's magnanimity. This is true. Yin Chuan used a few hundred years to build the great Jin Empire today. Look at his growth, and you will realize that his methods and abilities are comparable to the great Buddha Celestial Empire's Kong Mok. Don't you see his magnanimity? With comparison, you can see more clearly. Kong Mok is much more petty compared to him. Ju said solemnly. Yin Chuan is indeed more magnanimous than Kong Mok. Yin Xi nodded. In the world today, there's only one hero that I am interested in, and that is Yin Chuan. Ju said solemnly. Then why did Your Majesty only look for Yin Chuan? Why do you want to fight with Yin Chuan? Spider King could not understand. The great Buddha Empire has the Kong family. It will take a long time to take them down. However, the world is developing too quickly. Time? Why lack is time? One step behind, one step behind. One step ahead, one step ahead. In this world, there is no place for me. I invited Yin Chuan out because I want to get to the bottom of this. I hope I'm not wrong. Zhu sighed. Oh, yes. The two nodded. Western Divine Continent, Kong Lu Academy. In Kong Daochio's study, a purple-robed man stood in front of Kong Daochio. Kong Daochio narrowed his eyes. Meng Sansheng, why are you here? Kong Daochio frowned. The purple-robed man handed over a letter. The Holy Lord asked me to hand it to you personally, the purple-robed man said solemnly. Oh, Kong Daochio took the letter. He opened it with suspicion. As he read, Kong Daochio's eyes widened. This is impossible. Kong Daochio stood up abruptly. The purple-robed man shook his head. I have already delivered the letter. The sect leader said that it is up to you whether you believe it or not. With that, the purple-robed man stepped out of the study. After the purple-robed man left, Kong Daochio paced back and forth in the study. Lotus God? Impossible. How could Kong Mo have anything to do with the Lotus God? I've seen them before. Their energy is pure and flawless, unlike Yang Zhijio's black energy. Although Yang Zhijio's black energy was incomparably evil, it was also pure and flawless. The purity of evil, the purity of black? Is it pure and white now? Kong Daochio's expression was extremely ugly. Kong Mo might really take our Kong family's place. Kong Daochio's expression was extremely ugly. After taking a deep breath, Kong Daochio stood up and walked out of the study. He quickly flew toward the Kong family's forbidden area. Whoosh! Kong Daochio landed at the entrance of a valley. I'm Daochio. I request an audience with the Grand Ancestor, Kong Daochio said solemnly. The valley was silent. After an hour, a voice was heard. Kong Daochio, why are you here again? An impatient voice came from the valley. I have an important matter to report to the Kong family, Kong Daochio said solemnly. Oh, the Lotus God has returned to this world. The Grand Ancestor's surprised voice came from the valley. The person I'm looking for this time is Kong Mo. Kong Mo has colluded with the Lotus God. Now that his strength has increased greatly, I am afraid that he will take our Kong family's place. Grand Ancestor, please come out of the valley and make a decision, Kong Daochio said solemnly. There was silence in the valley. Kong Daochio, I know that you don't like Kong Mo, but don't use this excuse to deceive me. Kong Mo was here before you came. The Lotus God? Is this your excuse? The Grand Ancestor's impatient voice came. But Kong Mo's strength has increased greatly during this period. Yes, he did. Kong Mok also told me that he had benefited from refining the Buddha's Sarira. He came here to ask for forgiveness for refining the Buddha's Sarira. I have already absolved him of his crimes, the great ancestor said in a deep voice. Kong Daochio, I don't want you to frame Kong Mo. I still have a use for the great Buddha Celestial Empire in the future. You are the patriarch of the Kong family. Remember, always put the Kong family's interests first. If you continue to harp on your daughter's death, you might as well not be the patriarch. The Grand Ancestor said angrily. Kong Daochio felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. Yes, I know my mistake. Kong Daochio clenched his fists and said with an ugly expression, Go. Don't disturb me again. The Grand Ancestor said in a low voice. Yes, sir, Kong Daochio said sulkily as he slowly left. At this moment, the Grand Ancestor was obviously siding with Kong Mo. No matter how he tried to persuade him, it would be useless. Moreover, he did not have enough evidence, so he could only go back first. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yin Jin. Jin Dayu received the order and quickly returned. Your Majesty, I am fighting at the front line. May I know why I am back? Jin Dayu asked curiously. Jin Dayu, your ancestor was once the Shifter Emperor? Yin Chuan asked. How did you know? Jin Dayu asked in surprise. I noticed it when I saw your words and deeds, especially your Divine Emperor bell. Divine Emperor? Perhaps that was your ancestor's divine name? Yin Chuan asked. Jin Dayu smiled bitterly and finally nodded. Your Majesty is wise. My ancestor did establish a celestial empire. My descendants will never be able to reach his level. I don't want to think about it anymore. Yin Chuan nodded and said, "No matter what, you know some of the shortcuts the shifter race used to establish a celestial empire. I need your help. Your Majesty, please speak your mind. If not for your appreciation, my lineage might have already been cut off." Jean Du smiled bitterly. "I want some of the shortcuts the shifter race used to establish a celestial empire," Yin Chuan said solemnly. "Ah, your Majesty, are you going to help Ju?" Jean Du asked in surprise. This was because De Jun had no use for these experiences. Yin Chuan shook his head gently. "I am helping him, but not him. The main thing is to help me and De Jun's celestial empire." Jean Du was at a loss. After thinking for a while, Jean Du finally said solemnly, "If your Majesty wants it, I will tell you everything I know. These experiences are no longer of much use to me. If my ancestor's power can once again flourish in the world, he might be happy." Yin Chuan nodded. "If one day I reach a high enough level, I will help you restore your ancestor's glory." "Ah," Jean Du said in surprise. "It's just that we are still too weak. Everything we say is false. You are the commander of De Jun's Third Army and have accumulated military merits. Sooner or later, with your military merits, I will fulfill my promise and let you fulfill your glory," Yin Chuan said solemnly. Jean Du was excited. "Yes, thank you, your Majesty," Jean Du said firmly. Chapter 1077. It had been 20 years since King Gai Yu's death. Yin Jin had become the focus of the world again. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on this place. This was because 20 years ago, Yin Chuan had promised to send the officials of the Great Calamity Heaven Dynasty out of this world. At this moment, countless cultivators guessed Yin Chuan's abilities. Break open the gate to the immortal realm? Was Yin Chuan really that strong? On the other hand, he wanted to see if Yin Chuan would really honor his promise. Did he really have that kind of bearing? A large number of cultivators had gathered outside Yinjing. Inside Yinjing, the square of the Skyward Palace was filled with ghost cultivators. The ghostly aura was heavy. Yin Chuan stood at the entrance of the Skyward Hall, followed by a group of officials. "Everyone," Yin Chuan looked at the ghost cultivators and said. Silence reigned. The group of ghost cultivators all looked at Yin Chuan. "First of all, I have great respect for all of you. All of you are loyal to King Gai. After King Gai's death, none of you are willing to join any court. None of you are willing to stay in any country. All of you are the backbone of the country. Your strength of character is worthy of everyone's admiration," Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yin Chuan spoke, and the group of ghost cultivators revealed bitter expressions. However, just like what Yin Chuan had said, the ghosts only respected King Gaiyo, and no one else could be subdued. "I will fulfill the promise I made that day and break open the celestial world gate for all of you. However, let me emphasize this once more. This is the sealed world. The netherworld has collapsed. If I break open the celestial world gate, all of you can only go to the yang world of the celestial world, the yang world," Yin Chuan said solemnly. The group of ghost cultivators looked at each other, but their eyes were filled with determination. "Yin Di, thank you for your reminder. However, don't worry. Although this is the immortal world, we will find a road to the Yellow Springs. As long as we enter the road to the Yellow Springs, we can return to the underworld," a ghost cultivator said. "All right, good luck to all of you." Yin Chuan nodded. With a flip of his hand, the heaven-burying coffin suddenly appeared. At this moment, Yin Chuan's strength was naturally much stronger than the king of Gaiyu. "Feng Yinyang," Yin Chuan suddenly shouted. "Yes, Feng Yinyang, who was not far away," replied. Feng Yinyang waved his hand. "Arg, arg, arg." All of a sudden, dragon roars were heard all over Yinjin. Feng Yinyang activated a large number of dragon veins, and streaks of yellow light gathered on the sky-burying coffin from all directions. Buzz! The heaven-burying coffin suddenly emitted a faint yellow light, and a surge of power surged in all directions. His powerful aura forced the ghostly cultivators to retreat. Yin Chuan held the heaven-burying coffin and looked up at the sky with narrowed eyes. World suppression, break! Yin Chuan shouted. The sky burying coffin in his hand suddenly smashed into the sky. Hong! The explosion shook the entire Yanjin, and the ears of countless cultivators were ringing. It was originally a sunny day, but suddenly thunderclouds rolled as if the wrath of the heavens had descended. The rolling thunderclouds covered the sky and covered the entire Yanjin in the blink of an eye. In the middle of the rolling thunderclouds, there was a huge hole. On the other side of the hole, there seemed to be vast mountains and rolling rivers. It's broken? A cultivator in the distance exclaimed. Looking at the entrance of the cave, almost all the spectating Shiojo were stunned. The realm of deities, that's the realm of deities. A place where mortals couldn't enter in their entire lives. That's a heaven for all mortals. Only deities who went through the tribulation and became deities had the right to ascend and enter. But now, the entrance to the realm of deities had appeared in front of everyone. Furthermore, it was broken by a mortal. Just like that, it was broken. When the countless cultivators in the surroundings looked at Yin Chuan again, they were already indescribably shocked. Of course, breaking the door to the realm of deities depended on the place. It wasn't difficult to break it from the inside to the outside, but the price to pay from the outside to the inside was too terrifying, because the inside was targeted at mortals, while the outside was targeted at deities. They weren't on the same level. That was why Yin Chuan could break it with the sky-burying coffin. The realm of deities has opened. Everyone, please go ahead, Yin Chuan said. In the middle of the thunderclouds, the entrance slowly shrank. Countless ghost cultivators looked at Yin Chuan and finally bowed to Yin Chuan respectfully. Thank you, Yin Emperor, the leading ghost cultivator said. Then the ghost cultivator rushed into the sky and instantly rushed into the hole. A large number of ghost cultivators followed one after another, and there was a unique figure among the group of ghost cultivators. The Snake Emperor. The Snake Emperor looked at Yin Chuan and bowed to Yin Chuan respectfully. Then he led a group of snake race overlords into the sky. Yin Chuan nodded. He watched the Snake Emperor leave. Whoosh whoosh. In the blink of an eye, all the ghost cultivators in the square had left. As for the entrance in the sky, it slowly closed with a rumble and gradually disappeared completely. Boom! The rumbling thunderclouds exploded and scattered. Everything was over. But the shock of countless cultivators didn't end. Not far away, Dongfang Zhengpi of the Julu Academy stood. The fat on Dongfang Zhengpi's face trembled when he saw the sky-burying coffin. Whoosh! Dongfang Zhengpi quickly flew in front of Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, oh no, your majesty, that coffin of yours is too powerful. The realm of deities, that's the realm of deities. Dongfang Zhengpi said excitedly. When did you come? Yin Chuan asked curiously. You sent someone to summon me. As a high-ranking official, how can I not hurry back? Ha. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Dongfang Zhengpi said casually. There's one thing, but I don't know if you can do it. Yin Chuan smiled. Are you making fun of me? Dongfang Zhengpi was speechless. No, you're the most suitable person to do this. I can feel that you are someone from the path of great fortune. Yin Chuan said seriously. Path of great fortune? Haha, Yin Chuan, you have a good eye. However, what is the path of great fortune? Dongfang Zhengpi laughed. Yin Chuan. Yin Hentian stepped forward and smiled. This is the head of the Special Affairs Department of Dezhan. You are indeed extraordinary. Dongfang Zhengpi's eyes lit up when he heard Yin Hentian's words. You are too polite. Dongfang Zhengpi stood up straight. The Emperor's matter is very special. I thought for a long time and couldn't think of a suitable person. However, the Emperor suddenly mentioned you and said that there is a Special Affairs Department in Dezhan. He asked me to hand this matter to you. Yin Hentian smiled. Oh, Dongfang Zhengpi was interested. Yin Hentian took out 2 green jade pendants. Of these 2 jade pendants, one is with me. The other is for you. Yin Hentian handed over a green jade pendant. Oh, Dongfang Zhengpi asked curiously. I need you to find a few people. Every time these people come within 10 miles of you, this jade pendant will light up. At the same time, their appearance will slowly appear on the jade pendant. Yin Chuan said, "Ah, so magical?" Dongfang Zhengpi was shocked. "Look at Bai Ditian." Yin Chuan looked into the distance. Bai Ditian slowly flew over from afar. After flying for about 5 kilometers, the jade pendant suddenly emitted a faint white light. On one side of the jade pendant, a tiger's head slowly appeared. On the other side, Bai Ditian's appearance seemed to have been absorbed, and a fleeting shadow of Bai Ditian appeared. Dongfang Zhengpi was shocked. The 12 earthly branches. This is Bai Ditian. As for the rest, I need you to find them for me. There are only 2 jade pendants. I don't trust anyone else, so I can only find you. Yin Chuan said seriously. He didn't trust anyone else? A sense of accomplishment grew in Dongfang Zhengpi's heart. He felt very comfortable. Don't worry, I will definitely find them for you. Dongfang Zhengpi immediately agreed. You don't have to be so serious. After all, it is not that easy to find a needle in a haystack. Everything is up to fate. You can travel around the world and go to places with many people and demons. Yin Chuan laughed. This is to my liking. Dongfang Zhengpi instantly laughed. All your expenses will be paid by Dezhen. The mission of finding these demons is up to you. Yin Chuan said seriously. Who else but me can do such a difficult mission? Coincidentally, I haven't done anything yet. Let's start with this. Dongfang Zhengpi laughed. And Yin Chuan nodded. After sending Dongfang Zhengpi off, Bai Ditian frowned slightly. Yin Chuan, why do I feel that Dongfang Zhengpi is not reliable in finding the 12 ancient demon gods' bloodlines? Bai Ditian asked curiously. Don't worry, he can do it. Yin Chuan nodded affirmatively. All right, up to you. Bai Ditian nodded strangely. You are going to meet Zhu soon. Why don't I go with you? Bai Ditian said seriously. Yin Chuan shook his head. Your mission is to continue refining that life providence. Don't worry about anything else. Stay in Beijing. I have a feeling that the world's greatest upheaval is not far away. We cannot afford to lose Beijing. Yin Chuan said firmly. All right, Bai Ditian nodded. Yin Chuan had sent the Snake Emperor to the Celestial Realm. Bai Ditian actually wanted to go, but he knew from the Snake Emperor that his enemy, Zhu Gong, was extremely powerful in the Celestial Realm. Even if he went, it would be useless. Therefore, he could only stay in Dezhen and assist Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan looked at Bai Ditian and smiled. Don't worry about Bai Tushi. He's your son and my good brother. Bai Tushi is very smart. He'll be fine. Moreover, his talent is extraordinary. As his father, if you don't cultivate properly, you won't be able to teach your son a lesson when you go to the Celestial Realm. As for Zhu Gong, there will be plenty of time in the future. Dezhen will seek justice for you and Bai Tushi. Yin Chuan said solemnly. All right. Bai Ditian nodded. Yin Chuan continued to instruct Bai Ditian on the matters of the imperial court before calling Jin Deyu over. Your Majesty, Jin Deyu greeted respectfully. It's about time. Let's go and meet Zhu and Yao Tianshang now, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Your Majesty, just the 2 of us? Jin Deyu asked in surprise. Don't worry. Although this world is big, we can go anywhere. Moreover, I believe in Zhu's character. It won't be a trap. Yin Chuan said confidently. Yes, Jin Deyu nodded. Just as Yin Chuan said, Jin Deyu was very confident. Who could stop him when he was at the peak of the upper void stage? The 2 of them turned into 2 streams of light and shot towards the north. At the same time, in the Demon Imperial Dynasty. Let's go, Zhu said to Yao Tianshang. Just the 2 of us. Yao Tianshang frowned. There's no need to put on a show when we meet Yin Chuan, Zhu said with a smile. Yao Tianshang nodded. The 2 of them shot towards the south. Chapter 1078. At the border of the East Divine Continent and the North Divine Continent. At a secluded lake. By the lakeside, Yin Chuan and you were sitting at a stone table. Both of them were holding cups of tea as they enjoyed each other's tea. Not far away, 2 figures stood on the surface of the lake. Yao Tianshang and Jin Deyu. Yin Chuan, you want Jin Deyu to fight Yao Tianshang? Zhu asked with a hint of doubt. Yao Tianshang was one with him. What did Yinchuan mean by this? Asking him to fight with Yao Tianshang? Was he trying to show off his superiority? However, Zhu did not object. He knew that Yinchuan was not that kind of person. Besides, there was no one else here. Who was he trying to show off to? Yinchuan smiled. Since you're so generous, I won't be stingy. Jin Dayu, he's not fighting. Oh, Zhu narrowed his eyes. In the distance, Jin Dayu looked at Yao Tianshang. Yao Tianshang narrowed his eyes. Yao Tianshang looked carefully. This is what the emperor wants me to show you. Jin Dayu said. Come to me if you want. Yao Tianshang said in a deep voice. Buzz. The sound of a bell rang out, and the water above the lake seemed to tremble, forming countless droplets of water. A huge golden bell appeared above Jin Dayu's head. There were countless runes on the bell that were jumping. Whoosh! Yao Tianshang took out a huge golden saber. It was the demon slayer that he used to guard the sky, burying coffin. Both of them were at the 12th level upper void stage. They stared at each other coldly. Above the chaos, gate of heaven, open, Jin Dayu shouted. Dang! Ong! The divine emperor bell rang. It formed a huge soundstorm that spread out in all directions. The lake evaporated instantly. The surrounding mountains were flattened. The huge sound wave spread out for hundreds of millions of miles. Within this sound wave, there seemed to be a ferocious demonic aura. The demonic aura soared into the sky. An enormous amount of demonic aura instantly covered the entire sky. The demonic aura condensed and shone down with 7-colored light. Once Demon Slayer was unleashed, the sound wave attack around Yao Tianshang was instantly sliced apart. What a treasure! Yao Tianshang exclaimed as he looked at the divine emperor bell. However, just as he was sighing, his face suddenly warped in shock. Demonic chi. That overwhelming demonic chi seemed to want to engulf the entire world. Demons descend upon the world, and all living creatures submit in fear. It was the aura of the ancestor of all demons. This is... Yao Tianshang's face darkened. He then slowly closed his eyes. When he closed his eyes, Yao Tianshang seemed to see a magnificent scene. Not too far away, Jin Dayu was controlling the divine emperor bell. His forehead was already dripping with sweat, but in order to fulfill Yin Chuan's request, Jin Dayu was doing his best to reflect the memories of his ancestor. Not only Yao Tianshang, but Zhu also closed his eyes and watched. He felt that the scene was extremely blurry. They could only see a vast divine court, where countless immortals and gods were bowing respectfully. From today onwards, the demons will rule the heavens, and the sorcerers will rule the earth. Immortals and saints will have to enter the heavenly court and register. Those who do not respect the heavenly court will be killed. I enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. My words are the heavenly Tao. From today onwards, I am the heavens of all living creatures. Boom! The divine emperor bell shook. Jin Dayu could not hold on any longer. He put away the divine emperor bell and slowly flew towards Yin Chuan. It was not a battle at all, but this was even more shocking than a battle. The two felt the domineering aura of the demon the arch in the scene, and their hearts surged. Demon the arch? The demon the arch was in charge of the heavens? My words are the heavenly Tao. My words are the heavenly Tao. Whoosh! After a while, Yao Tianshang and Zhu finally regained their senses. Swish! Yao Tianshang instantly flew closer. Who was that? Who was the demon the arch? Yao Tianshang asked in surprise. Zhu also looked at Jin Dayu. I heard from Yinxin that the demons have never ruled the immortal world. Jin Dayu looked at the two and took a deep breath. He was our ancestor. Unfortunately, he has fallen. Our ancestor once established the first demon court of all time, dominating the world. Today, His Majesty requests to pass on some of our ancestors' experience in establishing the dominating era demon court to you. He hopes that you can restore our ancestors' glory. Jin Dayu then handed a jade slip to Yin Chuan. Dominating era demon court? The ancient demon the arch? Zhu frowned. Yao Tianshang stared at the jade slip expectantly. From the moment Yao Tianshang and Zhu decided to take this path, they realized that the future was dark. Because there were no demons, there was no path ahead. A path without a path ahead was the most difficult. Who could guarantee that they would stop at any time? Now, the two suddenly saw the path ahead. Furthermore, another path had appeared. How could Yao Tianshang not be excited? You too. This is Jin Deyu's ancestor. Believe it or not, this is Jin Deyu's sincerity. Yin Chuan handed over the jade slip. The jade slip recorded the experience of the demon court. Zhu and Yao Tianshang looked at each other. Yao Tianshang wanted to take it, but Zhu frowned and pondered. He turned to look at Jin Dayu. Taking a deep breath, Zhu said solemnly, "Dominating era demon court? Although Yanxian said she didn't, I believe you. Yao Tianshang and I owe you a great favor for such a great gift." Zhu took the jade slip solemnly. "Isn't the North Divine Continent?" Yin Chuan said with a smile. The North Divine Continent? I don't think much of it. I can't even explain myself to the North Divine Continent to return this favor." Zhu shook his head. "Yes, we will meet again in the celestial world. I hope that I can see a majestic demon court then." Yin Chuan said solemnly. Zhu nodded. "Definitely." The two emperors smiled. Then, their expressions suddenly turned serious. Jin Deyu was a little confused by this sudden turn of events. Yao Tianshang also frowned slightly. All of a sudden, Yin Chuan slammed his palm down from above. Whoosh! The original day suddenly turned into night. Countless stars circled. A star was surrounded by countless planets. Jin Deyu and Yao Tianshang looked up and saw a huge palm pressing down on them. Universe in a palm. Yao Tianshang narrowed his eyes. Zhu reached out his right hand and shot it into the sky. His right hand seemed to be covered with divine patterns. As it shot into the sky, it released a dazzling silver light that seemed to light up the entire sky. The huge silver palm grabbed at the largest star. Slap! The palm grabbed the star. Star-picking hand. Jin Deyu's face darkened. Bang! The star-picking hand exerted force, and the star exploded. Once the star exploded, the entire planet seemed to collapse. It suddenly scattered in all directions. At the side, Yao Tianshang looked delighted. The scattered planets suddenly attracted the star again. Suddenly, the original star system split into 10. The 10 star systems filled the sky again, and a powerful killing force came at the star-picking hand. Crack, 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 crack. Cracks appeared on the star-picking hand. Bang! The star-picking hand exploded. Zhu narrowed his eyes. He was about to use the star-picking hand again. Yin Chuan reached out his hand and withdrew the universe in a palm. The stars in the sky disappeared. The sun shone brightly again. Zhu looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. The battle between the two was not over yet. Why did Yin Chuan withdraw? He withdrew. Yin Chuan did withdraw. At this moment, Yin Chuan closed his eyes as if he was cultivating. Jin Deyu quickly stood aside to protect Yin Chuan. Zhu did not disturb him, but Yao Tianshang looked surprised. Boom! Suddenly, Yin Chuan's aura skyrocketed. The terrifying aura stirred up a gust of wind. Jin Deyu was delighted. Zhu and Yao Tianshang had a complicated expression on their faces. Yin Chuan closed his eyes, but his mind was in the zombie body. Just a moment ago, his zombie body had broken through to the 12th level upper void stage. Yin Chuan's body was waiting for this moment. Without hesitation, he stopped the battle and stopped suppressing his cultivation base. He resonated with the zombie body and reached the 12th level upper void stage in an instant. At this moment, Yin Chuan had reached the paramount upper void stage. At the same time, he finally resonated with the zombie body. The two bodies now had one consciousness. It was different from Yao Tianshang and Zhu. Although they were the same person, they had two different ideologies. From now on, the two Yin Chuans would only have one personality. What a good body of a general and minister. It allowed the corpse in my previous life to break through in such a short time. Yin Chuan was satisfied. Whoosh! Yin Chuan opened his eyes, and two beams of light shot out. Zhu frowned and looked at Yin Chuan. He He smiled bitterly. Do you want to try again? Yin Chuan asked with a smile. Zhu took a deep breath and stood up. No need. I'll leave it for the celestial world. I'll show the glory of the demon clan. I hope you won't fall behind when the time comes. We'll see. Yin Chuan stood up and nodded. Let's go. Zhu turned around and flew north with Yao Tianshang. Jin Dayu watched Zhu and Yao Tianshang leave in a daze. He looked at Yin Chuan and asked, Your Majesty, why did you fight just now? Jin Dayu did not understand. Because Zhu is unwilling, Yin Chuan said with a smile. Huh? Because even though he made it sound easy, he still has some attachment to this world. I fought with him just now to help him sever this attachment. Now it has been cut off. One step behind, one step ahead, one step ahead. I hope they have a good start in the celestial world. Yin Chuan sighed. Jin Dayu finally understood. Let's go. Let's return to the court and inform Yifeng to send officials to the North Divine Continent to take over the cities. Yin Chuan flew south, on the way back to Zhu and Yao Tianshang. Yao Tianshang read the contents of the Jade Scroll and sighed. Do you still find it a pity that the North Divine Continent was given to Yin Chuan? Zhu asked with a smile. Ha ha ha, pity? To you and me, this Jade Scroll is worth 10 North Divine Continents. There's no more attachment to this world. Let's set off soon. Yao Tianshang said with a smile. Zhu shook his head. Since we've accepted this gift, we'll wait a little longer and help the Zhen take over the North Divine Continent. That's good too. It'll save us a lot of trouble. I still have a few great demons to subdue. Once we subdue all of them, we'll set off for the celestial world. Yao Tianshang said seriously. Zhu nodded. Chapter 1079. Great Zhen Celestial Empire, Yin Capital. Yin Chuan and Yifeng stood in the square of Skyward Hall, looking north. Yifeng, how are the officials you arranged? Yin Chuan asked. The Monster Imperial Dynasty has taken control of more than half of the North Divine Continent. They've been very cooperative this time. All the important positions in the major cities have been replaced with our officials. We've taken over more than half of the North Divine Continent, without shedding a drop of blood. Yifeng smiled. Yin Chuan nodded. The great Buddha Celestial Empire has also sent troops south, but they probably won't be able to take over too many cities. After this, Great Zhen will control more than half of the world. Yifeng said solemnly. More than half. Yin Chuan frowned. This was because Yin Chuan understood that there were still two powerful forces in this world. The great Buddha Celestial Empire had the help of the Lotus God and the mysterious Archaean Sacred Ground. They had to overcome these obstacles. Rumble. Suddenly, the sea of Providence clouds in the sky above Yin Capital churned. Providence rolled in from the north. Zhu, Yao Tianshang, they're leaving. Yin Chuan said solemnly. North Divine Continent. Monster Imperial Dynasty, capital. Rumble. High up in the sky, thunderclouds churned. The demonic Imperial Dynasty's destiny cloud sea had collapsed, and the former capital was now filled with demonic beasts. There was a huge hole in the thunderclouds in the sky. On the other side of the hole was the celestial realm. Zhu and Yao Tianshang stood with their hand behind their backs. All the courtiers looked on expectantly. Let's go, Zhu shouted. He took to the sky. With Zhu leading the way, countless monsters flew toward the huge hole. Yin Chuan could break through the hole, and so could Zhu. Rumble. Countless monsters and officials followed Zhu into the celestial realm. All around the capital, countless commoners looked up at the sky in confusion. His Majesty had ascended? He had ascended with all the experts? What about the Monster Imperial Dynasty? Rumble. As the lightning flashed, all the experts chosen by Zhu flew into it and entered the immortal realm. Boom! The enormous entrance to the world of immortals closed abruptly. Some of the luck of the imperial capital even surged into the east. On this day, the northern divine continent underwent a huge change. Luzhou City, from today onwards, your subjects shall enter the Great Zhen Celestial Dynasty as the capital of the Great Zhen Celestial Dynasty. City Lordly Luzhou pays his respects. Northern Phase City. From today onwards, your subject will enter the Great Jun Celestial Dynasty. City Lord Wang Chaoyun pays his respects. On this day, the various cities of the Northern Divine Continent were filled with the sound of people bowing down to Yun Che. It was as if the great celestial empire had taken over the Northern Divine Continent in an instant. In a single day, the entire Northern Divine Continent had changed. The massive flow of providence instantly shocked the remaining forces in the world. West Divine Continent, Great Buddha, Heavenly Empire. Kong Mok led the ministers out of the pantheon of Buddhas and looked toward the north. How can this be? The luck of the Northern Divine Continent is all shifting to the Eastern Divine Continent. Ju, Yao Tianshang is dead? Kong Mok exclaimed in shock. Confucius Lu Academy. Kong Daoqiu clenched his fists and looked toward the north. This is a rare commodity worth hoarding, but the mediocre fools have misled me. Kong Daoqiu said gloomily. Middle Divine Continent. Divine Sect Sacred Ground. Inside a large hall in the divine world, a purple-robed man stood in front of Meng Sansheng. Have you sent the letter? Meng Sansheng asked in a low voice. Yes, Sacred Master. However, it has been decades, and the West Divine Continent hasn't done anything. Are they really going to let the Lotus God go? The purple-robed man asked worriedly. Meng Sansheng frowned slightly. I don't have the time to care about them right now. I need to break another seal. Once I break another seal, I'll be able to... Meng Sansheng said solemnly. Yes. While Meng Sansheng was deep in thought, his eyes widened, and he stepped out of the divine world. Looking toward the north, Meng Sansheng's expression became complicated. Ju left. Meng Sansheng exclaimed in shock. Sacred Master, what did you say? Yin Chuan, what a good Yin Chuan. He took half of the Southern Divine Continent, and now he's taking almost the entire Northern Divine Continent. What a domineering zenith. Meng Sansheng exclaimed. Oh, what? The purple-robed man exclaimed. Great celestial empire, but it's still not enough. Wait for me to unlock another layer of seal, then I can pluck the Tao seal of this realm. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, my celestial race can finally rule the world again. Yin capital, Xianyang Palace. Yin Chuan looked at Feng Yinyang, Yifeng, Yin Hentian, Jin Diu, Lu Jin, and the others. I have some personal matters to attend to in the divine world. I'll be back in half a month. The world is tense right now, so keep an eye on it. Yin Chuan said. Yes. The ministers nodded. After sending everyone out, Feng Yinyang cast his spell. Soul depart. Yin Chuan's soul immediately entered the divine world. A soul possessed the body of a person near the sealed realm. He climbed to the top of the mountain and watched as Ju led a large number of demons in a certain direction. Old Wang, what are you looking at? A shout came from the bottom of the mountain. Yin Chuan looked over and saw a white-haired old man rush up. The white-haired old man was probably in the Qi state. He landed beside Yin Chuan and watched the demon army leave. This group of demons must have come from the sealed realm. The one leading them is not good. An immortal went to check on them, but he killed him. The white-haired old man exclaimed. Is that so? Yin Chuan smiled. Yin Chuan knew Ju's ability best. It wasn't difficult for him to kill an ordinary immortal. By the way, do you know that there's a sacred court nearby? Yin Chuan asked curiously. You mean the Great Qi Sacred Court? The old man was surprised. Yes, the Great Qi Sacred Court. This area is incomparably desolate. Very few big shots come here. Why is there a Great Qi Sacred Court stationed here? What are they doing here? Yin Chuan was puzzled. I happen to know a little about them. It's all because of the Tao seal here. I didn't expect there to be a sealed realm here. It's easy to come out from the inside, but difficult to enter from the outside. Last time, the Great Qi Sacred King used too much energy to break this realm. He seemed to have been in seclusion for a long time and just recovered. I heard that the 600 immortals who went and died. The white-haired old man sighed. Oh, I heard that after the Great Qi Sacred King came out of seclusion, he was furious when he heard the news. I don't know if he'll send more people. The white-haired old man shook his head. Is that so? Well, take me to the nearest city where the Great Qi Sacred Court is stationed. Yin Chuan smiled. Why are you interested in the Great Qi Sacred Court? The white-haired old man was surprised. Just taking a look. Yin Chuan smiled and did not say much. All right, I'm going too. Yin Chuan's other soul followed an aura and quickly passed through the immortal realm. As if crossing through time and space, he suddenly possessed a deity realm cultivator. Yin Chuan raised his head and looked around. All around him, immortal qi surrounded him and multicolored light shone everywhere. A large number of experts were flying in all directions. There were even immortals covered in multicolored light hurriedly passing by. Young master? Young master, where are you? Not far away, a voice suddenly called out. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Qing Long's voice. Seems like I've found the right person. Yin Chuan's face lit up with joy. Qing Long, Mo Yushi's attendant, was originally from the Great Zhao Sacred Ground and had ascended with Jing Ting. Yin Chuan quickly flew towards Qing Long's voice, hoping to understand Mo Yushi's current situation. Soon, he saw Qing Long. Yin Chuan's face lit up with joy. Just as he was about to go forward, his figure paused, and he stopped. After all, he was now possessing someone else's body, and Qing Long did not recognize him. Moreover, Yin Chuan did not want Qing Long to know. At this moment, Qing Long's face was filled with anxiety. Soon, Qing Long stopped and secretly exhaled. Qing Long landed beside a small lake. There was a large willow tree beside the small lake. Under the willow tree's roots, there was a 5 or 6-year-old boy curled up. The boy looked extremely thin and weak. He was looking at the small lake alone in a daze. Young master, it's great that you're here. We've been looking for you for a long time. Qing Long immediately said. The little boy looked at Qing Long. Uncle Qing Long, has my mother come out? Qing Long's face stiffened. Soon. The princess will be out soon. Don't you see the princess once a year? The little boy cried in grievance. Little fatty, little Pole, they all said that I'm a bastard. Why don't I have a father? They said that my mother is a bad woman. So, she was locked up by the celestial emperor. Qing Long immediately squatted down. Young master, don't cry. The princess was not locked up. She was willing. At that time, those bad people wanted to force the princess to abort you. The princess would rather die than give birth to you. She was willing to be imprisoned for 500 years before giving birth to you. The princess is the best mother in the world. The princess was pregnant with you for hundreds of years and endured hundreds of years of pressure to give birth to you. Don't listen to their nonsense. Qing Long immediately comforted him. Then do I have a father? Why did they say that I'm a bastard? The little boy cried. Of course you have a father. Your father is an indomitable figure. When your father was around, that Tao Lord Yu, that bad Lord Yu, could only kneel and beg for mercy in front of your father. Your father is very powerful. Qing Long wiped the little boy's tears and said, Is that so? Then why didn't my father come to find me? Little Fatty and the rest say that I'm a bastard every day. The little boy cried. Your father is doing something big. He will come. He will come to pick you up. Little Fatty and the rest won't play with you. There are still us 4 uncles. We will ride a big horse for you, okay? Qing Long immediately coaxed. And in, the little boy wiped his tears and laughed. Dang! At this moment, in the distance, where the multicolored light soared into the sky, a loud bell rang. Qing Long's face suddenly changed. Oh no, Uncle is going back. When we go back tonight, Uncle will ride a big horse for you. Later, go back early by yourself. Qing Long said. The little boy pouted and nodded. Qing Long, with a trace of anxiety, quickly flew away. Not far away, on a small slope, Yin Chuan suddenly had mixed feelings. Looking at the little boy whose tears had not dried, for a moment, it seemed that his breathing had become more rapid. After Qing Long left, the little boy sadly hugged his knees and looked at the sparkling lake, thinking about something. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and slowly walked over. Who are you? Are you here to play with me? The little boy looked curiously at Yin Chuan. I'm just passing by. What's your name? Yin Chuan tried to make himself smile and asked. My name is Yin Dong. Uncle, who are you? The child said in a childish voice. Chapter 1080. Who are you? Are you here to play with me? The boy looked curiously at Yin Chuan. I'm just passing by. What's your name? Yin Chuan tried his best to smile. I'm Yin Dong and... Uncle, who are you? The boy asked in his childish voice. Yin Dong. Yin Dong in? Yin Chuan immediately remembered. When he first met Mo Shi, they entered a feng shui formation and met a nightmare. In the dream, he was married to Mo Shi. That was the name he gave his son. Yin Dong in? Son? Uncle, are you here to play with me? Little Dong asked expectantly. Looking at his son's pure eyes, he felt a lump in his throat. Gritting his teeth, Yin Chuan nodded. Yes, I'm here to play with you. But don't tell anyone, or I'll go play with someone else. Ah, that's great. I won't tell anyone, I won't. Uncle, let's play a game. Little Dong said excitedly. Yin Chuan nodded kindly. Dong call me Master from now on. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Okay, is your name Master? I'll call you Master. What game are we playing? Little Dong asked curiously. Yin Chuan smiled kindly. He broke off 2 branches from a tree, removed the leaves, and handed one to Little Dong. Today I'll teach you swordsmanship. Learn from me first. Once you learn, we can play together later. Yin Chuan smiled. Little Dong said happily. Look carefully, this is called Immortal guides the way, this is called Child's birthday greetings, and this is called Old Ape Seal. Yin Chuan called out. Little Dong was very happy to have someone to play with. Immortal guides the way, Child wishes longevity, Old Ape Seal. Little Dong imitated. Haha, well done. Yin Chuan laughed. Yin Chuan's encouragement immediately made Little Dong excited. But it's still a little bit short. Just a little bit. Look again. Yin Chuan smiled and pointed out. Oh, I got it. Little Dong waved the twig excitedly. Looking at his son's excited expression, Yin Chuan felt comforted. Sealed Realm, Dajin Celestial Empire, Yinjing, Xianying Palace. Yifeng, Yin Tian, Li Si, and the others once again arrived at Xianying Palace. Didn't His Majesty say that he would be back in half a month? Why has it been a month? Yifeng asked worriedly. Feng Yinyang, who was stationed at Xianying Palace, smiled and said, Perhaps His Majesty has encountered some problems in the Immortal Realm. His Majesty has already explained everything clearly. Perhaps this is a test of your abilities by His Majesty. Everyone nodded. Dajin Celestial Empire is now under His Majesty's control. His Majesty has established such a stable foundation. If we can't guard it well for His Majesty, then we are not worthy of being His subjects. Yifeng smiled. Everyone, let's go back. His Majesty will definitely inform us when he wakes up. Li Si thought for a moment and said, Everyone nodded. Immortal Realm. Little Dong's residence. At night, in a mountainous area. In the forest. Chi. Under Yin Chuan's sword, a man in black fell into a pool of blood. His meridians were broken and his cultivation was crippled. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Why? The man in black pointed at Yin Chuan in despair. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Speak, who told you to spy on Yin Dong? Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with a trace of cold light. Yin Chuan's long sword was pointed at the man's throat. His eyes were extremely cold. Aye. You want to die? Yin Chuan sneered. I'll speak. It's Lord Yu. Lord Yu sent me. The man in black said immediately. Yu? Why is he targeting Yin Dong? How? Yin Chuan's eyes were cold. Lord Yu wants us to spy on him. Also, he is not allowed to teach Yin Dong in cultivation. He is not allowed to teach Yin Dong in. He is to isolate Yin Dong in from all external learning and constantly instruct Qing Long, Bai Long, Rosefinch, and Xuan Wu to do things. He is not allowed to teach Yin Dong in. The man in black said immediately. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yu? He wants to cripple Yin Dong in? Senior, I'm just following orders. The man in black said fearfully. Yin Dong is Wu Jiong's grandson. Why does you dare to target him? Yin Chuan said coldly. Heaven Emperor? Heaven Emperor doesn't like Yin Dong and the royal family also ostracizes Yin Dong and so. Senior, I've already told you everything. Please. The man in black begged for mercy. Chi. Yin Chuan's sword pierced his throat. The man in black died with his eyes wide open. After dealing with the corpse, Yin Chuan let out a long breath. He slowly walked out of the forest and came to the lake. Beside the lake, there was a skinny little figure. Little Dong In stood alone by the lake, holding a pebble and playing with it. Dong In. Yin Chuan smiled. Ah, master, you're here. Little Dong In threw away the remaining pebble in his hand and shouted excitedly. Seeing little Dong In running over, Yin Chuan revealed a kind smile. Master, are we still competing in swords today? I've learned all 3 moves. Little Dong In shouted excitedly, as if waiting for Yin Chuan's praise. Dong In is great, but today I'm going to teach you how to read. Yin Chuan smiled. Read? Is it fun? Little Dong In asked curiously. Of course it's fun. If you can read a lot of books. You'll learn a lot of life principles and stories. These days, I've been telling you stories every day. They're all in the books. Yin Chuan smiled. Ah, I want to learn how to read. I want to learn how to read. Little Dong In shouted excitedly when he heard there were stories. But learning how to read is very boring and difficult. I don't know if you're afraid. No, with Master here, I'm not afraid of anything. Little Dong In shouted excitedly. Yin Chuan revealed a benevolent smile. A year later, at the entrance of the sealed world in the immortal world, Yin Chuan was another cultivator who possessed another body. At this moment, Yin Chuan stood on the top of a mountain with a group of people, looking into the distance. In the distance, there were a large number of troops guarding the surroundings, preventing people from approaching. The leader was wearing a white dragon robe. At this moment, he was looking at a group of men in front of him. Because the man in the white dragon robe had his back facing Yin Chuan could only see his group of officials. Do you see? That's the Sage King of the Qi. The one in front of him is called Gongyang Taolu. He's a real great immortal. A white-haired cultivator said to Yin Chuan. Great immortal? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yes, human immortal, Shen immortal, earth immortal, sky immortal. Above the sky immortal is the great immortal. His strength is incomparably powerful. The last time he entered the sealed world, he was completely annihilated. The Sage King of the Qi flew into a rage out of humiliation and is preparing to open the sealed world again and send Gongyang Taolu in. That group of mortals in the sealed world is going to be miserable. The white-haired cultivator said regretfully. Yin Chuan looked at Gongyang Taolu in the distance and narrowed his eyes. Not necessarily. Well, not necessarily. That's a great immortal. In our world, he's also an extremely powerful existence. The white-haired cultivator immediately retorted. Yin Chuan smiled slightly, shook his head, and didn't continue speaking. Boom! There was a loud sound from afar, and a huge storm swept out in all directions. The place where Yin Chuan was fighting was also filled with sand and stones, and he couldn't see far away. Rest assured, Sage King, Gongyang Taolu will definitely wash away his humiliation and find out the truth. I will definitely take over the sealed world. A respectful voice could be heard from the flying sand and stones. Go! A majestic voice could be heard. The sealed world. Southern Divine Continent. A few decades had passed in the original land of Wei City. At this moment, some commoners had gathered to live there again. After all, this place was chosen by King Gaiyu. The terrain here was excellent, and the essence energy of heaven and earth was more concentrated. Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds rolled, and a huge hole was torn open in the sky. Countless commoners looked up at the sky in shock. They saw 100 figures stepping into the hole in the sky. The person in the lead was dressed in a gorgeous white robe, and his face was extremely majestic. Immortals, it's immortals! Someone exclaimed. 100 immortals? Countless exclamations could be heard in the entire city. A large number of cultivators did not hesitate to flee in all directions. They didn't dare to stay here. The huge hole in the sky slowly closed. Boom! The sky became clear again. The leading immortal, Gongyang Taolu, looked at the city below. Closing his eyes, Gong Yang Taolu sniffed. His face turned cold. My 6 nephews really died here. Gong Yang Taolu's eyes turned cold. My lord, what should we do with these people? An immortal asked. These people will naturally be buried with my 6 nephews. Gong Yang Taolu's eyes turned cold. Yes. Everyone replied instantly. There's no need for you. I will personally take revenge for my 6 nephews. Gong Yang Taolu said coldly. As he spoke, Gong Yang Taolu suddenly stretched out his palm and slammed it downwards towards Wei City. Ka ka ka. A huge palm print suddenly appeared in the sky. As the palm pressed down, it seemed to flatten the space as it slammed towards Wei City. Boom! A huge sound reverberated. It was as if the entire southern divine continent could feel the earth shaking violently. The original Wei City turned into a huge palm-shaped hole. It was bottomless. In Wei City, millions of people were annihilated by a single palm. In the distance, some of the cultivators who had fled earlier hid in the valleys. Looking at the huge abyss in front of them, their faces were filled with endless shock. Wei City, Wei City. Some of the cultivators who knew the situation still remembered that when the heroes of the world gathered, the 6 sky immortals had to use a formation to cover Wei City. However, even with so many experts fighting, Wei City still couldn't be destroyed. But now, an immortal came and turned a city into an abyss with a single palm. Millions of cultivators turned into ashes in an instant. Just a single palm. Who else in the world could compare to him? Countless cultivators trembled in fear. Gong Yang Taolu's eyes turned cold. He stepped forward and led the heroes towards the north, until the immortals left. Countless cultivators came to the abyss in grief. However, at this moment, there were no more survivors in the abyss. Chapter 1081. Wei City was destroyed. The news quickly spread to all corners of the world, and Yin Jin naturally received the news immediately. A group of great Jin strategists had gathered in Yifeng's home. Everyone frowned as they read the message. 1 palm strike? Destroy the city? Even celestial immortals can't be so exaggerated. Lu Gang said with an ugly expression. It's the great immortal. Inhen Tian said solemnly. Great immortal? Yifeng and Li Si raised their eyebrows. The great immortal has descended to the world. It seems like he is a minister of the great Qi holy court. Li Si said with certainty. Yifeng nodded. That's right. He should be a minister of Qi. He must be here to finish his unfinished business. Great immortal? What should he do? We're at the 12th level of the void stage. Even if we become immortals, we'll only be heavenly immortals. That's a great immortal. We'll have to wake His Majesty up and ask His Majesty to make a decision. Lu Gang said anxiously. No. Yifeng shook his head. Everyone looked at Yifeng. Perhaps Your Majesty doesn't need to personally make an appearance. Yifeng said in a low voice. When Yifeng said this, Inhen Tian and Li Si's expressions changed, and they nodded. Why? If the great immortal is coming, what will happen to Beijing? Lu Gang asked anxiously. The longer His Majesty stays in the immortal realm, the stronger His Majesty will be when he returns. Also, Lord Lu, do you think that great immortal will be careless this time? Yifeng smiled. Lu Gang narrowed his eyes. Last time, the 6 celestial immortals were too arrogant, so they were completely wiped out. Do you think the great immortal this time will make the same mistake? Although he's stronger, the annihilation last time will definitely put him on guard. Yifeng said with certainty. That's right. Lu Gang nodded doubtfully. Li Si smiled. Once this great immortal becomes vigilant, what will happen? If it were me, I would first settle down, then carefully investigate the situation of the world. Then, we'll wait for an opportunity to make a move, Lu Gang said with certainty. That's right. First, investigate the situation of the world. With the annihilation of the last army, this great immortal will not act rashly. He will definitely test the world first. Li Si said with certainty. Oh, our great Jin Empire occupies more than half of the world. If they hadn't been completely wiped out, they would have definitely come to our great Jin Empire as their first stop. However, now that they've become cautious, what will they do? Li Si smiled. Cautious? Then let's see the quality of the world first. We should first go to the Great Buddha Celestial Empire or the Divine Sect Sacred Grounds. If we can shake these two places, we will have a much higher chance of success. Furthermore, it will be easier for us to unify the world then, Liu Gang said, following Li Si's train of thought. Yes, during this period of time, we can also quickly analyze their weaknesses. In Hentian nodded affirmatively. All right, Liu Gang nodded. Liu Gang indeed felt that his brain wasn't enough to compete with this group of strategists. The truth was just as everyone had guessed. At this moment, Gonyang Taolu was extremely careful. After venting his anger, he quickly found a place to stay and sent people to investigate the situation of the world. Plan before acting. Immortal World, Yuware Residence. Dowlord Blackmoon. At this moment, his face was gloomy as he looked at a servant who was kneeling in front of him. Dowlord Yu narrowed her eyes. What did you say? US said coldly. My lord, during this period of time, the people we sent out have disappeared one after another. There is really no news at all. I think that they might have been, the servant said worriedly. Trash. US snorted coldly. The servant trembled. Yu's face was gloomy. Yinchuan, I will definitely make you pay back the humiliation of that year 100 times. Yindongin, File spawn. Yu's face was gloomy. Master, tomorrow, I am going to see my mother. Once a year, I could see my mother. Little Dong and said excitedly to Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan looked at Little Dong in and smiled. He took out a food box. Bring this to your mother, Yin Chuan said with a smile. What is this? Oh, what is this delicious food? Little Dong in immediately drooled. Yin Chuan smiled and handed over another box. This is for you to eat. These are for your mother. Remember, don't tell anyone. Yin Chuan smiled. I know. Little Dong in immediately nodded. In front of Yin Chuan, he grabbed the food in the food box and ate happily. Yin Chuan accompanied Little Dong in, watching his son eat happily and even licking his fingers at the end. Ha! Yin Chuan laughed heartily. Master, the sky is going to brighten. I will go back first. Tomorrow morning, I will go with 4 uncles to see my mother. Little Dong and said in a childish voice. Good, go. Yin Chuan smiled. Little Dong and happily walked away step by step. Standing by the small lake, Yin Chuan watched Yin Dong and leave. His face gradually became serious. Looking at the mountain in the distance, Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Yushi, your husband can't save you now, but your husband will work harder. One day, your husband will save you and your son. Those who ridiculed you, I will make them pay back 100 times, 1,000 times. Our son is very smart. Although you endured a lot of ridicule in order to give birth to him, our son will become your pride. Those who ridiculed you, Dong In will slap them back. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said. The next day at dawn, Yin Dong In, wearing his best clothes, came out early with a food box in his hand. Outside the hall, Qing Long, Bai Long, Rose Finch, and Xuanwu were waiting quietly. Seeing Yin Dong In come out, the 4 of them showed a kind smile. Uncle Qing Long, Uncle Bai Long, Uncle Rose Finch, Uncle Xuanwu, Little Dong In greeted politely. Young master, you're wearing new clothes, so beautiful. What are you holding in your hand? Rose Finch said with a smile. I'm not telling you. This is for my mother. Little Dong In smiled. Haha, this is a secret. Qing Long laughed. Of course. Haha, good. Then keep it a secret. Come, let's go see the princess. Qing Long laughed. Everyone took Little Dong In and flew quickly. Along the way, many mountains and rivers were guarded by countless soldiers. Some mountains were even guarded by a large number of immortals. Obviously, the place where they were going was an important place of the Great Zhou dynasty. Soon, everyone landed on a huge square. In front of the square, there was a towering mountain. On the huge mountain, there were 3 words Caging Phoenix Mountain. Caging Phoenix Mountain? Little Dong In frowned and read. In the past, she was ignorant, But now that she had learned and recognized many words, she immediately recognized the name of the mountain. Caging Phoenix? Why was it called Caging Phoenix Mountain? Little Dong In did not understand, but did not ask, preparing to go back and ask her master. On the square, there was a large number of guards. Not far from Caging Phoenix Mountain, there was a huge cave. Little Dong In looked at the cave excitedly, because Little Dong In knew that her mother was inside. Little Dong In wanted to run over. "It's not time yet, you can't go in." The guard stopped her. Little Dong In pouted and could only wait. "Young master, wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. We can go in at 7 o'clock. Azure Dragon immediately comforted him. "Okay." Little Dong In hugged the food box helplessly. While the five of them were waiting, in the distance, a group of figures walked over. The leader was wearing an official's robe. It was Yu Yu. Yu Yu saw Little Dong In from afar, suddenly narrowed her eyes, and walked over with everyone. She walked closer. Qing Long and others frowned. "Greetings to Lord Yu Yu," Qing Long said solemnly. "Isn't this Yin Dong In?" Yu Yu said with a playful smile. "Humph." Little Dong In turned her head and ignored her. Yu Yu's eyes were cold. "What's in your hand?" Yu Yu said coldly. "None of your business." Little Dong In snorted. "None of my business? Guarding this place is my duty. Any prohibited items are not allowed to be brought into Caging Phoenix Cave. Give me that box." Yu Yu said coldly. "No, this is for my mother. I can't give it to you." Little Dong In immediately hugged the food box tightly. "How dare you? The Sky Emperor's order, you want to go against it?" Yu Yu immediately rebuked. With an angry rebuke, the aura around her suddenly burst out. Lord, young master is young and insensible. Please be magnanimous." Qing Long and others immediately stepped forward. "I want you to give it to me." Yu Yu stretched out her hand and said coldly. Yu Yu didn't really want to snatch it, but she wanted to leave a psychological shadow in Yin Dong In, to make him timid, to make him afraid, to let this fear accompany him for life, to completely cripple Yin Dong In mentally. "I won't give it to you." Little Dong In hugged the box stubbornly. This was the food that her master brought for her mother. How could she give it to this bad person? "Lord, please be magnanimous." Qing Long pleaded again. Yu Yu didn't speak, but a servant behind her shouted, "Humph, privately bringing prohibited items, violating the Sky Emperor's order. You're also accomplices. Yin Dong In knows his mistake and did not change. His crime is even worse. Why aren't you kneeling and begging for forgiveness?" "Kneel?" Qing Long and the others looked at each other, their eyes filled with unwillingness. In the end, Qing Long was the first to kneel. "Lord, as long as you let young master go, we will do anything." Qing Long knelt in humiliation. "Lord, please be magnanimous." Bai Long, Rosefinch, and Xuanwu also knelt in humiliation. Seeing the four uncles kneeling, Little Dong In's eyes suddenly turned red. "Uncle, don't kneel to bad people, don't." Little Dong In shouted. But Qing Long and the others didn't get up at all for Little Dong In. "Ha ha ha!" Yu Yu burst into laughter. "All right, since you accomplices kneel to me, I will spare you. As for the main culprit..." Yu Yu looked at Yin Dong In. Yin Dong In kneeled down. One of the subordinates behind him shouted. Yin Dong In hugged the food box and looked at Yu Yu with hatred in his eyes. "You still don't kneel?" Yu Yu said coldly. A pressure pressed on Yin Dong In. Yin Dong In's legs trembled from the pressure. "I won't kneel. You are a bad person. I won't kneel. I only kneel to heaven and earth. I only kneel to my parents. I won't kneel to bad people." Little Dong In hugged the food box and shouted. Yin Dong In still remembered what Yin Chuan said to him not long ago. "Dong Un, remember, a man's knees should never bend. In this world, only heaven and earth and your parents can make you kneel. No one else is qualified to make you bend your knees." "Little bastard, are you courting death?" Yu Yu suddenly became angry from embarrassment. "I won't kneel." Little Dong In cried and looked at Yu Yu with hatred. Yu Yu was prepared to leave a psychological shadow on Yin Dong In, but at this moment, not only did it not leave, but also increased Yin Dong Un's fighting spirit. He had to be made to submit. He had to be afraid. Under the pressure of Dao, Lord Yu Yu's huge aura, she wanted to take another step. Enough! On the square, a woman's cold shout suddenly came. With a cold shout, Yu Yu's aura suddenly disappeared. Yu Yu's face suddenly changed and looked at Lock Phoenix Cave. In Lock Phoenix Cave, at this moment, a woman in red official robes slowly walked out. Lord Shangguan Yu, why are you here? Yu Yu said in surprise. Why didn't you all tell me? Yu Yu said coldly to the guard by the side. When the guard saw Yu Yu bully the child for half a day, his face was also full of disdain. He glanced at Yu Yu coldly and said, Lord Shangguan instructed not to inform anyone. Yu Yu's face turned ugly. Greetings, Lord Shangguan. Everyone bowed. The one who walked out of the cave was precisely Shangguan Wan. And Shangguan, Yin Dong immediately laughed. Wiping the tears on his face, Yin Dong was incomparably happy. Little Dong Yin, I haven't seen you for a year. Shangguan Wan walked over and said with a smile. And Dong misses Aunt Shangguan so much. Little Dong said obediently. Little Dong what are you holding in your hands? Shangguan Wan said with a smile. I brought something delicious for my mother. Little Dong said obediently. By the side, Dao Lord Yu Yu's face turned gloomy. Is that so? That little Dong is so obedient. Did he scare you just now? Shangguan Wan rubbed Yin Dong Un's little head and asked. I'm not afraid. He's a bad person. I'm not afraid of bad people. When I grow up, I still want to beat bad people. Yin Dong said excitedly. Yu Yu's face fell and said, Yin Dong who's a bad person? Don't talk nonsense. Yu Yu wanted to scare Yin Dong but Yin Dong was not afraid at all. You're a bad person, you are. Little Dong immediately cried out. Yu Yu's face turned ugly. Oh, why do you say that he's a bad person? Shangguan Wan said with a smile. At the same time, Shangguan Wan looked at Yu Yu with a very bad expression. Of course, Shangguan Wan did not expect Little Dong to give a proper reason. However, Little Dong had been educated by Yin Chuan for the past year. Naturally, he wouldn't say anything unreasonable. He said that I'm a rabbit. That means that my mother is a rabbit. My mother is a rabbit. Then the grandmother who gave birth to my mother is also a rabbit. He said that our family is all rabbits. Little Dong said in a childish voice. Thud. Yu suddenly knelt down, his entire body covered in cold sweat. Wasn't Little Dong Un's grandmother Wu Jian? Wasn't she the Heavenly Emperor? The Heavenly Emperor was a rabbit? These words did not need to come in front of Wu Jian. Some imperial censors could kill Yu Yu. Lord Shangguan, this lowly one never had the thought of slandering the Heavenly Emperor. This lowly one never. Your Excellency, please forgive me. This lowly one just slipped up for a moment and did not check. This lowly one has never been disrespectful to the Heavenly Emperor. Yu said in horror. The group of people behind you were similarly terrified. Insulting the Heavenly Emperor as a rabbit? This crime was enough for them to exterminate 99 clans. By the side, Qinglong 4 people had relieved faces at this moment. At the same time, they looked at Little Dong excitedly. Shangguan Wan also looked at Little Dong in surprise. Also did not expect that Little Dong would say such words. Maybe it was a coincidence. Seeing Little Dong serious and angry look, Shangguan Wan smiled slightly. Turning to look at Yu Yu. Yu Yu, this time, I cannot pursue the matter. But you have to remember, no matter how much Mo she's ostracized by the imperial family, she is still the Heavenly Emperor's daughter. No matter how much the Heavenly Emperor dislikes Yin Dong he is still the imperial grandson of the great Zhou dynasty. You are just a foreign official. I don't know who gave you the courage, but you have to remember clearly that no foreign official can interfere with the Heavenly Emperor's family matters. Anyone who interferes with the Heavenly Emperor's family matters, since ancient times, has not had a good ending. Shangguan Wan said coldly. Yes. Yu Yu is sweating profusely and trembling. Dong go and see your mother. Shangguan Wan smiled. Isn't the time not yet? Little Dong asked. No problem, go. Shangguan Wan smiled. When Shangwan spoke, who would dare to stop her? Oh, that's great. Thank you, Aunt Shangwan. I'm going to see my mother. Little Dong In happily hugged the small box and rushed to Lock Phoenix Cave. Chapter 1082. Inside Lock Phoenix Cave, Lil Dong In hugged the food box and jumped in happily. Mother, mother, I'm here to see you, Lil Dong In shouted excitedly. Soon, Lil Dong In reached the depths of the cave. Deep inside, there was a huge stone room with many night luminescent pearls. In a large hall, Mo Yushi waited expectantly, for servant girls stood at the side. Mother, mother, Lil Dong In shouted excitedly. Mo Yushi's eyes were filled with tears. When she saw her son running in, she couldn't stop her tears. Dong In. Mo Yushi hugged Lil Dong. Tears of joy flashed across his eyes. At the side, the four maids watched quietly. Mother, Dong In missed mother, Lil Dong In said. Mo Yushi's nose twitched. Mother is sorry, Dong. Did anyone bully you? Mo Yushi wiped her tears and put Lil Dong In down. Lil Dong In looked at Mo Yushi obediently and helped Mo Yushi wipe her tears. Mother, Dong In is a good boy. No one bullied me. Mother, don't cry. Lil Dong In comforted. My poor child. Mo Yushi still couldn't hold back her tears. Mother, don't cry, don't cry. Lil Dong In's eyes turned red. Don't cry, don't cry. Mo Yushi held back her tears. Mother, I brought you something good to eat. You will like it. Lil Dong In immediately remembered that he had a food box in his hand. Oh, something good to eat? Dong In is so sensible. Mo Yushi smiled. Mother, it's delicious. Lil Dong In opened the food box like it was a treasure. Mo Yushi smiled kindly. The four servant girls behind Mo Yushi raised their eyebrows and stared at the food box. Mo Yushi naturally felt the gazes of the four servant girls. With her back to them, her face turned ugly. Let me help young master. A maidservant was about to step forward. No, this is for my mother, not for you. Little Dong In immediately cried out. Chun-Mei, what are you doing? Mo Yushi glared at her. Princess, I just want to help. The maid was not afraid. We don't need your help. If you want to watch, then watch. Don't interfere. Mo Yushi glared at him. The maidservant raised her eyebrows. Mo Yushi's eyes turned cold. Letting you see is already a favor. Don't push your luck. After all, I am the daughter of the Celestial Emperor. No matter how much he dislikes me, I am still the daughter of the Celestial Emperor. If I kill a disobedient servant, no one will pursue the matter. Do you believe me? Mo Yushi shouted coldly. The servant girl panicked and took a step back. Yes. The maidservant nodded with resentment, not daring to take a step forward. Mo Yushi brought Little Dong In to a stone table. What's good? Mo Yushi smiled. Mother, look, it's delicious. Little Dong In opened the food box. When the lunchbox was opened, there were some very cheap snacks inside. This is called an 8-star spring roll. This is a 6-star osmanthus cake. This is... Little Dong In said each name and swallowed her saliva. Not far away, the four maidservants saw that it was really food. Their original doubts disappeared. It was just some ordinary snacks. Ordinary. It was no big deal. The attention that had originally been focused on him immediately dissipated. But Mo Yushi was different. Looking at these snacks, it was as if she was possessed. Yin Chuan, try my 8-star spring roll. How does it compare to today's 7-star spring roll? This is my secret recipe. This is my osmanthus cake. It's better than the 5-star osmanthus cake, right? I've decided. It's called 6-star osmanthus cake. Every time Little Dong In said a name, Mo Yushi's heart would beat wildly. In today's world, only 2 people knew about these snacks. Only 2 people should know. These were the snacks that she had made for Yin Chuan back then. Even if one name was a coincidence, now that there were so many names, how could it be a coincidence? Yin Chuan? Yin Chuan was here. Yin Chuan was near Little Dong In. In an instant, Mo Yushi's tears gushed out again. There was grievance, longing, and worry in her tears. Looking at Little Dong In, counting the snacks, she thought of the great grievances she had endured to give birth to Little Dong In. Mortals carried the bloodline of the Dark Phoenix. After hundreds of years of pregnancy, Yushi endured so much ridicule and ridicule. But looking at these snacks, Yushi felt that the past humiliation was all worth it. Mother, why are you crying again? Little Dong In looked at Yushi. Mother is happy. Mother is happy to see our Dong and bring delicious food. Yushi smiled through her tears. To the side, the 4 servant girls saw Yushi crying, but didn't think much of it. Because every year, Yushi would cry nonstop when she saw Yin Dong In. When Yushi was in prison here, she was most worried about little Dong In's growth. She was afraid that bad people would lead her astray. But now, Yushi was no longer worried. Seeing these snacks, Yushi understood that Yin Chuan was here. Yin Chuan was nearby. These snacks were the message Yin Chuan had sent to her. The message that everything was fine, everything was fine. Mother, eat quickly. It's delicious. Little Dong In handed over a snack. She nodded happily. Dong In, you eat too. Eat with Mother. Otherwise, Mother won't be able to eat alone. Yushi smiled. Little Dong In swallowed his saliva happily. Mother and son quickly ate the snacks. This was the happiest meeting between mother and son in many years. Half a day later, it was time for the mother and son to meet again. After the tearful farewell, little Dong In cried and said, Mother, I'll come see you next year. Yushi nodded with tears in her eyes. Young master, it's time. You should go. The servant girl from before said heartlessly. Little Dong In looked at the servant girl angrily. Mother, just you wait. One day, I'll break this Suofing mountain and save Mother. Little Dong In seemed to make a vow. Then he turned and ran out of the cave. When he ran out of the cave, little Dong In still couldn't stop his tears from flowing. The 4 servant girls sneered. But Yushi saw little Dong In's tears as he ran. He reached out and caught the few drops of tears, placing them on his palm. Looking at the few drops of tears in her palm, Yushi's eyes turned cold. She hated the 4 servant girls behind her. The 4 servant girls were naturally spies placed here by someone from the outside world. Yushi naturally knew. She tolerated them because she didn't want to anger someone from the outside world and cause trouble for little Dong. But her son's sadness made Yushi hate him even more. The humiliation she suffered now would be repaid 10,000 times in the future. Whoosh! Yushi released the dark energy around her and went into her practice room to cultivate. Yushi didn't want a cultivation method because Yin Chuan had helped Yushi obtain the Dark Phoenix's venerable. It contained all of the Dark Phoenix's inheritance. She wanted to learn it as soon as possible. Before, Yushi was worried about her son and couldn't focus. Now that she knew Yin Chuan was here, she didn't have to worry. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Little Dong In had grown into a 15 or 16-year-old boy. In these 10 years, Yin Chuan didn't return to Great Jun. He stayed by little Dong inside, in a valley. Within the valley, there was a large number of demon wolves surrounding a young man in red. Wielding a sword, he quickly killed his way into the pack. Hiss! Hiss! The streaks of sword light were as dense as a mirror. There were no blind spots. Not far away, on the peak of a mountain, Yin Chuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the sword-wielding Yin Dong In. Hiss! Hiss! After a series of furious attacks, a large number of wolf corpses appeared on the ground. Of course, the wolf tribe also had stronger experts. More than half of the wolves from before were dead, and the wolf tribe's experts appeared one after another. Roar! Roar! 20 10-foot-tall wolves pounced on Yin Dong In. Bang! The sword and claws collided. Yin Dong In was instantly knocked back 10 feet. Roar! The pack of wolves roared. Yin Dong In's face sank. Oomph! He snorted coldly. Yin Dong In's hair suddenly grew long and turned blood red. A violent force was emitted. A slit of blood appeared between Yin Dong In's eyebrows. The valley suddenly turned into a sea of blood. Clouds of blood rolled in the sky above. Endless blood wrapped around Yin Dong, making him look like a peerless demon god. 10 blood gods appeared in the sea of blood, each pouncing on the pack of wolves. Kill! Yin Dong roared. Hiss! Hiss! The sound of swords rang out one after another. All the demon wolves were cut in half at the waist. Bang! The battle ended. Yin Dong looked excitedly at Yin Chuan, who was on a mountain peak not far away. Phew! Yin Dong's hair slowly recovered after retracting the sea of blood. The third form of a super ability? Haha, Dong, you're more outstanding than Master thought. Yin Chuan laughed. Master, how was it? Yin Dong immediately smiled. Not bad, but you can't be complacent. You still have a long way to go. If you want to save Mo Yushi, it's far from enough now. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yin Dong's face turned solemn when he thought of his mother who was trapped in caging Phoenix Mountain. Master, what should I do now? Please teach me, Yin Dong said sincerely. Killing demon beasts is nothing. Starting tomorrow, Master will bring you to see blood. Yin Chuan said solemnly. See blood? Isn't that right now? I'm talking about human blood. Yin Chuan smiled. Human blood? Murder! Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yin Dong's face turned solemn. Sealed realm. After more than a decade of preparation, Gonyang Taolu had grasped almost all the information in the world. Master, where are we going now? An immortal asked. Master, are we going to destroy Dejun? Once we control Dejun, we'll have half the world. Another immortal asked. Gonyang Taolu thought for a moment, then shook his head. Let's go to the Great Buddha Empire first. Dejun? Now's not the time. Gonyang Taolu said cautiously. Although Gonyang Taolu felt that he was invincible in this realm, he was still very careful because of the lessons of others. Yes, the immortals replied. Gonyang Taolu led the immortals and shot toward the east. Their target was the Great Buddha Empire. Chapter 1083. Great Buddha, Celestial Empire, City of 10,000 Buddhas. The city of 10,000 Buddhas was completely silent. The golden dragon of 18-clawed Providence roared in the sky. Roar! The dragon's roar was directed at 100 figures. The leader was dressed in a white robe and had an arrogant expression on his face. It was the great celestial of Daki, Gonyang Taolu. Gonyang Taolu had led a group of celestials to the Great Buddha Celestial Empire. Kong Mo, come out! Gonyang Taolu snorted. The ruler of a nation naturally had his own unique traits. For example, the emperor could mobilize the power of a nation and gather the power of the people for his own use. His power was vast and boundless. Gonyang Taolu did not rush down recklessly. Below, in the imperial court, 10,000 Buddhas Hall. The 10,000 Buddhas Hall was filled with officials. Kong Mok, dressed in a dragon robe, leaned against the dragon throne and narrowed his eyes. Great Celestial? Kong Mok narrowed his eyes. Zhao Xinji smiled. Your Majesty, with your strength, you don't have to be afraid of him. Most of the people in the imperial court had their cultivation base raised by Kong Mok, so they knew how powerful he was. Kong Mok was at the 11th level upper void when he killed the heavenly immortals. Now, his cultivation base was at the peak stage. Not long ago, Kong Mok had even undergone the heavenly immortal tribulation with the help of some important officials. 19 heavenly tribulations. Kong Mok was now a heavenly immortal. He had the strength of a heavenly immortal and the power bestowed by the Lotus God. Naturally, Kong Mok was not afraid. Kong Mok could even mobilize the power of the Great Buddha Celestial Empire and borrow the power of the world to strengthen himself. Kong Mok might not be able to win against Gonyang Taolu, but he could at least stay alive. That was why Kong Mok was not afraid. Your Majesty, as long as you show enough power, you can force these celestials away. Just force them away and let them wreak havoc in the Great Jin Celestial Empire and Arcane Sect's Holy Land. Zhao Xinji smiled. Your Majesty, your Majesty. The transformed Celestial Emperor's voice. Kong Mok was satisfied. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Huh? Kong Mok looked His Majesty. The officials looked towards the source of the voice. And Majesty in Celestial. Feng Xiao. Lord Feng? Zhao Xinji looked at Feng Xiao with a frown. This person's talent was outstanding. He had once used schemes to subdue 2 middle-level sections. That was why he was able to enter the imperial court at the fastest speed. However, this person made Kong Mok and Zhao Xinji wary. Back then, Yin Chuan's father, Yin Tao, belonged to the Day sect. Feng Xiao was the grandson of the leader of the Day sect. After his father and ancestor died, he left the East Divine Continent and came here with great difficulty. Feng Xiao, why do you object? Kong Mok asked in a low voice. Feng Xiao stepped forward. He said respectfully, His Majesty's strength should not be exposed. Oh, emperors rule the world. They are respected and revered by the world. The most important thing is the divinity of an emperor. Feng Xiao said. Divinity? Kong Mok looked at Feng Xiao strangely. This is something that I named. It means that the emperor is mysterious. The strength that others cannot see is the strongest strength. Feng Xiao said solemnly. You want me to have a backup plan? Kong Mok smiled. Not a backup plan, but a hiding one. Feng Xiao said confidently. Kong Mok frowned, nodded, and said, Continue. Yes, I feel that although the great Buddha dynasty has unified the West Divine Continent, there is still a hidden danger. Feng Xiao said seriously. Oh, please forgive me, Your Majesty. I dare to speak. Feng Xiao immediately bowed. I forgive you, Kong Mok said curiously. Yes, may I ask Your Majesty, between the great Buddha dynasty and the Kong family, who is the master and who is the subordinate? Feng Xiao asked. How dare you? Zhao Xinji glared. Feng Xiao immediately bowed and did not speak. Kong Mok narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Continue. Yes, I feel that Your Majesty is the ruler of all ages. The Kong family should be proud of Your Majesty and fully support Your Majesty to unify the world and ascend to the immortal world. Feng Xiao said seriously. However, I have researched some historical records and found that the original 10,000 Buddha, sacred ground, and a country that appeared before were all chess pieces of the Kong family. They are the arms of the Kong family. Your Majesty, this subject is receiving the Emperor's salary and should share Your Majesty's worries. This subject feels that the great Buddha heavenly dynasty should not be the Kong family's arm, but the Kong family should be the great Buddha heavenly dynasty's arm. Feng Xiao added. Many officials in the imperial court nodded in agreement. Zhao Xinji revealed a worried expression. Continue, Kong Mok said expressionlessly. I am indebted to Your Majesty. In the past, I followed Your Majesty to the Kong family's forbidden ground. I heard that the Kong family's old ancestor was outside the valley. I feel that the Kong family's old ancestor should step in to save the great Buddha dynasty. Feng Xiao said. Oh, Kong Mok narrowed his eyes. Lord Zhao said earlier that with Your Majesty's ability, you don't need to fear him. However, I feel that this is not the case. The great Buddha dynasty is in danger. If the Kong family's old ancestor does not step in, the great Buddha dynasty will be destroyed, Feng Xiao said firmly. Once Feng Xiao said that, Kong Mok understood. Feng Xiao meant that he would pretend to be defeated and let the Kong family's old ancestor come out. This way, not only would he be able to hide his strength, but he would also be able to see the Kong family's old ancestor's strength. This would lay a solid foundation for him to unify the Kong family. Your Majesty, this trip is dangerous, Zhao Xinji said worriedly. After all, Zhao Xinji knew that the Kong family's old ancestor should be an extremely strong person. What if he angered the old ancestor? No, Lord Zhao, it's not dangerous. The great immortal outside is already the strongest in this world. No matter how much Your Majesty asks for help, it is only natural, Feng Xiao said firmly. But Zhao Xinji frowned. Kong Mok's eyes lit up. Indeed, Kong Mok had wanted to subdue the Kong family for a long time. However, The old ancestor had always been a thorn in his heart. Now that Feng Xiao was able to move the entire Kong family and let him know the old ancestor's strength, wouldn't that be perfect? Good. Kong Mok nodded in satisfaction. Then what should we do? Kong Mok asked calmly. Your Majesty, immediately go to the Kong family's old ancestor's place and bring one person to lead the group of immortals there. In the forbidden area of the Kong family, the old ancestor will appear and fight the great immortals. Feng Xiao said solemnly. Kong Mok nodded. The old ancestor's strength was always a thorn in his heart. If the old ancestor could not defeat the great immortal, he could attack the Kong family at any time. All right, dear ministers, who is willing to lead the group of immortals? Kong Mok asked solemnly. When Kong Mok asked this question, the ministers hesitated. After all, they were facing a group of immortals. If they were not careful, they would die on the spot. Seeing that no one spoke, Kong Mok's face darkened. Your Majesty, I am willing to lead the group of immortals. Feng Xiao said immediately. Oh, Kong Mok was surprised. He did not expect Feng Xiao to be so fearless. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I came to the great Buddha dynasty with a purpose. Feng Xiao said immediately. Purpose? The ministers raised their eyebrows. My father, Feng Tianyu, was forced to death by Yin Chuan in the river hall. Your Majesty, I have an irreconcilable enmity with that bastard Yin Chuan. However, that bastard Yin Chuan is too powerful. Great Jun dynasty, I might not be able to take revenge in my lifetime. The enmity of killing my father is irreconcilable. How can I drag out my life? I came to the great Buddha dynasty to take revenge. I hope I can help your Majesty to kill that bastard Yin Chuan as soon as possible. Feng Xiao said with bloodshot eyes. Hearing Feng Xiao's words, Kong Mok's eyes softened. Your Majesty, I might anger the group of immortals this time. I might die on the spot. However, I beg your Majesty to take revenge for me. My enemy is not the immortals but Yin Chuan. I beg your Majesty to take revenge for me. Feng Xiao suddenly knelt down and kowtowed a few times. Kong Mok's expression flickered. He immediately let down his guard against Feng Xiao. Yin Chuan's enemy? Yin Chuan's enemy was one of his own. It seemed like he had misunderstood Feng Xiao in the past. As for the death of Feng Xiao's father, Kong Mok had investigated thoroughly. It was indeed Yin Chuan who had ordered his death. Good. My beloved subject, I will kill Yin Chuan to give you an explanation. Kong Mok said, Yes. Thank you, your Majesty. Feng Xiao kowtowed again. He stood up, tidied his clothes, and said, Your Majesty, I will go now. Please head to the Kong family as soon as possible. Kong Mok nodded. Feng Xiao stepped out of the hall. On the dragon throne, Kong Mok watched Feng Xiao leave. A complicated look flashed in his eyes. Did I really misunderstand him in the past? Outside the hall, Feng Xiao stepped into the sky and flew toward the group of immortals. Far away from 10,000 Buddha City, Kong Lu Academy, Kong Daoqiu stood at the highest peak, holding a bamboo scroll in his hand. He frowned slightly as he looked into the distance. Great immortal? Kong Mok, let's see how you deal with this. Kong Daoqiu said with a dark expression. Suddenly, a figure flew into the sky. That is Feng Xiao. A subject wants to take the place of the enemy? Is he courting death? Kong Daoqiu was puzzled. In addition to Kong Daoqiu, the 100 immortals in the sky were also puzzled, especially Gong Yang Taolu. Great Buddha, Celestial Empire, Feng Xiao, greets everyone. How should I address you? Feng Xiao said solemnly. Gong Yang Taolu narrowed his eyes. Where's Kong Mok? If you want to see my Majesty, please tell me your name. Feng Xiao said again. You are courting death. An immortal behind him shouted. Gong Yang Taolu waved his hand and stopped the subject behind him. The Qi Holy Court, Gong Yang Taolu. Gong Yang Taolu said in a low voice. Gong Yang Taolu was still calm. Moreover, the official in front of him was only an immortal state cultivator. If he attacked him, he would lose face. So, it is Lord Gong Yang of the Qi. I wonder why you want to see my Majesty? I can help you inform him. Feng Xiao said calmly. Ha ha ha, you are really brave. Gong Taolu looked at the immortal state cultivator in front of him with slight surprise. Thank you. If I say that I am here to destroy your great Buddha celestial empire, how are you going to inform him? Gong Taolu said jokingly. Destroy the empire? Ha ha. This is a national matter. I am still young and cannot make the decision. Everyone, please follow me to see the majesty. Feng Xiao laughed. You're not afraid of death? Gong Taolu asked. Feng Xiao did not answer. Instead, he made an inviting gesture. Everyone, you're a guest. Please. The group of immortals was confused. Gong Taolu looked at Feng Xiao curiously and followed him. In the distance, Kong Daoqiu raised an eyebrow. What is going on? Why are they coming to the Kong family? Kong Daoqiu's expression was ugly. Kong family's forbidden area. In a valley. Kong Mok said respectfully. Ancestor, the Kong family survival, the great Buddha celestial empire survival. Please make the decision. Chapter 1084. West Divine Continent. Kong Daoqiu's expression changed when he saw the group of immortals heading toward the Kong residence. Stop right there. Kong Daoqiu roared and stood in front of the group of immortals. Gong Taolu narrowed his eyes. Earth Immortal? What are you doing, Feng Xiao? Kong Daoqiu glared at him. Feng Xiao smiled and said politely, The immortals want to see His Majesty. I will introduce you to him. Kong Mok? Introduce us? What a joke. Isn't Kong Mok in the city of Buddha? Kong Daoqiu said coldly. The 100 immortals watched the fight between the two with interest. Patriarch Kong, you don't know, but His Majesty has already gone to the forbidden area to see the one from the Kong family. Feng Xiao said with a smile. The one from the Kong family? Gong Taoqiu narrowed his eyes. He could tell that something was amiss. Kong Daoqiu's eyes widened. The Kong family's ancestor? Kong Mok had brought these immortals to see the ancestor? Kong Mok was indeed a scourge. He was indeed a scourge. You're courting death. Kong Daoqiu was furious. He reached out to attack Feng Xiao. An immortal stepped forward and met Kong Daoqiu's palm. Boom! A huge storm swept across the area. A few more immortals rushed in and trapped Kong Daoqiu. At the same time, many cultivators in the Confucius Academy also noticed that something was amiss. 10 figures flew into the sky. However, those behind Gong Taoqiu were also immortals. 20 immortals flew out to meet them. Boom! Fighting broke out everywhere, throwing the entire Confucian Academy into chaos. Feng Xiao, lead the way, Gong Taoqiu said with a smile. 30 immortals blocked the path of the Confucius Academy. Feng Xiao led Gong Taoqiu straight to the forbidden area of the Kong family. Boom! 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 The battle in the Confucius Academy was intense. Kong Daoqiu was surrounded by 5 immortals. He was retreating, but there was no anger on his face. Instead, he looked coldly in the direction that Feng Xiao and the others had left. In the forbidden area of the Kong family, Kong Daoqiu looked at the entrance of the valley and said respectfully, Great Ancestor, the survival of the Kong family and the survival of the great Buddha Empire is at your command. The valley was silent. After a while, a voice came from the valley. Kong Mok, are you bothering me again? Ancestor, I have no choice but to do this. A great calamity has descended upon my Kong clan. Kong Mok said in a low voice. Disaster? What disaster? The impatient voice of the ancestor came from the valley. Ha! I'm the one who's in trouble. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the sky. Kong Mok looked up and saw Gong Tao coldly looking at the valley with a group of immortals. So this is where the Kong clan's final strength lies? Kong Mok. There are also those shameful fellows inside. Gong Taolu sneered. Ancestor, this person was a great immortal. Mok is no match. Kong Mok said anxiously. High up in the air, Gong Taolu's eyes narrowed. Shameful fellow, still not coming out? Gong Taolu was extremely cautious. Even at this point, he did not take the initiative to make a move. It was as if he wanted to lure the Kong family's old ancestor out. Great Immortal? Where did you come from? In the valley, the old ancestor asked in a deep voice. Great Chi's holy court, Gongyang Taolu. Gongyang Taolu said solemnly. The valley was silent for a while. Gongyang Zi, I've heard of him. Was the Great Chi's holy court? Has the Gongyang clan submitted to a holy court? The voice in the valley was extremely calm. Gongyang Taolu's expression changed. Who are you? Who I am is not important. Go back to where you came from. For Gongyang Zi's sake, I won't kill you. The old ancestor said indifferently. Gongyang Taolu's eyes were uncertain. Hiding the head and showing the tail, come out and talk. Gongyang Taolu slammed down with a palm. The enormous might of a great immortal was as if the sky had collapsed. With a palm pressing down, the air below was compressed and burned. Even Kong Mo Ku was incomparably shocked when he saw the might of a great immortal. At the same time, he was incomparably glad. He had indeed been careless earlier. Compared to a great immortal, he seemed to be too inferior. The huge palm seemed to want to completely destroy the valley. Overestimating yourself. The old ancestor's cold snort came from the valley. Whoosh! Suddenly, a wrinkled palm emerged from the valley. This was a withered palm. The palm was connected to the arm, as if the arm of a person had grown longer. The palm grew larger and larger as it slammed into the sky. This was not an energy palm, but a palm of flesh. As soon as the palm struck, a group of energy palms appeared around it. There were about 1,000 of them, and they surrounded the withered palm as they slammed into the sky. Boom! The withered palm met Gongyang Taolu's energy palms, and the energy palms shot toward the group of immortals. The demon sovereign of all palms, Demon King Kong. Gongyang Taolu's expression changed. Boom! The huge impact caused the ground to rumble as if there was a great earthquake. The group of immortals was sent flying by the energy palms. Gongyang Taolu spat out a mouthful of blood from the recoil. He flew into the air in shock. With one palm, 20 immortals among the group of immortals died on the spot. The remaining immortals were all injured. In the distance, the immortals surrounding the Confucius Academy quickly flew over and stood in front of Gongyang Taolu. Gongyang Taolu clutched his chest and looked down at the valley in shock. The palm had been retracted, but the valley was filled with boundless danger. Kong Daoqiu and the other members of the Kong family quickly flew over. They looked at the valley in shock. Even Kong Moke had a look of shock in his eyes. Demon King Kong? You're the demon sovereign of all palms. Demon King Kong? Are you dead? Gongyang Taolu cried out in shock. Cough, cough, cough. I'll spare your life for Gongyang Zi's sake. Scram. Demon King Kong's voice came from the valley. Gongyang Taolu clutched his chest. His expression was unsightly. Let's go. Without hesitation, Gongyang Taolu turned around and left. He killed 20 immortals with one palm. The immortals were horrified. They quickly fled with Gongyang Taolu. Whoosh! The immortals immediately left. In the valley, the Kong family members bowed and said, Mighty is the patriarch. Demon King Kong coughed a few times and said, cough, cough, cough. Leave me alone. Understood. Everyone retreated with reverence. Only Kong Daoqiu and Kong Moke had complicated expressions. Kong Moke brought Feng Shao back to the city of 10,000 Buddhas. He still had lingering fears. Demon King Kong? The patriarch is actually called Demon King Kong, and the demon sovereign of all palms? Kong Moke frowned. Your Majesty, the patriarch of the Kong family seems to have. Feng Shao frowned. Kong Moke immediately reacted. That's right. Demon King Kong coughed just now. He's injured. He's been recuperating. Kong Moke said. I thought so too. Feng Shao nodded. Feng Shao, you've done a meritorious service this time. Fortunately, with your plan, I can roughly see the patriarch's strength. Haha, he might have been very strong before, but he was just scaring Gongyang Taolu. His strength should only be at the level of a great immortal now. He's a great immortal, Kong Moke said excitedly. Your Majesty is wise. Feng Shao nodded. Feng Xiao, it's all thanks to you this time. Great immortal strength? I'm still inferior now. Fortunately, I didn't listen to Zhao, Xinji, and the others. You've done well this time. I'm going to confer you the title of Great River Duke. Kong Mok said in a good mood. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty, Feng Xiao said excitedly. On the other side, Kong Daoqiu had also returned to Confucius Lu Academy, where he pondered alone. So the patriarch has been recuperating all this time, but it's been tens of thousands of years. Is the patriarch's injury still not healed? Kong Daoqiu had a complicated expression. In the distance, Gonyang Taolu led the 80 immortals and flew away quickly. Ahem, Gonyang Taolu coughed, his expression dark. Your Majesty, is that really Demon King Kong? An immortal asked doubtfully. That's right, he's Demon King Kong. Rumor has it that he was killed by the Dao gods of Absolute Palace in the immortal world. I didn't expect him to still be alive, but he's clearly injured. He coughed just now. Clearly, he's injured. His current strength is also at the great immortal realm. Gonyang Taolu said solemnly. Then what do we do now? An immortal asked worriedly. Demon King Kong is here in the West Divine Continent. He's a tough nut to crack. Let's ignore him for now. This lord will first take down Great Perfection or the arcane sacred grounds. As for you, ascend now and report this to the Sage King. Gonyang Taolu said solemnly. Yes, an immortal answered. That immortal quickly took a step forward and ascended out of the sealed world. Your Majesty, where to first? Another immortal asked. Find a place to heal first. This world is indeed very strange. Gonyang Taolu said solemnly. Yes. As for where to first? The Great Perfection Celestial Empire has only been established for a few hundred years. Looks like I was wrong. The strongest on the surface might not be the strongest. Once we've healed, we'll go to the Great Perfection Celestial Empire. Gonyang Taolu said solemnly. Yes, the immortals answered. Immortal world, in a valley. Clang, clang, clang. A bloody light flashed. A corpse was sliced in half. Yin Dong and stood at the side. Yin Dong, and was already 17 or 18 years old. He already had the appearance of a teenager. After killing Yin Dong, and looked at the peak of a mountain not far away. Yin Chuan stood there and watched. Master, Yin Dong, and said with a smile. Not bad. You've killed another traitor. This traitor killed hundreds of innocents. You've done good for the people. In these 3 years, I've taught you all kinds of assassination techniques. You've mastered them well. At least you don't have to worry about being assassinated. Next, we'll stop assassinating. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. What should I learn next? Yin Dong and said excitedly. Do you want to save a Moyushi? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Hearing Yin Chuan's question, Yin Dong and's face suddenly turned serious. Yes, I want to. I want to split that Sungfing mountain. I want to save my mother. Now's not the time. Yin Chuan sighed. Yes, it's not the time. The guards are all sky immortals. I'm only in the immortal realm. How can I break through? Yin Dong smiled bitterly. Next, I'll teach you how to split the mountain. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Master, please teach me. Splitting the mountain is not about brute force, but merits. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Merits? Yin Dong was taken aback. Yes, the Great Zhou Heavenly Court was just established and is rapidly expanding. It's also the best time to make a name for yourself. When you have enough merits, use them to exchange for Mo Yushi's freedom. Yin Chuan said solemnly. I'll join the army now. Yin Dong's eyes lit up. Join the army? Fighting on the battlefield is a must. However, strategy, tactics, leverage, and shrewdness are more important. Next, I'll teach you. Learn well. It depends on your comprehension. How much you can learn depends on yourself. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Dong, and we'll learn seriously. Yin Dong said solemnly. Chapter 1085. After recuperating for 4 years, the group of immortals once again set out for a new goal, the Great Jun Celestial Empire. As for what had happened in the West Divine Continent, naturally, De Jun paid full attention to the situation. Furthermore, Wang Jian personally headed to the West Divine Continent to obtain the most accurate information from the factory guard station there. Beijing, Imperial Palace, Imperial Library. The ministers of Great Jun were discussing countermeasures. Empress ZZ was also participating at this moment. Gongyang Taolu, Demon King Kong? In Hentian frowned. Let's not talk about Demon King Kong for now. According to the news brought back by Wang Jian, the next stop of Gonyang battle strategy is very likely to be Yinjing. Yifeng said with a frown. Everyone's expression darkened. Everyone naturally understood how powerful the great Immortal was. Should we ask His Majesty to return? Lu Gang frowned worriedly. ZZ shook her head. No. Oh. Everyone looked at ZZ. Before His Majesty left, he said that he would send his soul to the Great Qi Sacred Court to see what's going on in the outside world. His Majesty must know that Gonyang Taolu has entered this world. ZZ said. As soon as ZZ said this, everyone's expression turned solemn. Taking a deep breath, they nodded in agreement. Since His Majesty knows about this and has yet to return, it proves that there are more important matters in the immortal realm than this place. Naturally, we will not disturb His Majesty. Perhaps this is also the time for His Majesty to test our abilities. Li Si nodded. The ministers nodded in agreement. I'll deal with Gongyang Taolu. Bai Diqian suddenly said. Oh, everyone looked at Bai Diqian in surprise. I have the bloodline of an ancient fiend celestial, and I've activated a lot of it recently. Although I'm not a match for a great immortal, I'm not far from it. I'll hold it back for a while. Hua Guang, Wang Jian, Jin Deyu, you guys kill the other immortals. Then, Feng Yinyang will use the array formation to trap Gonyang Taolu. We'll slowly grind him to death. If it doesn't work, I still have the Emperor's terracotta army. Perhaps. Tan Lang suddenly said. Everyone looked at Tan Lang. However, Yifeng shook his head and said, No, the terracotta soldiers are His Majesty's trump card. Unless there is no other choice, don't touch them. Everyone nodded. At this moment, under the leadership of His Majesty, Dejun also has enough resources. We don't necessarily need to fight to the death with Gongyang, Li Si said with a smile. Hearing Li Si's words, In Hentian and Yifeng's expressions changed, and they nodded. Meow, you bunch of mortals, what are you afraid of? There's still me, Meow, and Sister ZZ's curse. Meow, who was in ZZ's arms, suddenly said. Everyone. Several months later, with 80 immortals in tow, Gonyang Taoi arrived at Yinjing in a grandiose manner. This time, they were even more careful than last time. They were prepared for battle. However, when he arrived in Beijing, he saw an extremely strange scene. Countless clouds of mist covered Yinjing completely. Feng Yinyang's array shrouded Yinjing in a sea of fog. From the outside, it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Gongyang Taoyu's pupils shrank. My lord, does Yin Chuan know that we're here? An immortal shouted. Gongyang Taolu took a deep breath. I was almost careless again. Although the Kong family is hiding Demon King Kong, we can't underestimate Dejun. Although it hasn't been established for a long time and doesn't have enough resources, it must be extraordinary to be able to become the overlord of the world. We should have gone to the arcane sect's sacred ground first. Sai, forget it. Since we're here, let's test the strength of Dejun's imperial court. Gongyang Taoyu's expression was extremely ugly. Yin Chuan, why haven't you come out yet? Gongyang Taolu suddenly shouted. With a loud shout, the sound waves swept across Yinjing. The fog around Yinjing was also stirred by the sound waves. In Yinjing, the ministers of Dejun all looked at the outside world solemnly. Feng Yinyang's array couldn't be seen from the outside, but the inside could clearly see the outside world. They're here. Yifeng's face darkened. Bai Diqian, since you've activated the ancient fiend celestial bloodline, use your aura to gain the upper hand. In Hentian said. Bai Diqian nodded. Boom! Bai Diqian's aura surged into the sky, and the terrifying aura was filled with endless black, malevolent energy. The malevolent energy was extremely dense, as if it was going to assimilate everything around it. The white stone slabs under his feet were also dyed black by the malevolent energy at this moment. The malevolent energy was so oppressive that the surrounding guards were instantly terrified. Feng Yinyang, who was not far away, waved his hand. Boom! A vortex formed around them, isolating the malevolent energy so that no one could be affected. Only the people outside could feel it. The malevolent energy surged into the sky and suddenly dyed the sky black. The billowing malevolent energy even formed a giant black cloud. The energy was so dense that it made one's heart tremble. Buzz! The malevolent energy was directed at the deities. The deities' faces immediately changed. What a powerful malevolent energy! And deity exclaimed. Gongyang Taoyu's face also changed because the malevolent energy was even stronger than his. How could it be? How could there be an old monster in Yinjing? How could there be such a powerful malevolent energy? Inside Yinjing, everyone looked at Bai Ditian and sighed. The bloodline of the ancient fiend celestial is indeed powerful. That's right. Those deities' faces all changed. Lu Gang said excitedly. Let's see if we can scare them away. I wonder if he can tell if it's real or fake. Yifeng said seriously. Everyone looked outside. Gongyang Taoyu's face changed. My lord, what should we do? There seems to be an overlord in Dezhun. We haven't even seen him yet, but there's already such a terrifying energy. And deity said worriedly. Yeah, we haven't even seen him yet. No. Gongyang Taoyu's face changed. Ha, he's bluffing. He's using an array to cover it up. Is he trying to trick us? Gongyang Talu immediately guessed that it was a scam. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, the ministers immediately knew that something was wrong when they saw Gongyang Taoyu's expression. Get ready for the second strategy. Ifeng waved his sleeves and shouted. Okay. Everyone nodded. Meow, isn't it just to scare that deity? Is there a need to make it so complicated? Watch me. Meow immediately shouted. Everyone looked at Meow. Meow suddenly crawled out of ZZ's arms and onto ZZ's shoulder. Facing the deities in the distance, her fur suddenly stood on end. Meow, Meow shouted coldly. Everyone, was Meow trying to scare the deities? Was she trying to act cute? However, before the crowd could say anything, an echo suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. Meow. Outside the array, Gongyang Taolu also heard a cat's meow. Just as he was feeling curious, an echo suddenly sounded. Meow. One echo was not enough. Meow, 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 meow. All of a sudden, countless meows came from all directions in the world. Countless meowing sounds filled the entire East Divine Continent in an instant. The dense and terrifying meowing of cats instantly covered the entire East Divine Continent. Countless citizens of the East Divine Continent looked up at the sky in shock. Not only did it cover the East Divine Continent, the meowing of the cats instantly covered all 5 divine continents under the heavens. The meows covered the entire world. Perhaps by Ditian, Huoguang, and the others had not noticed this scene. Even the deities behind Gongyang Taolu did not notice the shocking meows at this moment. But Gongyang Taolu noticed. With his cultivation as a great deity, he instantly sensed it. The echo of the meow came from the 9 heavens. It was as if the heavens were unparalleled, and it resounded everywhere in the world. The heavens were trembling, and the kings were descending on the earth. This meow scared Gongyang Taolu so much that all his hair stood on end. Looking at the endless murderous aura in Beijing in the fog and hearing the meow, Gongyang Taolu panicked. A hint of panic flashed across Gongyang Taolu's eyes. Let's go. Gongyang Taolu turned around and led all the deities away quickly. Gongyang Taolu was scared away. In Beijing, countless scheming officials were stunned. Then, they all looked at Meow. At this moment, Meow had returned to ZZ's arms again. All right, he was scared away. Meow. Meow said proudly. The officials. On this day, the South Divine Continent and the West Divine Continent all heard the meow of a cat. Kong Mok frowned and looked at the sky. Kong Daoqiu frowned and looked at the sky. Even Meng Sansheng looked at the sky in confusion. In Beijing, the officials did not understand why Meow's voice could resonate with the heavens and earth. A cat's meow could resonate with the heavens and earth? Then they suddenly realized that they had never seen Meow transcend the tribulation before. The deity realm. On a battlefield. I'm invincible. Kill. After a brutal massacre, the army won a great victory and excitedly bowed to a 20-year-old boy on the commander's platform. Commander, we won, a general said excitedly. The 20-year-old boy nodded. Not bad. Brothers, well done. I will ask for everyone's recognition. This is only the beginning. We still have countless achievements. We also want to be ranked in the deity realm. Ranked in the deity realm. Ranked in the deity realm. A group of soldiers shouted excitedly. The 20-year-old boy was naturally Yin Dong and looked at the excited expressions of his subordinates. He was immediately in a good mood. After the army was rewarded, Yin Dong met Yin Chuan again in a valley. Master, Yin Dong's eyes were filled with fear. I have to go. I still have my own things to do. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. I can't bear to part with you, master. Yin Dong immediately knelt down. Haha, all good things must come to an end. Don't worry. We will meet again in the future. Next time, I hope to see the indomitable Yin Dong in. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Yes, don't worry, master. Yin Dong's eyes were filled with tears. Silly boy, perhaps we will meet again soon. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Really? Yin Dong immediately said excitedly. That's right. I've already told you that this body is just a body that I've taken over. Next time, I might take over someone else's body. I've already taught you what I need to teach you. The rest is up to you. Yin Chuan smiled. Yin Dong nodded. Before I leave, I will give you one more thing. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said. With that, Yin Chuan reached out and took out a seed-like thing. It was the vine demon that had followed Yin Chuan in reincarnation. The vine demon could go with the soul. Naturally, it could be taken by Yin Chuan. The seventh divine weapon in the world, the vine demon. This is the seventh divine weapon in the world, the vine demon. It will be your last resort. In my hands, it has not fully recovered its former strength. Nourish it well, Yin Chuan said solemnly. The seventh divine weapon in the world? Vine demon? Yin Dong's hands trembled slightly. He looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. Master, you... Yin Dong bit his lips, not daring to confirm. You saw it? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Father, are you my father? Yin Dong's eyes were red. When did you see it? Yin Chuan said with a smile. Father, are you really father? Woo-woo. I felt it more than 10 years ago. From Mother's attitude, I realized that Mother was no longer worried about me because of Father. Moreover, Uncle Azure Dragon once told me about Father, including the seventh divine weapon. Yin Dong cried. Yin Chuan smiled slightly and touched Yin Dong's head. Then he sighed slightly and said, Our family is still too weak to do anything. We can only let fate play with us. Dong, when I'm not here, take good care of you, she. Yes, yes. Yin Dong cried. If you want to get rid of others' manipulation, you have to be strong first. Dong. And I'm very pleased that you are so smart and you did not let me down. Next, you have to rely on yourself. Yin Chuan sighed slightly. Father, I will do my best. Yin Dong gritted his teeth and said solemnly. Good, Dong. No shame and be brave. This is what we should do. One day, our family will be reunited. One day, no one can play with us anymore. Father will fight against the heavens with you. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, Yes. Yin Dong felt warm in his heart. Father is gone. I will come see you again. Take care. Yin Chuan comforted. I will take care of myself. Father, you must take care of yourself too. Yin Dong said with red eyes. Smiling slightly, Yin Chuan nodded. Yin Chuan took a step and soared into the sky and flew into the mountains in the blink of an eye. Yin Dong looked at his father's departure with tears in his eyes. He respectfully kowtowed 3 times in the direction of Yin Chuan's departure. Father, just you wait. I will become a man of indomitable spirit. Yin Dong, En said firmly. A few days later, Immortal Realm, in a manor. Inside the manor, the person possessed by Yin Chuan looked at a black-robed man kneeling on one knee. Heaven Mending Pavilion, 3-Sword Division, Dugu Feng, greets your majesty. The black-robed man said respectfully. Dugu Feng, I remember that when I went to the Dugu clan, you received me at the door. Yin Chuan said lightly. Yes, thanks to your majesty, you brought us into the heavenly mystery dreamland. I was lucky enough to reach the immortal realm. The black-robed man said respectfully. I have sent a few of you into the immortal realm first. You will be in different places so that De Jun can enter the immortal realm in the future. You will be near the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Your mission is to protect the Crown Prince, Yin Dong. Yes, Dong doesn't need your protection. Don't get too close. He doesn't know you. He has the ability to deal with ordinary people, but there are many experts here. It's inevitable that some powerful immortals will be secretly sent. You are responsible for all kinds of coincidences and resolving large crises. Yin Chuan said, Yes, if you are unfortunately discovered by Yin Dong or captured by him in the future, show him this wooden tablet, and he will let you go. Yin Chuan said. As he said that, he threw a wooden tablet. The Crown Prince can capture me? I am a heavenly immortal, Dugu Feng said in surprise. Anything is possible. Yin Chuan smiled slightly. These years, Yin Chuan had taught too much. Yin Dong and also learned very seriously. Capturing someone didn't have to rely on strength, but also on brains. I'm going back. You are responsible for dealing with this body possessed by me, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Chapter 1086. Sealed Realm. Gongyang Taolu led the immortals and quickly left Yinjing. Along the way, everyone's heart trembled. Other than the killing intent at the beginning, Yinjing did not have any other aura. Even the cat's meow was only a sound, not an aura. But it was this sound that made the immortals' hearts tremble. Especially Gongyang Taolu, who felt it the most. That sound came from above the 9 heavens. That sound covered the entire world. Even he couldn't do such a ridiculous thing, but Yinjing could, and they were angry at him. How could Yinjing have such a strong person? Bastard! Gongyang Taolu shouted at the immortal behind him. Lord, I have failed in my duty. That immortal's face was filled with fear. Failed in your duty? Failed in your duty? I told you to collect all the information about Yinjing. You collected it? Where did that killing intent come from? And where did that cat's meow come from? Is there any record of the information you collected? Gongyang Taolu glared. I know my mistake, that immortal said in fear. Gongyang Taolu looked at that immortal and sighed. I said, Yin Chuan's cat is not normal, but you say it's just a pet? Pet? Can a pet be so precious to Yin Chuan? Gongyang Taolu said coldly. Lord, what do we do now? An immortal asked carefully. Gongyang Taolu thought for a while and shook his head. That cat we still need to investigate, find out where it came from. A cat's meow covering the world? I don't know if it's the cat's divine ability or if it has the ability. Gongyang Taolu said with an ugly expression. Divine ability? The immortal's eyes lit up. That's right. If it's a divine ability, then everything will be easy. Some demon beasts have extremely unorthodox divine abilities. Maybe it's just a bluff, just that this divine ability is magical. Gongyang Taolu nodded. That's right, Lord. Before the fog was so thick that Yin Chuan did not dare to fight. It must be a bluff. It must be just a special divine ability. Lord, let's go back. An immortal's eyes lit up. Gongyang Taolu glared. Fool. If it's not a divine ability, but it's strength, what do we do? Gongyang Taolu asked solemnly. The immortal's face instantly stiffened. If he really has such terrifying strength, we will definitely be killed if we go. An immortal analyzed. When the immortal said this, everyone fell silent. No one wanted to go back. Check this cat's background for me. Since the Zhun is the strongest in this realm, then let's wait a little longer, Gongyang Taolu said. Yes. Everyone immediately responded. There's one more thing. The arcane sacred grounds can't be underestimated either. The Kong family and Great Zhun have learned from their mistakes. Overturn all the information about the arcane sacred grounds. Investigate the arcane sacred grounds again. Once you're done, we'll attack the arcane sacred grounds. Yes, the Immortals replied. After experiencing the Kong clan and the Great Zhun clan, no one dared to be arrogant anymore. This world was too strange. Great Zhun Celestial Empire, Yinjing. The guards continuously sent news of the Immortals' locations to Yinjing. The officials of Great Zhun heaved a sigh of relief. The officials might be able to fight a heaven immortal together. At worst, two 12th level upper void stage cultivators could immediately undergo tribulation to become immortals and resist a heaven immortal. However, it was different for great immortals. There was a qualitative difference between great immortals and heaven immortals. Even with the help of the Lotus God, Kong Mocha the Great Buddha Celestial Empire felt inferior when he saw a battle between great immortals. Bai Detian had the ancient fiend celestial fate and was abnormally powerful. Even he didn't dare to fight against him. The officials finally heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Gongyang Taolu was scared away. While everyone was at peace, a strange aura suddenly came from Xianying Palace. Feng Yinyang's expression changed. His Majesty is about to wake up. Oh! Everyone's eyes lit up as they rushed towards Xianying Palace. At this moment, a large number of Yin Chuan souls were quickly returning to his body. Yin Chuan's souls had returned by themselves. There was no need for outsiders to summon them. At this moment, there was only one coffin in Xianying Palace. There was only the sky-burying coffin. Unlike before, this time, Yin Chuan was lying in the sky-burying coffin. Whoosh! As the souls surged over, Yin Chuan, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. Two beams of light shot out. Yin Chuan was slightly stunned. Clearly, the 200 memories were rapidly fusing. After a while, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed as he heaved a sigh of relief. He took off the black jade talisman on his forehead. Yin Chuan was about to get up. He seemed to have touched something in his hand. Yin Chuan's eyes widened. Then, he turned and looked down. The interior of the sky-burying coffin was like a black hole. Yin Chuan was lying in the black hole's entrance. Originally, Yin Chuan didn't think much of it. However, at this moment, he seemed to have touched something in the black hole. Yin Chuan carefully touched it. As he touched it, Yin Chuan's face suddenly changed. Opening the coffin lid, Yin Chuan stood up and looked at the black hole in the coffin. His eyes were filled with shock. How can this be? How can there be a black hole in the sky-burying coffin? Yin Chuan looked at the black hole under his feet in surprise. Your Majesty! Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside Xianying Palace. Yin Chuan took a deep look at the black hole under his feet. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the sky-burying coffin. Clang! Yin Chuan closed the coffin lid. With a flip of his hand, the sky-burying coffin suddenly shrank to the center of his palm. No matter how this thing is inside the sky-burying coffin, it is still mine. Whoosh! Yin Chuan let out a long cry of excitement. He put away the sky-burying coffin. With a wave of his sleeve, the door of the palace opened. Yin Chuan slowly walked out of Xianying Palace. Outside Xianying Palace, the officials stood respectfully. Zizi looked at Yin Chuan happily. Meow, Yin Chuan, you finally came out? I just helped you defeat a great immortal. You have to give me half of your immortal stones. Meow. Meow immediately jumped over. Long live your Majesty. Long live your Majesty. The officials said excitedly. ZZ also walked over. Yin Chuan raised his head and looked at the surrounding fog. He took a deep breath and said, Did Gongyang Taolu come? Yes, the officials answered. Gongyang Taolu, a first firmament great immortal. Although he is the weakest great immortal, he is still a great immortal. Although there is only a step between Sky Immortal and Great Immortal, the difference in strength is huge. This time, everyone has worked hard. Yin Chuan nodded. Meow, it is all my effort. Meow immediately jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder. The official smiled. Indeed, this time it is Meow's effort. Yifeng smiled. Oh, Yin Chuan showed a hint of curiosity. Meow, however, raised its head proudly. Zizi explained everything to him. Yin Chuan finally understood everything. Meow, Yin Chuan, praise me. Meow, praise me. Meow said proudly. Slap. Yin Chuan slapped Meow's head. What are you doing, Meow? Meow immediately shouted. Ha, well done. Half of my immortal stones. I will give them all to you. Ha ha ha. Yin Chuan said with a smile. Hearing Yin Chuan's affirmation, Meow's eyes immediately widened, like a miser who saw a mountain of gold. Meow, meow. Yin Chuan, you are indeed a good person. Come, slap me again and give me the other half. Meow said excitedly. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed. By the way, I have recorded the images of those 80 immortals. I can use them at any time. Nailhead 7 Arrow Book. ZZ said. Nailhead 7 Arrow Book? I don't want it for now. Although this special technique is powerful, it has a major weakness, which is that it takes too long. 21 days? With a great immortal speed, he can reach Yin capital in 1 or 2 days. Yin Chuan shook his head and rejected the idea. All right. ZZ nodded. Your Majesty, Gongyang Taolu went to the West Divine Continent first. There, he lured out the Kong family's ancestor and retreated in defeat. Yifeng said, The Kong family's ancestor? Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. His name is Demon King Kong. According to Gongyang Taolu, he was once famous in the immortal realm. Demon King Kong. Wang Jian said, Demon King Kong? Yin Chuan frowned slightly. It won't be long before Gongyang Taolu goes to the arcane sacred ground. Your Majesty, should we inform them? Yifeng asked. Arcane sacred ground? Yin Chuan looked at ZZ. ZZ's expression flickered slightly. All right, that's all for today. Go back first. After I clean up, I summon you to the upper study room. Yin Chuan said. Yes. Everyone answered and left. Everyone left, leaving only ZZ and Meow. Only then did ZZ wrap her arms around Yin Chuan's arm. Meow, 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 looked at the two of them, and then walked away. Husband, let me get you some water to bathe, ZZ said softly. Yin Chuan smiled. Look at how anxious you are. Tell me. ZZ blushed. Arcane sacred ground, ZZ opened her mouth. Do you need my help? Yin Chuan smiled. ZZ thought for a while. I don't care about the others, but Meng Hongying has helped me a lot. If it's possible, I'll send someone to inform her and let her stay away for a while. Yin Chuan smiled. Okay. ZZ's face bloomed into a beautiful smile. What about Meng Sansheng? Yin Chuan asked. ZZ frowned. She was conflicted. Meng Sansheng is my grandfather. Even though he has never taken care of me, and even though I've only seen him a few times, he is still related to me by blood. ZZ was slightly conflicted. He gently touched ZZ's hair. Rumble. Thunderclouds rumbled in the sky. However, Yin Chuan didn't care. Don't worry, I'll go take a look. If I can help, I'll do my best. Yin Chuan nodded and promised. Okay, ZZ said happily. However, you don't have to worry too much. Arcane sacred ground. God realm? This place is too secretive. No one knows how many experts are hiding there. You haven't been there before. Perhaps we don't need to intervene in this crisis. Meng Sansheng can deal with it alone. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Really? ZZ said in surprise. The God realm is not ordinary. This trip to the arcane sacred ground is actually a scout for the Dajin Celestial Empire. Yin Chuan said solemnly. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.